Before the story begins, before the first image forms in the mind, there's only the quiet awareness of being here, resting in this moment. And if you allow your attention to settle gently upon your breathing, you may notice how natural and effortless it already is, the air entering softly, leaving just as softly, each breath forming a slow rhythm that asks nothing of you except that you accompany it with a calm curiosity. And as you listen to these words, you do not need to change anything. You do not need to breathe more deeply or more slowly than feels comfortable, because your body already understands the pace that brings ease. And with every gentle inhale, there is a subtle sense of space opening within you. And with every exhale, there is a quiet release, as if the day itself were loosening its hold and drifting a little farther away. The world beyond this moment can remain exactly where it is, continuing its distant movements without demanding your participation. And here, in this small circle of attention created by your breath and the steady flow of narration, there is permission to rest, to let thoughts arrive and depart without following them, to observe them the way one might watch clouds moving across a wide and tranquil sky, noticing their shapes without needing to hold them in place. And if a thought lingers, it can simply remain at the edge of awareness until it fades on its own, because there is no task to complete and no conclusion to reach, only the gentle continuity of breathing and listening. As your awareness settles more fully into this rhythm, you may begin to sense the quiet presence of your body supported by whatever surface holds you, the subtle points of contact that assure you that you are safe and grounded, and there is a comfort in recognizing that nothing more is required of you in this moment. That the night, or whatever time surrounds you, offers a natural shelter for rest, and within that shelter your mind can soften its focus, allowing the boundaries between thought and sensation to become less defined, like the edges of a landscape seen through a light mist. Breathing in, there's a faint brightness, a gentle renewal that arrives without effort. And breathing out, there is a smooth descent into calm, and you may imagine each exhale carrying with it the remnants of tension gathered throughout the day, not in a dramatic release but in a quiet unwinding. As though each breath were a small tide receding from the shore, leaving behind a stillness that gradually widens. And in that widening stillness there is room for the imagination to awaken in a peaceful way, unhurried and receptive. Soon this calm space will open into a story, a journey shaped by ideas of time and distance. Yet even as the narrative unfolds, the rhythm of your breathing can remain a steady companion, anchoring you gently to the present moment. And you may find that listening becomes less an act of concentration and more a form of drifting, a soft movement between awareness and rest where images appear and dissolve without strain, guided by the cadence of the voice and the quiet persistence of your breath. For now there is nothing to anticipate and nothing to remember, only this simple pattern repeated again and again, air arriving, air departing, the body resting, the mind loosening its hold on the sharp edges of the day. And if you notice yourself sinking a little deeper into comfort with each passing sentence, you can allow that sensation to continue without question, trusting that this gentle descent is natural, a return to a state your body recognizes well. And within that return you are free to remain, suspended between wakefulness and sleep, attentive yet unburdened. In this shared quiet, as breath follows breath and the outside world grows faint, you are invited to remain exactly as you are, supported by the steady flow of air and the calm progression of words. And from this place of ease the story will begin, not as a sudden departure, but as a smooth extension of the stillness you have already found, carrying you forward on a current that is as soft and continuous as your own breathing. As this gentle rhythm continues, you may begin to notice how naturally your attention drifts inward, not in a way that isolates you from the world, but in a way that softens its edges, allowing sounds, sensations, and passing thoughts to blend into a quiet background hum. And within that softened space, there is a simple awareness of being present, of occupying this moment without needing to shape it or improve it. And each breath becomes a small reminder that you are supported by a process older than memory, a steady exchange between your body and the surrounding air that has been unfolding since the beginning of your life. There's a quiet reassurance in recognizing that breathing happens without effort, that even when your mind wanders or grows still, the body continues its calm work, and you may imagine each inhale as a gentle light entering you, not a bright or startling light, but a soft illumination that spreads gradually, touching the spaces where tension once gathered and easing them with a patient warmth. And with each exhale, that warmth settles more deeply, like sunlight fading into the earth at the end of a tranquil day. If distant sounds reach you, you can welcome them without resistance, letting them pass through your awareness the way ripples pass across the surface of water, never disturbing the depth beneath. And in this way, the environment around you becomes part of the same calm field in which your breathing moves, everything existing together without conflict, arranged in a quiet harmony that asks only that you remain open to it. You may sense the gentle weight of your eyelids, the relaxed position of your shoulders, the steady support beneath you, and each of these sensations can serve as an anchor, a reminder that rest is not something you must seek, but something already available, unfolding naturally as you allow your attention to settle. And as you continue to listen, there is no need to follow every word with precision, because the meaning of this moment lies not in analysis, but in the feeling of continuity, the smooth unfolding of sound and breath that carries you forward without urgency. Time, in this quiet interval, begins to feel less like a sequence of measured units and more like a spacious presence, a wide and open field through which your awareness moves gently, and you may notice how seconds stretch and soften when you are not watching them closely. How the mind relaxes its habit of counting and begins instead to float, guided by sensation rather than expectation, and within that floating there is a subtle freedom, a permission to exist without the need to arrive anywhere in particular. As you remain here, breathing and listening, the boundary between inner and outer experience grows less distinct, and there is a sense of being held within a calm continuum, a steady flow that connects your breath to the rhythm of the narration and to the quiet pulse of the world beyond. And in that connection, you may find a deep and simple comfort, the recognition that you are part of a larger movement that requires no effort to sustain. From this place of ease, the mind becomes receptive, like still water ready to reflect whatever images may appear. And soon those images will form the beginning of a journey, a story that unfolds not in haste, but in harmony with the calm you have already cultivated. And as you prepare to enter that narrative space, you can carry this rhythm with you, allowing each breath to remain a gentle guide, a steady thread that weaves through every scene and every thought. For now, there is nothing to do but continue resting within this quiet awareness, letting the cadence of your breathing and the softness of the words create a bridge between wakefulness and sleep. And as you move gently along that bridge, you may feel a growing sense of trust in the simplicity of this moment, a confidence that you can release the need for effort and allow yourself to be carried calmly and securely into the unfolding story of time. And as this calm awareness continues to unfold, you may begin to sense that the simple act of breathing has gently gathered your attention into a quiet center, a place where effort fades and presence remains, and in that center there is a softness that welcomes you without condition, allowing your thoughts to slow in their own time, like leaves settling upon still water, each one finding its place without disturbance. There's no need to hurry this process or to measure how deeply you have relaxed, because relaxation is not a destination to be reached, but a gradual returning, a remembering of the ease that has always existed beneath the surface of activity. And with every passing breath, that ease becomes a little more familiar, a little more accessible, until it feels natural to rest within it, supported by the steady rhythm that continues without interruption. You may notice now how the space around you seems quieter, not because the world has changed, but because your attention has softened its focus. And within that softened awareness, there is room for a gentle stillness to expand, filling the intervals between thoughts and sounds with a peaceful clarity. And in that clarity, the boundary between listening and resting grows thin, inviting you to drift comfortably along the edge of sleep while remaining lightly aware of the voice that accompanies you. As you remain suspended in this tranquil balance, your breathing becomes an anchor that requires no conscious guidance, a steady current carrying you forward with quiet assurance, and you can trust that wherever this current leads, whether into deeper rest or into the calm attentiveness of listening, it moves at exactly the pace that suits you, neither too fast nor too slow, but perfectly aligned with your own rhythm. Soon the narrative will open before you like a landscape emerging at dawn, its shapes gentle and unhurried, and you may enter it without leaving this calm behind, because the stillness you have cultivated travels with you, woven into each breath and each word, forming a continuous thread that connects this moment of quiet preparation to the journey that follows. For now, allow yourself one more unmeasured breath, feeling the air arrive and depart with effortless grace, and in that simple motion recognize the stability that has been present all along, the quiet assurance that you are safe to rest, safe to listen, safe to drift. And from this place of steady calm, the story is ready to begin, carrying you forward gently, as naturally as the next breath that rises and falls within you. From this calm beginning, where breath and awareness move together in quiet harmony, it is natural to turn gently toward the idea that will guide the journey ahead, the quiet and constant presence of time itself, a presence so familiar that it often escapes notice, and yet it surrounds every moment of our lives with a steady, invisible embrace, carrying each experience forward with a patience that never falters. Time is rarely felt directly. Instead, it is sensed through change, the soft fading of a sound, the gradual shift of light across a room, the subtle rhythm of breathing that continues without interruption. As you rest here listening, you may become aware of how time does not rush but flows, like a wide and tranquil river whose surface appears smooth even as it moves with quiet certainty toward horizons unseen. Human awareness often measures time in fragments, seconds, minutes, hours, but beneath these divisions lies a deeper continuity, a seamless progression that does not break or hesitate. And when the mind releases its habit of counting, it can begin to perceive time as a gentle expanse rather than a sequence of demands, an open field in which experience unfolds at its own, unforced pace. In this softened perception, moments no longer compete for attention. They simply rise and pass, each one complete in itself. And you may notice that as you listen to these words, the sense of duration begins to stretch and settle, creating a feeling of spaciousness in which thought can drift without urgency, supported by the steady cadence of narration and breath. It is within this spacious awareness that stories find their most natural home. A story is not merely a chain of events, but a movement through time shaped by perception, memory, and imagination. And as you prepare to enter the narrative that follows, you can allow your sense of time to remain fluid and unmeasured, trusting that the journey will unfold with the same gentle continuity you have already felt within your breathing. The mind, when freed from the pressure to anticipate or recall, becomes receptive to subtle transitions, and you may sense how easily one moment gives way to the next, how the present expands to include both what has just passed and what is quietly approaching, forming a seamless bridge between awareness and imagination. Soon the story will guide you beyond the familiar boundaries of ordinary experience, inviting you to consider time not only as a flow, but as a dimension through which one might travel. And yet even this extraordinary possibility can be approached with calm curiosity, because the foundation you have established, the rhythm of breath, the softness of attention, remains constant, a steady anchor amid whatever images arise. As you rest within this understanding, time itself begins to feel less like a constraint and more like a gentle companion, carrying you forward without resistance. And from this perspective, the unfolding narrative becomes an extension of the same quiet movement you have already entered, a continuation of the calm progression that links breath, awareness, and imagination into a single, unbroken stream. From here, the journey is ready to begin. As this awareness of time deepens, you may begin to notice that your experience of the present moment is not a single point, but a gentle span, a quiet interval in which sensation, thought, and imagination overlap without conflict, and within that interval there is a natural ease, a sense that nothing is forced and nothing is missing, because each moment contains exactly what it needs to unfold. Time, when observed in this way, resembles a vast and patient landscape through which consciousness moves without leaving a trace. And just as a traveler might walk through a wide plain, without disturbing its stillness, your awareness passes through each second softly, touching it and continuing on. And there is comfort in recognizing that this movement requires no effort, that it happens as naturally as breathing. You may imagine time as a calm current carrying you gently forward, not toward any urgent destination, but into a continuous unfolding of experience. And within that current there is room for rest, as well as motion, a paradoxical stillness that exists even as everything changes. And it is in this balance between movement and quiet that the mind finds its most peaceful rhythm. Stories emerge from this rhythm as reflections upon the surface of time, patterns formed by the meeting of memory and possibility. And as you listen, you may sense how easily the imagination aligns with this flow, how images can appear without strain and dissolve without resistance, leaving behind a soft clarity that invites the next image to rise. The journey you are about to enter is shaped by the same gentle principle. It is a journey that considers time not as a rigid sequence, but as an open dimension, a space through which perception may wander with calm curiosity, and you are free to accompany this exploration at whatever depth feels natural, drifting between attentive listening and quiet rest without needing to choose between them. In allowing your awareness to remain fluid, you create a receptive space where the boundaries between moments grow permeable, and within that permeability the narrative can move smoothly, carrying you from one scene to the next with the same effortless continuity you have already felt in your breathing. There's a quiet reassurance in trusting this process, in recognizing that you do not need to guide the experience or hold it in place, because time itself provides the structure within which everything unfolds. And as you continue to listen, you may feel a gentle alignment between your inner rhythm and the steady progression of the story, as though both were expressions of the same underlying flow. From this place of calm understanding, the threshold of the narrative appears not as a sudden departure, but as a natural extension of the present moment, and you may step across it softly, carrying with you the stillness you have cultivated, allowing the unfolding events to rise within the spacious awareness that has already welcomed you. And as the first images of the story begin to form, you remain supported by the quiet certainty that time will carry you gently through them, just as it has carried you here, breath by breath, moment by moment, into the beginning of a journey shaped by wonder, reflection, and the peaceful continuity of listening. In this gentle meeting between awareness and duration, you may begin to feel that time is less like a line stretching endlessly ahead, and more like a wide atmosphere surrounding you on every side, a quiet medium within which experience unfolds naturally. And when you rest within that atmosphere, there is no pressure to move faster or slower than you already are, because every moment arrives complete and sufficient in itself. You might notice how memory and anticipation soften when viewed from this calm perspective, how the past settles into a quiet background and the future becomes an open horizon rather than a demand. And in the space between them, the present moment expands, offering a simple clarity that asks only to be inhabited gently. Within this expanded present, imagination begins to awaken with a peaceful curiosity, sensing that time is not merely something that passes, but something that can be explored in thought and story. And as this idea takes shape, you may feel a subtle readiness, a quiet invitation to accompany a narrative that moves through time in ways both familiar and extraordinary. The mind, when unhurried, is capable of traveling vast distances without strain, drifting from one image to another with the ease of a dream, and you are free to let this drifting happen naturally, allowing the unfolding story to guide your awareness while your breathing remains a steady anchor beneath it all. There's comfort in knowing that you do not need to hold on to each detail or follow every word with deliberate effort, because the essence of the journey lies in its continuity, in the smooth passage from moment to moment that carries meaning gently into understanding. And as you listen, you may find that comprehension arises quietly on its own, without the need for concentration. Soon the narrative will introduce a figure whose curiosity mirrors the openness you have cultivated, a traveler in thought and invention who stands at the threshold of a discovery. And as you approach this meeting, you can sense how naturally the philosophical calm of this introduction prepares the way for his story, creating a seamless transition from reflection to experience. Time, which has been a quiet presence throughout this preparation, now becomes the very subject of exploration, and you may feel a soft anticipation, not sharp or urgent, but warm and steady, as though the journey ahead were an extension of the calm you already inhabit. From this tranquil foundation, the first scene of the story begins to emerge, shaped by voices, light, and the gentle rhythm of human gathering, and you may allow your awareness to follow it without leaving behind the stillness you have found, carrying that stillness with you as a constant companion. And so, with breath steady and attention softened, you arrive at the threshold of the narrative itself, ready to enter the evening where conversation and curiosity intertwine, and where the quiet mystery of time begins to reveal itself through the words and presence of those who have gathered to listen. Part 1, the beginning of the journey. Chapter 1, the dinner gathering. That evening unfolded with a quiet elegance that seemed to soften the edges of the world, as though the city itself were gently preparing for rest. And as I made my way along the familiar street toward my host's residence, I became aware of the subtle textures of the hour, the faint echo of distant footsteps dissolving into the air, the muted glow of lamplight resting upon polished windows, and the cool clarity of the night brushing softly against my face with a calm and steady presence. There was a particular stillness to that walk, a sense that time had widened just enough to allow every small sensation to register without urgency. Each breath arrived easily, carrying with it the faint scent of stone and winter air, and in that measured rhythm my thoughts settled into a gentle anticipation. Gatherings at my host's home were never hurried occasions. They unfolded with the natural pace of conversation, allowed to wander freely, and I found comfort in knowing that the evening ahead would offer the quiet pleasure of attentive listening. When I reached the door, it opened with a soft and unobtrusive motion, revealing an interior warmed by steady light. The transition from the cool air outside to the calm warmth within felt immediate yet gentle, like stepping across an invisible threshold between movement and rest. The entrance hall carried a subtle fragrance of polished wood and faintly burning lamps, and the atmosphere itself seemed arranged to encourage a composed awareness. I paused for a brief moment to absorb the scene. Shelves lined the walls in careful order, filled with books whose spines reflected the soft light in muted tones. Between them rested delicate instruments and small mechanical pieces, arranged with a precision that suggested both curiosity and care. Nothing appeared excessive. Each object belonged naturally to the space, contributing to an environment shaped by thoughtful attention. From the dining room came the low murmur of voices. They rose and fell in a gentle cadence that blended into the stillness rather than disturbing it. As I entered, I was greeted by the familiar faces of the other guests, their expressions touched by the easy warmth of shared acquaintance. Greetings were exchanged in quiet tones, and the simple act of recognition carried with it a subtle reassurance, the sense of belonging to a circle defined by mutual respect and calm inquiry. At the center of this gathering stood our host. His presence possessed a composed gravity that did not demand attention, yet naturally drew it. He welcomed me with a measured smile and a slight inclination of his head, gestures that conveyed both courtesy and attentiveness. In his eyes there rested the quiet intensity of a mind engaged with ideas extending beyond the immediate moment. We took our places at the table, and the ritual of dining began with a rhythm that felt both familiar and soothing. The soft contact of porcelain against wood produced a muted music that accompanied the gentle exchange of conversation. Warm dishes released faint aromas that mingled with the steady glow of the lamps, creating an atmosphere of understated comfort. Throughout these early moments, I became aware of how effortlessly the evening balanced activity and stillness. Conversations moved without haste, each thought given space to unfold. Laughter rose softly and subsided into attentive silence. The room itself seemed to participate in this rhythm, its warm light and ordered arrangement encouraging a state of calm receptivity. And within that receptive calm, I sensed the quiet expectation that often preceded our host's reflections, the unspoken awareness that the evening would gradually open into a deeper exploration of ideas. This anticipation did not sharpen the air. Instead, it settled gently among us, like a shared breath taken in preparation for attentive listening. As the meal continued, the conversation moved in gentle circles, never straining toward a conclusion, never insisting upon agreement. One guest spoke of recent scientific disputes in a tone more amused than combative, and another offered a philosophical remark that was received not as a challenge, but as an invitation to linger in thought. The voices were low, but each word seemed to settle clearly into the quiet air, as though the room were designed to hold meaning without amplifying noise. Our host remained, for a time, more listener than speaker. He answered when addressed, yet his replies were brief, precise, and unusually calm, as if he were conserving energy for something that required a different kind of attention. From time to time, his gaze drifted so subtly that it could have been mistaken for a casual glance toward a small side table near the fireplace. It was not the gaze of distraction. It was the gaze of someone returning to an object that continued to occupy his mind even while he participated politely in the present. I followed that glance at last, letting my eyes move without making it obvious that I was doing so, and I saw there a glass cover resting over a shape that caught the lamplight in faint reflections. Beneath the cover, delicate metal lines formed an arrangement both intricate and restrained. It looked neither like a mere ornament nor like a tool designed for ordinary work. Its purpose was not immediately clear, and that uncertainty itself created a subtle focus in the room, like a quiet question held without being spoken. Yet none of us mentioned it. We were accustomed to our host's habits. He often introduced ideas only after allowing them to ripen in the atmosphere, letting curiosity gather naturally, rather than pushing it into being. And so we continued with dinner, letting the moment remain what it was, a gentle human gathering, steady light, warm food, calm voices. There's a particular kind of comfort in such evenings, a comfort that does not depend on excitement, but on the sense that nothing will be demanded to. Quickly, the mind relaxes, not into emptiness, but into a readiness to receive. And as I listened to the slow cadence of conversation, I felt the rhythm of the night settle deeper, like a lake surface smoothing as wind grows still. We moved eventually into the later courses. The clink of utensils became more occasional, the sounds of eating receded, and the presence of the room itself grew more pronounced, the quiet heat radiating from the fireplace, the steady pulse of lamplight, the soft shadows resting in corners, unmoving and patient. Outside the windows, the city's sounds seemed far away, distant enough to feel unreal, like a memory of daytime activity that no longer belonged to us. At last, in the natural way of evenings that know how to unfold, the table was cleared. Chairs shifted softly. Some of us leaned back. Conversation, which had wandered gently, began to gather toward a central point. It was not forced. It was as though the room itself guided our attention, narrowing it gradually toward the quiet expectation we had all been carrying. Our host rose. He did not rise with drama. He stood as one might stand to adjust a lamp or to close a curtain, an ordinary movement, done with calm certainty. Yet the effect upon the room was immediate. The small murmurs ceased, not because we were commanded to stop, but because attention naturally collects around a person whose stillness carries intention. He stepped toward the side table, and the glass cover reflected a last soft flare of lamplight as he lifted it away. The object beneath was now fully visible, its metal frame delicate but complete, as if it had been built not for show but for precision. He placed the cover aside with gentle care, and then he paused, allowing the silence to settle. In that silence, the night seemed to hold its breath not in tension, but in readiness, and we, seated in warm light with calm minds and steady breathing, felt ourselves approaching a moment where ordinary conversation would become something else, a doorway into a different kind of thought, and perhaps into a different understanding of time itself. For a few quiet seconds he did not speak. He rested his fingertips lightly upon the edge of the table, and in that simple stillness the room seemed to deepen. Silence in such a moment was not empty. It was full of attentive presence. We became aware of small things that had previously escaped notice: the faint hum of the lamps, the soft settling of wood as the warmth of the room expanded it, the steady rhythm of our own breathing. It is remarkable how quickly a group of minds can align when given permission to slow. The evening's gentle pace had prepared us for this transition. No one shifted impatiently. No one felt the urge to fill the pause. Instead, we allowed the quiet to extend, and in that extension, there was a subtle sensation of clarity, as though our thoughts were arranging themselves into a calm and receptive order. At last our host spoke, and when he did, his voice entered the silence without disturbing it. It was low and even, shaped by careful articulation. He began not with a declaration, but with an observation about time, simple in wording, yet carrying an undercurrent of significance. He spoke of how easily we accept the forward flow of moments, how naturally we assume that time is a single path along which we are carried without question. As he described this familiar assumption, I became aware of my own perception shifting. His words did not rush. They unfolded with the same deliberate rhythm that had guided the entire evening. Each sentence arrived complete, and between sentences he allowed a brief space, as if inviting us to follow the thought fully before continuing. In those spaces, my awareness widened. I noticed the warmth of the chair beneath me, the gentle contact of fabric against my hands, the steady rise and fall of my breath. The present moment felt unusually vivid, not because it was extraordinary, but because it was being observed without haste, and within that calm observation, his reflections on time began to resonate more deeply. He gestured lightly toward the small machine on the table. The movement was restrained, almost tender, as though he were acknowledging a living idea rather than a mechanical object. He spoke of dimensions not as distant abstractions, but as intimate aspects of reality, directions in which existence might extend beyond our habitual awareness. While he spoke, the room remained utterly still. Even the fire in the hearth burned with a subdued steadiness, its light flickering softly against the walls. Shadows moved in slow patterns that seemed to echo the cadence of his voice. The entire environment participated in the experience of listening. I felt a gentle sensation of expansion within my thoughts, a loosening of the rigid boundaries that often confine everyday perception. His ideas did not demand immediate belief. They invited contemplation, and contemplation, in that warm and quiet room, felt less like effort and more like rest. Around me, the other guests shared the same composed attention. Their faces were calm, their expressions open. We were no longer merely participants in a social gathering. We had entered a collective state of inquiry shaped by patience and trust. The evening had become a space in which time itself seemed to slow, aligning with the measured rhythm of our host's reflections. As he continued, I realized that the true power of his presentation lay not only in the content of his ideas, but in the manner of their delivery. He was guiding us into an experience of time as much as he was describing it. By slowing our perception, by allowing silence to exist between words, he was demonstrating that time could feel spacious and flexible within the mind. That realization settled over me with a quiet clarity. The boundaries between listening and experiencing began to blur. His voice, the soft light, the steady warmth of the room, and the calm rhythm of breathing all merged into a single, coherent presence. And in that presence, I felt the first subtle hint that the evening was opening onto something far greater than a simple discussion. We were approaching a threshold, not with excitement or fear, but with the gentle assurance that comes when curiosity is guided by calm understanding. Our host allowed his final words of explanation to rest gently in the air, and when he withdrew his hand from the small machine, he did so with a movement so calm that it seemed less like an ending than a continuation of the same quiet rhythm that had shaped the evening. No one spoke immediately. The silence that followed was not awkward. It was full, a shared space in which each of us absorbed what we had heard in our own way. I felt my thoughts moving more slowly than usual, not from fatigue, but from a kind of deliberate clarity. The idea that time might be more spacious than our habits suggested had opened an inner landscape that invited exploration, yet there was no pressure to reach conclusions. The pleasure lay in remaining within the question itself. Around the table, small gestures resumed, a hand adjusting a sleeve, a glass lifted and set down with care, a quiet breath released. These movements seemed unusually gentle, as if we were all reluctant to disturb the fragile calm that had gathered. Even our voices, when conversation gradually returned, carried a softened tone. We spoke at first not of grand theories, but of simple impressions. One guest remarked upon the elegance of the machine's design. Another reflected on how easily the mind resists unfamiliar possibilities. Our host listened with attentive ease, responding occasionally with brief clarifications that illuminated rather than dominated the exchange. As the discussion unfolded, I became aware of a subtle transformation within myself. The room, which had earlier felt merely comfortable, now seemed to possess a deeper dimension. Every detail, the warm glow of the lamps, the steady breathing of those around me, the faint crackle of the fire, existed within a heightened awareness that made the present moment feel both intimate and expansive. It occurred to me that this sensation was itself a lesson in time. When attention is unhurried, a single moment can contain remarkable depth. The evening had stretched not by adding minutes, but by widening perception, and in that widening, ordinary experience revealed a quiet richness often overlooked. Our host eventually closed the conversation with the same composed grace with which he had opened it. He replaced the glass cover over the machine, not as a gesture of concealment, but as a sign that the evening's exploration would continue another time. The act felt ceremonial in its simplicity, marking a gentle pause rather than a conclusion. We rose from the table slowly, reluctant to abandon the calm atmosphere we had shared. Farewells were exchanged in low voices, accompanied by warm expressions and steady handshakes. Each departure carried a sense of quiet continuity, the understanding that what we had experienced together would linger beyond the boundaries of the night. When at last I stepped back into the cool air outside, the city greeted me with its distant and muted sounds. Yet something within me remained aligned with the stillness of the room I had left. My footsteps fell into a measured rhythm, echoing the calm cadence that had shaped the evening. As I walked beneath the soft glow of street lamps, I felt a composed gratitude for the gathering we had shared. The conversation about time had not distanced me from the present. It had drawn me more deeply into it. Every breath of cool air, every quiet sound of the night carried a clarity that seemed newly vivid. And in that gentle awareness, I sensed that the journey our host had begun to describe was already unfolding, not only in the realm of machines and distant futures, but within the simple act of attentive living. The evening had opened a doorway into a broader perception of time, and as I continued my walk home, I carried with me the calm assurance that this perception would accompany me long after the night had ended. Chapter 2: The Theory of Time. When we had settled once more into our seats, and the gentle aftertone of conversation faded into a receptive quiet, our host resumed speaking with the same measured calm that had guided the evening from the beginning. His voice did not rise to command attention. It entered the room softly, yet with such clarity that every ear inclined toward it without effort. He began by inviting us to consider a simple observation, that our experience of time is inseparable from the rhythm of our awareness. We do not merely inhabit time. He suggested we interpret it continuously through perception. Each moment is filtered through the steady cadence of thought, memory, and expectation, and in that filtering the flow of time acquires its familiar character. As he spoke, I found myself attending closely to the sensation of listening. His words moved at an unhurried pace, and in following them I became aware of how naturally the mind adjusts. When freed from haste, thoughts did not crowd one another. They unfolded in sequence, each idea resting briefly before yielding to the next. The room itself seemed to support this rhythm. The lamplight remained warm and unwavering. Shadows held their quiet positions along the walls. The air carried a gentle stillness that allowed every sound to settle fully before fading. Within this environment, reflection felt effortless, a calm movement of attention rather than an exertion of will. Our host described time as a dimension not unlike space, yet perceived through a narrower aperture. Just as a traveler might walk a single path through a vast landscape, he explained, consciousness follows a familiar trajectory through the continuum of moments. The path feels inevitable only because we have never learned to step aside from it. He did not present this notion as a challenge to be conquered. Instead, he offered it as a landscape to be observed. He invited us to imagine standing at a quiet vantage point from which the flow of time could be regarded with gentle curiosity. What would it mean, he asked, to see moments arranged not in strict succession, but in a broader field of relation? As I considered this question, my awareness expanded subtly. The present moment seemed to widen, accommodating both the memory of what had just been said and the anticipation of what might follow. In that widening there was a sensation of calm spaciousness, as if the boundaries of time had softened. Around me the other guests shared the same attentive stillness. No one interrupted. Even our breathing appeared to align in a quiet collective rhythm. The experience of listening had become a shared meditation, guided by the steady cadence of our host's voice. He spoke then of the limitations imposed by habit, how easily the mind accepts the forward motion of time as an unquestioned rule. Yet habit, he suggested, is not the measure of possibility. It is merely the pattern to which we have grown accustomed. By examining that pattern with patience, we may discover dimensions of experience that lie beyond it. These reflections did not stir agitation. They settled gently into the atmosphere, encouraging a deeper calm. I felt my thoughts loosening their usual urgency, drifting into a state of receptive clarity. The theory he described was not distant or abstract. It resonated within the immediate active awareness, shaping the way each passing second was perceived. And in that resonance, the room itself seemed to exist within an expanded interval, a quiet chamber suspended within the broader flow of the night. The distinction between theory and experience began to blur. We were not merely hearing about time, we were inhabiting a different sense of it. Our host allowed his explanation to unfold with the patience of someone accustomed to walking long distances in thought. He did not hurry toward conclusions. Instead, he lingered within each idea, turning it gently so that its contours could be observed from multiple angles. This lingering created a peculiar sensation. Time within the room seemed to stretch, not in duration, but in depth. He asked us to imagine a being capable of perceiving all moments at once, not as a chaotic flood, but as a calm and ordered panorama. Such a being, he suggested, would experience time much as we experience space, a field through which movement is possible, in more than one direction. The thought did not arrive as a shock. It settled gradually, like a landscape emerging from mist. As I followed this image, my awareness shifted inward. I noticed the steady rhythm of my breathing, the gentle contact of my hands resting upon the table. Each sensation existed fully within the present, yet it was accompanied by a subtle awareness of continuity, the sense that this moment was connected seamlessly to those before and after it. The room seemed to echo this continuity. The fire in the hearth burned with a quiet consistency, its glow unchanged from one instant to the next. The lamplight rested upon the polished surfaces with a calm steadiness that mirrored the measured cadence of our host's voice. Within this environment, the distinction between seconds felt less rigid. Time flowed like a smooth current rather than a sequence of discrete steps. He spoke then of perception as a kind of lens, a structure that shapes the way reality is encountered. If that lens could be adjusted, he reasoned, the experience of time might expand accordingly. This possibility did not appear fantastical when expressed in his composed tone. It seemed instead like a natural extension of inquiry, an invitation to consider how deeply perception influences existence. I sensed the collective attention of the room settling even further. No one leaned forward in excitement. No one whispered in skepticism. We remained suspended in a calm equilibrium, where curiosity and contemplation coexisted without tension. The theory he presented felt less like a challenge to belief than like a gentle widening of perspective. He returned briefly to the small machine resting beneath its glass cover, describing it as an instrument designed to explore this expanded relationship with time. His words were precise yet unforced. He spoke of alignment, calibration, and intention, of the delicate balance required to translate abstract understanding into tangible form. As he described the principles underlying the device, I felt a quiet alignment within my own thoughts. The earlier sense of spaciousness deepened. Each idea seemed to arrive with ample room to settle, to be examined without haste. Listening had become a form of rest, an attentive stillness that refreshed rather than fatigued. Around me, the other guests appeared similarly absorbed. Their faces were calm, their expressions softened by the steady rhythm of reflection. The atmosphere of the room had transformed into something resembling a shared meditation. Words moved through it like gentle ripples across still water. Our host concluded this portion of his explanation by returning to the essential simplicity of his inquiry. Time, he suggested, need not be regarded as an impenetrable mystery. It could be approached with the same patient curiosity that guides all meaningful exploration. By observing carefully and thinking calmly, we might begin to perceive dimensions previously hidden by habit. His final sentence faded into a silence that felt both complete and open. Within that silence, the ideas he had offered continued to resonate softly. I sensed that we were standing at the edge of a threshold, a moment poised between understanding and demonstration, and in that poised stillness, time itself seemed to wait with us. The silence that followed did not feel like an interruption. It felt like a continuation of the explanation by other means. In that shared quiet, each of us seemed to test the boundaries of the idea. Within our own awareness, I noticed how the mind, when given space, does not rush to fill it. Instead, it settles like sediment drifting slowly through clear water. Our host remained standing beside the small table, his posture relaxed, his expression composed. He appeared content to let the silence perform its work. The faint glow of the lamps traced a steady outline along his figure, and in that steady light his presence seemed anchored, a calm point, around which our attention revolved. Gradually he spoke again, and this time his words carried a softer tone, as though he were addressing not only our intellect, but our immediate experience. He invited us to observe the present moment directly, not to analyze it, but simply to notice it. I followed that invitation without effort. I became aware of the subtle sensation of air moving in and out of my lungs. Each breath arrived quietly, left quietly, and in the interval between breaths there was a gentle pause, a space that felt unexpectedly expansive. Within that pause, the flow of time seemed to rest. The realization was simple yet profound. Our experience of time is braided with attention. When attention is hurried, time feels compressed. When attention is calm, time opens. Listening to his voice in that warm room, I felt minutes stretching into something richer than their measured length. He spoke of this relationship with a clarity that avoided complexity. Time, he suggested, might not resist us as strongly as we imagine. It is our manner of encountering it that creates the sense of constraint. By softening our approach, by observing without haste, we discover that moments possess an inherent spaciousness. The fire in the hearth responded with a quiet shift, a small settling of embers that produced a muted sound. It seemed to underline his point without intention. Every detail in the room, the gentle flicker of light, the steady breathing of those seated nearby, the faint warmth against my skin, participated in a unified rhythm. I sensed a collective easing among the guests, shoulders relaxed, expressions softened. The theory of time was no longer an abstract framework suspended above us. It had descended into the texture of the present moment, shaping the way we inhabited it. Our host returned briefly to the language of dimensions, but he did so with a renewed simplicity. He described the possibility of movement through time not as a dramatic leap, but as an extension of the same attentiveness we were already practicing, to step outside habitual perception. He implied, one must first learn to observe it with patience. This thought resonated deeply. I felt the boundaries of my awareness loosening further, not dissolving, but expanding. The room seemed larger, the air clearer, the silence more articulate. It was as though we were collectively inhabiting a widened interval where ideas and sensations coexisted without friction. When he finished speaking, he did not punctuate his words with emphasis. He allowed them to settle naturally. The quiet that followed was gentle and sustaining. No one felt compelled to respond immediately. We remained suspended in that calm field of attention, aware that something essential had shifted. In that moment, I understood that the theory he presented was inseparable from the manner of its presentation. He was not merely describing an alternative relationship with time. He was guiding us into it, and within that guided stillness, the evening approached its next threshold with a quiet and unhurried certainty. The atmosphere of the room had by now transformed into something rare and delicate, a state in which conversation no longer functioned as an exchange of opinions, but as a shared field of awareness. Our host seemed to sense that the explanation had reached its natural resting point. He did not press the argument further. Instead, he allowed the ideas to remain suspended, like stars reflected in still water. No one hurried to speak. The quiet that surrounded us felt complete, yet welcoming. Within it, I became aware of the subtle harmony linking every element of the evening. The steady warmth radiating from the fire, the soft circle of lamplight enclosing the table, the quiet presence of the others seated nearby. Each detail existed with a clarity that felt newly vivid. In that clarity, I noticed how gently the mind could rest when freed from urgency. Thoughts did not disappear, they settled into a calm alignment. The theory of time we had been contemplating no longer felt distant or abstract. It lived within. The simple act of being present, of inhabiting a moment without attempting to grasp or resist it. Our host seated himself once more, his movements unhurried. He regarded us with a composed expression that carried both satisfaction and invitation. It was clear that he considered this stage of the discussion complete. What remained was not explanation, but absorption. A few quiet remarks emerged among the guests, offered in low and reflective tones. These were not attempts to debate or to conclude. They were acknowledgments of shared experience, small verbal gestures that affirmed the calm we inhabited. Each voice entered the silence gently and withdrew without disturbing it. I felt a deep sense of ease settle within me. The evening had opened a space in which time seemed to flow with unusual generosity. Minutes no longer felt like units to be measured. They felt like intervals to be inhabited fully. In that fullness there was a quiet contentment. Outside the windows the night continued its steady progression. The distant sounds of the city reached us only as faint suggestions, reminders of a larger rhythm unfolding beyond our quiet circle. Yet within the room, we remained suspended in a pocket of stillness that felt complete in itself. As the conversation gradually softened into silence once more, I sensed that we were approaching another transition, a movement from reflection toward demonstration. The small machine resting beneath its glass cover waited at the edge of our awareness, a tangible expression of the ideas we had explored. But for that moment, no one reached toward it. We remained seated in shared calm, allowing the experience of the theory to settle deeply. The evening did not demand haste. It invited patience. And in that patient stillness, I understood that we had crossed an invisible threshold. Our perception of time had shifted subtly but unmistakably. The room felt wider, the air clearer, the present moment richer. We were no longer merely discussing time. We were inhabiting it with a new attentiveness. That realization rested gently within me as I breathed in the warm air of the room. Each breath arrived without effort, Each exhale carried a quiet sense of completion. The theory of time had become inseparable from the rhythm of awareness itself. And as the silence deepened once more, it carried with it a calm anticipation, the quiet certainty that the evening was preparing to unfold into its next movement, guided by the same steady and unhurried cadence that had brought us this far. Chapter 3: The Demonstration of the Machine. The transition from reflection to demonstration occurred so naturally that it seemed less like a change of subject than a continuation of the same quiet movement that had shaped the evening. Our host rose once more, and this time the intention behind his motion was unmistakable. The small machine beneath the glass cover no longer rested at the edge of our awareness. It stood at the center of it. He lifted the cover with slow and careful hands. The faint sound of glass meeting wood was soft yet distinct, a delicate punctuation within the surrounding stillness. Beneath the exposed light, the instrument revealed its intricate structure, slender rods aligned with precise geometry, polished surfaces catching the lamplight in muted reflections, and tiny components arranged with a discipline that suggested both fragility and extraordinary intention. We leaned forward slightly, not from impatience, but from attentive curiosity. The air itself seemed to draw closer round the table. I became aware of the subtle shift in my breathing, a gentle deepening, as though the body instinctively adjusted to the focused quiet of observation. Our host rested his fingertips lightly upon the frame. He described the machine not in the tone of a showman unveiling a spectacle, but in the calm voice of a craftsman, explaining the logic of his work. Each component, he said, served a precise function within a delicate balance. The instrument was not designed to overpower time, but to align with its structure. As he indicated various parts, his gestures were restrained and exact. A small lever moved with a soft metallic whisper. A dial rotated smoothly beneath his touch. These sounds were so subtle that they blended into the quiet rhythm of the room, reinforcing the sense that we were witnessing a process governed by patience rather than drama. I felt my attention narrowing in a peaceful way. The complexity of the device did not overwhelm me. Instead, it invited a kind of contemplative focus. Every line and surface seemed to belong to an underlying order that could be sensed even without full understanding. The lamplight played gently across the machine's contours. Shadows gathered in the spaces between its components, emphasizing the precision of their arrangement. The entire object appeared suspended between stillness and potential motion, like a thought poised on the verge of expression. Our host explained that the instrument represented a practical extension of the ideas we had been considering. It was an attempt to translate expanded perception into physical form. His words did not rush ahead of the demonstration. They accompanied it with measured clarity, allowing us to follow the logic of each movement. Around the table, the other guests remained utterly silent. No one whispered. No one shifted impatiently. The shared experience of watching had become a collective meditation. Even the fire in the hearth seemed to burn more quietly, its soft glow harmonizing with the focused atmosphere. As I observed the machine, I felt a subtle sensation of anticipation, not sharp or anxious, but steady and calm. It resembled the quiet expectancy that precedes a sunrise, when the world holds itself in gentle readiness. Our host adjusted a final control and then paused. His hand rested lightly upon the instrument, and in that pause the room seemed to deepen once more. We sensed that the moment of demonstration was approaching, yet there was no urgency in the air, only a composed awareness that something significant was about to unfold, and in that poised stillness, the machine waited with us. For a long and quiet moment, no one moved. Our host's hand remained poised upon the instrument, and the stillness surrounding us seemed to gather density, like air before a gentle rain. I became acutely aware of the small sounds that usually escape notice, the faint settling of fabric as someone adjusted their posture, the distant murmur of wind brushing the outer walls, the soft and steady cadence of breathing shared by everyone at the table. Our host spoke again, but now his voice carried a slightly different quality, not louder, but more intimate. He explained that the first demonstration would be modest. The machine, he said, was sensitive to the smallest disturbances, and any attempt to force its operation would defeat its purpose. It required calm precision, the kind that arises when intention and attention move together without strain. As he described this, I felt a corresponding adjustment within myself. My thoughts quieted further. The desire to anticipate what would happen next dissolved into a simple willingness to observe. The evening had trained us gently for this moment, guiding us into a state where patience felt natural. He positioned a small object, a delicate metal piece no larger than a coin, at the center of the device. Its polished surface reflected a faint circle of lamplight. The object appeared ordinary, yet within the framework of the machine, it acquired a quiet significance, like a single note poised within a larger composition. With deliberate care, our host engaged the lever. The movement was almost imperceptible. There was no dramatic sound, no sudden flash. Instead, a faint vibration entered the air, so subtle that it might have been mistaken for imagination had we not all felt it simultaneously. The vibration did not disturb the room. It passed through us like a soft ripple through still water. I noticed the sensation first as a gentle shift in perception. The outlines of the small object seemed to waver, not blurring exactly, but softening at their edges. The lamplight around it shimmered with a delicate instability, as though the air itself had become momentarily fluid. No one gasped, no one exclaimed. The atmosphere of the room absorbed the change with remarkable composure. We leaned closer, our movements slow and synchronized, drawn by the quiet magnetism of the unfolding event. The vibration continued with steady consistency. It carried a rhythm that echoed faintly within my body, aligning with the calm cadence of my breath. The small object at the center of the machine appeared to flicker between presence and absence, its form alternating so rapidly that it seemed to exist in multiple states at once. Our host narrated the process in a low, even tone. He described the alignment of forces with the same measured clarity that had characterized his earlier explanations. His words did not compete with the experience. They accompanied it gently, guiding our understanding without breaking the calm. Then, with a smooth and controlled motion, he returned the lever to its original position. The vibration subsided, the shimmer faded, the air settled back into its familiar stillness. For a fraction of a second, the small object remained visible, and then, quietly and completely, it was gone. The space it had occupied was empty. We remained suspended in silence. The absence of the object did not strike us as a shock. It arrived as a profound stillness, a calm confirmation that what we had witnessed was real. I felt a slow exhale leave my body, shared unconsciously by those around me. Our host withdrew his hand from the machine and allowed the silence to deepen. In that silence, the demonstration expanded within our awareness. The disappearance was not merely an event. It was an opening, a doorway through which the abstract ideas of the evening had stepped into tangible reality. And as we sat together in that quiet room, illuminated by steady lamplight and warmed by the gentle presence of the fire, I sensed that we had crossed a threshold from which the evening could never fully return to its earlier simplicity. The silence following the disappearance did not break in a single instant. It unfolded slowly, like the settling of dust after a gentle disturbance. For several breaths we remained motionless, our attention fixed upon the empty space where the small object had rested. The absence itself seemed to possess a presence, a quiet gravity that drew our awareness inward. I became aware of my heartbeat, steady and unhurried. It did not race. Instead, it aligned with the calm atmosphere of the room. The demonstration had not produced fear or excitement in the ordinary sense. It had produced clarity, a widening of perception that felt both profound and peaceful. Our host allowed us to remain within that clarity. He did not rush to speak. His stillness functioned as an extension of the experiment, giving our minds time to absorb what our senses had witnessed. The lamplight continued its soft illumination, tracing familiar patterns across the table and the walls, as if to remind us that the ordinary world remained intact even as it revealed unexpected depth. At last he spoke, and his voice entered the silence with gentle precision. He explained that the object had not been destroyed. It had been displaced along a dimension we were only beginning to consider. The machine, he said, had introduced a controlled shift in its temporal position. As I listened, I felt a subtle rearrangement of understanding within my thoughts. The explanation did not diminish the wonder of the event, it grounded it. The disappearance became part of a coherent structure rather than an isolated marvel. Around the table, the other guests began to breathe more audibly. A quiet murmur of acknowledgement passed among us, not conversation, but the shared recognition that we were participating in a moment of significance. Yet even this acknowledgement remained subdued. The atmosphere of calm persisted, preserving the contemplative tone of the evening. Our host reached once more toward the machine. His movements were deliberate and unhurried. He adjusted a secondary control with the same careful precision as before. The device responded with a faint and familiar vibration. This time we watched with a steadier gaze. The initial astonishment had softened into focused attention. We observed the empty space at the center of the machine as the vibration deepened. The air shimmered gently, and within that shimmer a faint outline began to emerge. The small object reappeared. It did not materialize with sudden force. It returned gradually, its form resolving from a delicate wavering into solid presence. The lamplight settled upon its surface, exactly as before. The object rested once more at the center of the device, unchanged. A collective breath moved through the room. I felt a quiet satisfaction arise within me, not the satisfaction of spectacle, but of understanding made tangible. The cycle of disappearance and return had demonstrated a principle with elegant simplicity. Our host disengaged the mechanism and withdrew his hands. The machine returned to complete stillness. The small object remained in place, a silent witness to what had just occurred. In the calm that followed, I sensed a deepening of the evening's atmosphere. The demonstration had not shattered our composure, it had enriched it. We were now seated within a room that felt subtly transformed, a space where the boundaries of possibility had expanded without disturbing the gentle rhythm of awareness. And in that enriched stillness, I understood that the demonstration was not an end, but a beginning. The machine on the table represented a doorway into a broader exploration, one that would carry the quiet insights of the evening into realms yet unseen. For a time after the object's return, none of us felt inclined to disturb the quiet completeness of what we had witnessed. The machine rested motionless at the center of the table, its delicate structure once again indistinguishable from an ordinary arrangement of metal and light, yet the room itself carried a new depth, as though an unseen dimension had opened gently within it. Our host regarded the small object with a calm satisfaction that contained no trace of triumph. He seemed less interested in impressing us than in ensuring that the experience settled clearly in our understanding. When he finally spoke, his tone was soft and reflective. He reminded us that what we had seen was only the most modest expression of the machine's capacity. The principle it embodied extended far beyond the disappearance of a single object. It pointed toward the possibility of navigating time with intention, of entering its flow as a traveler rather than a passive observer. His words did not ignite excitement in the room. Instead, they deepened the contemplative atmosphere. We listened with the same steady attention that had carried us through the evening. The demonstration had aligned our minds into a shared rhythm where curiosity felt calm and expansive. I became aware of how gently the experience had altered my perception of the present moment. The table before me, the steady glow of the lamps, the quiet presence of the other guests, all appeared infused with a subtle significance. The ordinary world had not changed. My awareness of it had widened. One of the guests spoke at last, his voice low and measured. He expressed a thoughtful wonder rather than disbelief. Our host responded with a brief explanation that emphasized patience and care. Such explorations, he suggested, demanded a temperament willing to proceed without haste. The conversation that followed unfolded quietly, shaped by the same deliberate cadence as the demonstration itself. We spoke not in excited bursts, but in reflective tones. as if each word were placed carefully within the shared space of the room. Even our gestures remained restrained, preserving the calm that had gathered. Gradually, the discussion softened into a gentle silence once more. The fire in the hearth settled into a steady glow. The air felt warm and composed. I sensed that we had reached the natural conclusion of this phase of the evening. Our host replaced the glass cover over the machine with slow and attentive hands. The faint sound of its contact with the table marked a quiet completion. The instrument was no longer an exposed marvel. It rested again as a promise, a doorway waiting to be opened more fully. As we leaned back in our chairs, breathing evenly within the warm light, I felt a deep sense of equilibrium. The demonstration had not disrupted the serenity of the gathering. It had integrated seamlessly into it, expanding our awareness without disturbing our calm. And in that integrated stillness, I understood that the evening was preparing to move toward its next chapter, a chapter in which the ideas we had explored and the mechanism we had witnessed would converge in a more decisive act. The machine waited beneath its glass cover. Our host sat quietly among us. The night outside continued its gentle progression, and we, suspended within the steady rhythm of shared attention, felt the quiet certainty that the journey was about to begin in earnest. Chapter 4: The First Voyage. The moment in which intention became action arrived without announcement. Our host did not rise abruptly, nor did he signal the beginning of his experiment with dramatic words. Instead, he moved with the same composed continuity that had governed every stage of the evening. When he stood and approached the machine once more, we understood instinctively that reflection was giving way to experience. He removed the glass cover and set it aside with careful hands. The faint sound it made upon the table seemed unusually clear in the quiet room. The machine beneath it appeared unchanged, yet the atmosphere around it carried a new density, a calm anticipation that settled gently over us all. Our host spoke briefly, explaining that he would attempt a limited journey. His voice was steady, free of theatrical emphasis. He described the procedure as one might describe the steps of a familiar craft, each movement aligned with deliberate care. There was no suggestion of recklessness, only a quiet certainty born of preparation. He positioned a chair within the framework of the larger apparatus that had been standing unobtrusively near the wall. Until that moment, I had regarded it as an extension of the smaller device, an elaborate construction whose purpose was implied rather than declared. Now, as he adjusted its components, the structure revealed its intention with unmistakable clarity. The metal surfaces caught the lamplight in muted reflections. Slender supports curved around the seat with precise geometry, forming a cradle that appeared both delicate and resilient. Every line suggested balance. Every joint spoke of meticulous design. As he seated himself within the machine, the room seemed to contract into a circle of focused awareness. No one spoke. The only sounds were the faint whisper of fabric as he settled into place and the steady rhythm of our breathing. I became acutely aware of my own posture, of the way my hands rested lightly upon my knees, of the gentle rise and fall of my chest. The present moment felt sharpened, not by tension, but by clarity. We were witnessing the threshold between intention and motion. Our host rested his hands upon the controls. For a brief instant, he allowed his gaze to move across our faces. The expression in his eyes carried neither doubt nor bravado. It held a calm acknowledgement of the significance of what he was about to attempt. When he engaged the mechanism, the change entered the room with extraordinary subtlety. A faint vibration passed through the air, softer even than the earlier demonstration. It did not disturb the objects around us. It seemed instead to pass through them, like a quiet resonance that touched perception more than matter. The outlines of the machine began to soften. The lamplight reflecting from its surfaces wavered gently, creating the impression that the structure was entering a state between solidity and motion. Our host remained perfectly still within the frame, his posture composed. I felt a delicate sensation ripple through my awareness, as though the fabric of the moment itself were becoming fluid. Time did not appear to accelerate in any visible sense, yet there was a quiet intuition that something fundamental was shifting. The air around the machine shimmered with a soft instability. Shadows moved in slow and unfamiliar patterns. The entire scene acquired a quality that was both vivid and dreamlike, a coexistence of presence and transformation. And in that suspended interval, we watched as the first true voyage began. At first, the transformation was so gradual that it resisted clear description. The machine did not vanish in an instant, nor did it surge forward with violent motion. Instead, it entered a state of continuous transition. Its edges trembled softly, as if reality itself were adjusting to accommodate its passage. The room around us seemed to respond in kind. The lamplight elongated into delicate streaks, stretching and folding with a fluid grace that defied ordinary perspective. Shadows dissolved and reformed in slow currents, creating patterns that felt both unfamiliar and strangely harmonious. I became aware of a gentle pressure in my ears, not painful, but suggestive of a change in atmosphere. It resembled the sensation of ascending slowly in altitude, where the body registers difference without distress. My breathing remained steady, anchored by the calm that had accompanied us throughout the evening. Within the shimmering fields surrounding the machine, our host appeared suspended between presence and absence. His figure wavered, not as a blur, but as a sequence of overlapping impressions. It was as though multiple moments of his posture coexisted within a single frame of perception. No one moved. We remained seated in collective stillness, our attention drawn entirely into the unfolding event. The quiet of the room deepened into something approaching reverence. Even the fire in the hearth seemed to burn without sound, its light absorbed into the broader transformation. Then the motion accelerated, not with violence, but with a smooth and gathering momentum. The outlines of the machine dissolved further, merging with the luminous currents that now filled the space it occupied. For a brief instant, the structure appeared transparent, a lattice of light suspended in motion. I felt a subtle shift within my perception, as if the sequence of moments were compressing into a continuous flow. The familiar cadence of time loosened its grip. Seconds no longer presented themselves as discrete units. They blended into a seamless progression that carried the machine forward. Through the shimmering air, I glimpsed fleeting impressions of the room itself transforming. The positions of shadows altered with impossible rapidity. The arrangement of light shifted as though hours were passing in the span of a breath. It was not a succession of scenes, but a fluid montage, a visual echo of accelerated time. Our host remained composed within the current. His posture did not change. He appeared carried by the motion with a calm acceptance that reinforced the serenity of the experience. The luminous currents intensified briefly, reaching a quiet crescendo of motion. And then, with a smooth and almost gentle finality, the machine and its occupant dissolved from our sight. The space they had occupied returned to stillness. The lamplight settled back into its ordinary form. Shadows resumed their familiar positions. The fire whispered softly once more, yet the room felt irrevocably altered. The absence of the machine carried a profound presence, a silent confirmation that the journey had begun in earnest. We remained seated in the warm and steady light, breathing evenly within the calm that followed. No one spoke. Words felt unnecessary. The event we had witnessed expanded quietly within our awareness, filling the room with a sense of vast and tranquil significance. And in that composed silence, we understood that the boundaries of our evening, and perhaps of our understanding, had opened into a horizon beyond measure. For several long breaths after the machine's disappearance, we remained suspended in a silence that felt almost physical. It pressed gently against the senses, not with weight, but with clarity. The empty space before us seemed to hold the memory of motion, like a calm surface still echoing a vanished ripple. I noticed the steady rhythm of my breathing returning to the forefront of awareness. Each inhale felt cool and precise. Each exhale carried a quiet sense of grounding. The ordinary sensations of the body, the contact of the chair beneath me, the faint warmth of the air upon my skin, reasserted themselves with a newfound vividness. Around me, the other guests sat in similar composure. No one leaned forward to inspect the space. No one rushed to speak. It was as though we collectively understood that the significance of the moment required stillness to be fully received. The fire in the hearth resumed its gentle whisper. Its soft light flickered across the walls, restoring familiar patterns that now seemed subtly transformed by context. The room was unchanged in its physical arrangement, yet our perception of it had widened. Every object appeared suspended within a deeper field of meaning. Time itself felt different. Minutes did not pass in their usual unnoticed succession. They unfolded with deliberate clarity, each interval carrying a quiet resonance. We were acutely aware of waiting, not as impatience, but as a calm engagement with the present. The absence of the machine had created a space in which attention could expand. I found my thoughts turning toward our host, imagining his passage through the unseen currents we had glimpsed. Yet even this imagination unfolded gently, without urgency. The evening had taught us a new rhythm of contemplation, one that favored patience over speculation. At last, one of the guests released a slow breath that bordered on a whisper. The sound did not break the silence. It joined it, adding a human note to the composed atmosphere. Another guest shifted slightly in his seat, the faint movement echoing softly through the room. These small gestures signaled a gradual return to motion, yet the calm remained intact. We began to exchange quiet glances, not seeking explanation, but acknowledging a shared experience that words could not immediately contain. The empty space before us continued to draw our attention. It no longer felt vacant. It felt active in its stillness, like a doorway left open to an unseen landscape. Within that openness, I sensed the vast trajectory our host had entered, a journey extending beyond the confines of the room and the limits of ordinary perception. The awareness of that trajectory did not produce anxiety. It inspired a deep and steady wonder. We had witnessed the beginning of an exploration that redefined the scale of human experience, and yet we remained seated in a warm and familiar room, breathing evenly within the gentle light. This coexistence of the extraordinary and the ordinary settled within me as a quiet harmony. The evening had not separated us from reality. It had revealed a richer dimension within it, and as we continued to sit together in composed silence, I understood that we were participating in a new form of waiting, a waiting shaped by trust in the unfolding of events, by confidence in the calm precision with which our host had embarked upon his voyage. The night outside progressed unseen. The fire burned steadily. The room held us in its quiet embrace, and within that embrace, time flowed with a spacious and deliberate grace, carrying us gently toward whatever moment would come next. The quiet that followed did not remain empty for long. It evolved into a gentle atmosphere of shared presence, a calm recognition that we were now participants in a moment that extended beyond ordinary experience. Though the machine and its traveler were absent, the room felt full, filled with the awareness of distance traversed and horizons opened. Gradually, in the natural way of human gatherings, small motions resumed. One guest folded his hands more comfortably in his lap. Another shifted his gaze from the empty space to the steady glow of the fire. These movements did not diminish the significance of what we had witnessed. They grounded it, weaving the extraordinary into the fabric of the ordinary. I sensed a collective agreement, unspoken yet clear. We would wait, not in anxious expectation, but in composed attentiveness. The evening had taught us a new relationship with time, one that allowed waiting to feel spacious, rather than constricted. The lamplight continued its warm illumination, tracing familiar contours across the room. Its steady glow provided a quiet anchor for our awareness. Within that gentle circle of light, minutes unfolded with deliberate grace. Each passing moment carried a subtle weight, a reminder that our host was moving through intervals far beyond our sight. My thoughts settled into a calm rhythm that echoed the environment. I did not attempt to imagine the precise nature of his journey. Such speculation felt unnecessary. It was enough to acknowledge that he traveled within the continuum we had begun to perceive, a continuum that now felt intimately connected to the present. The fire shifted softly, releasing a faint cascade of embers. The sound was small, yet it resonated clearly in the quiet room. It seemed to affirm the continuity of ordinary processes, even as extraordinary events unfolded elsewhere. One of the guests rose briefly to adjust the lamp. His movement was slow and considerate, preserving the atmosphere of stillness. When he returned to his seat, the room regained its perfect equilibrium. We breathed together within the gentle warmth, suspended between memory and anticipation. In that suspended state, I felt a profound sense of balance. The demonstration and departure of the machine had expanded my perception of time. Without dislodging my connection to the present, I remained fully aware of the chair beneath me, the air around me, the quiet companionship of those seated nearby. This integration of vast possibility and immediate presence settled within me as a quiet certainty. The journey that had begun was not separate from the moment we inhabited. It was an extension of it, a widening of the same continuum that held our calm gathering. As the evening advanced, the atmosphere retained its composed serenity. No one felt compelled to speak loudly or to impose interpretation upon the experience. We allowed it to exist in its own fullness, trusting that understanding would deepen naturally with time. The empty space before us remained a silent focal point, a reminder of motion beyond perception. Yet it no longer demanded attention. It coexisted peacefully with the warm and steady environment of the room. And in that peaceful coexistence, I sensed the completion of this first chapter of the voyage. We had crossed from speculation into reality, from contemplation into participation. The journey was underway, and we remained its quiet witnesses, breathing evenly within the soft circle of light. I felt a composed readiness for whatever would follow. The night held us gently. The room sustained its calm. And time, vast, fluid, and newly intimate, carried us forward with a steady and unhurried grace. Chapter 5: The Silent Garden. When awareness returned to me, it did not do so abruptly. It unfolded with a slow and gentle clarity, like light filtering through mist at the edge of morning. For a brief interval, I remained suspended between motion and rest, my senses adjusting to an environment that felt at once unfamiliar and profoundly calm. The first impression was silence. It was not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of a landscape breathing quietly within itself. The air around me held a softness that seemed to absorb harsh sound before it could arise. Even my own movement, the slight shift of my posture within the machine, produced only the faintest whisper. As my vision steadied, the world resolved into a panorama of tranquil beauty. Before me stretched a garden of extraordinary stillness. Gentle slopes of emerald grass rolled outward in smooth curves, their surfaces unbroken by sharp edges or sudden contrasts. Trees rose in graceful arcs, their leaves forming delicate canopies that filtered the sunlight into a warm and diffused glow. The light itself possessed a quality I had never encountered. It was bright without glare, luminous without intensity. It rested upon every surface with a tender consistency, as though the sun had learned to illuminate without urgency. Shadows existed, but they were soft and translucent, blending seamlessly into the surrounding radiance. I stepped from the machine and felt the ground beneath my feet yield with a subtle resilience. The grass was cool and finely textured, carrying a faint fragrance that suggested both freshness and age. Each breath drew this fragrance into my lungs, filling me with a sensation of quiet renewal. No wind disturbed the air, yet the leaves overhead moved with a slow and rhythmic grace, as if responding to a current too gentle to be felt directly. Their motion created a faint murmur, a continuous and soothing sound that resembled distant water flowing over smooth stone. I stood for a moment without walking, allowing the landscape to enter my awareness fully. The garden did not demand exploration. It invited stillness. Its vast calm extended outward in every direction, shaping my perception of time into something spacious and unhurried. Colors appeared richer than those of the world I had left behind. The greens of the grass and trees carried subtle variations that revealed themselves gradually, like layers of tone unfolding within a single hue. Flowers dotted the slopes in quiet abundance, their petals arranged in forms both intricate and serene. No signs of human activity interrupted the scene. There were no roads, No structures immediately visible, no sharp lines imposed upon the natural contours of the land. Everything seemed to exist in harmonious continuity, guided by an order that favored balance over dominance. As I began to walk, my footsteps fell softly upon the ground. Each movement felt deliberate and unforced, aligned with the gentle rhythm of the environment. The air remained perfectly temperate, neither warm nor cool, but balanced in a way that required no adjustment. With every breath and every step, a profound sense of calm settled deeper within me. The journey through time had delivered me into a realm where motion itself seemed to carry a quiet serenity. And standing within that silent garden, surrounded by light that neither hurried nor faded, I felt the first true awareness of having entered a future shaped by tranquility. For a long while I walked without any clear destination, guided less by intention than by the gentle invitation of the landscape itself. The garden unfolded in quiet continuity, each rise and hollow revealing new arrangements of light and color that felt at once spontaneous and perfectly composed. The air carried a steady softness that touched the skin like a calm presence. It neither pressed nor withdrew. It simply existed, balanced and attentive, surrounding every movement with a sense of ease. With each breath, I felt my body adjusting to this atmosphere, releasing the subtle tensions accumulated from the journey. The sound of the leaves overhead continued in its quiet murmur. It was not a rustling driven by wind, but a slow and rhythmic articulation, as if the trees themselves were engaged in a continuous and gentle conversation. The sound provided a constant background to my steps, shaping the passage of moments into a smooth and flowing sequence. As I moved deeper into the garden, the terrain shifted gradually. The gentle slopes gave way to shallow terraces bordered by clusters of flowering plants. Their blossoms displayed colors of remarkable delicacy, pale blues that seemed to hold traces of silver, soft violets that absorbed the light with quiet depth, and warm whites that glowed faintly against the green. I paused beside one of these clusters and lowered myself to observe it more closely. The petals were arranged with intricate precision, their surfaces smooth and cool to the touch. A faint fragrance rose from them, subtle and clean, carrying a suggestion of sweetness without heaviness. In that moment of still observation, I became aware of the profound absence of urgency in the environment. Nothing in the garden appeared to hurry toward growth or decay. Every element existed within a balanced interval that felt complete in itself. Time here did not announce its passage with abrupt transitions. It flowed like a gentle current beneath the surface of perception. I felt no impulse to measure it. The act of observing was sufficient. The light continued to rest upon the landscape with unwavering consistency. It neither intensified nor diminished. It simply illuminated, revealing textures and contours with a clarity that encouraged attention without strain. As I resumed walking, I sensed that the garden extended far beyond the limits of my immediate view. Its continuity suggested a world shaped by harmony rather than division. The absence of sharp boundaries allowed the eye to travel freely across the scene, following lines of growth that curved naturally into one another. Occasionally I glimpsed distant forms rising above the gentle slopes, structures that appeared integrated into the landscape with the same quiet elegance as the natural features around them. Their outlines were smooth and luminous, reflecting the light in soft gradients. Yet even these signs of habitation did not disturb the prevailing serenity. They seemed to participate in the garden's rhythm, existing as extensions of its calm design rather than impositions upon it. With each step I felt a deeper alignment between my awareness and the environment. The future into which I had arrived did not overwhelm the senses. It invited them to rest, and within that invitation, as I moved through the silent garden beneath a sky of steady light, I experienced a tranquility so complete that it felt less like discovery and more like a return to something long remembered. As I continued through the gentle expanse of the garden, a subtle change entered my awareness. Not a disturbance, but a deepening of the stillness that surrounded me. It was as if the landscape possessed layers of quiet, and I had begun to pass from one into another. The ground beneath my feet retained its soft resilience, yet I noticed delicate variations in texture. Some stretches of grass felt cool and silken, bending easily and returning to form with graceful patience. Other areas carried a faint warmth, as though they had absorbed the steady light and were releasing it slowly into the air. Each sensation registered with unusual clarity. The future world did not overwhelm the senses with novelty, it refined them. My perception seemed to move with greater precision, attuned to subtle differences that might once have escaped notice. The sky above remained luminous and serene. Its color held a quiet depth, a pale and expansive blue that appeared to extend without boundary. No clouds interrupted its continuity. The light descending from it felt constant and benevolent, bathing the landscape in a uniform glow that erased harsh contrasts. I paused again, drawn by a low elevation that overlooked a broader sweep of the garden. From this vantage, I could see the terrain unfolding in long and gentle curves, intersected by narrow streams whose surfaces mirrored the sky with glass-like clarity. The water moved without sound. Its flow was so smooth that it seemed to glide rather than run. Along its edges grew clusters of plants whose leaves dipped lightly into the current, creating faint ripples that expanded outward in perfect circles. Watching these ripples, I felt my awareness align with their rhythm. They spread slowly, touching the boundaries of the stream and dissolving into stillness. The pattern repeated itself without urgency, a continuous expression of balance between motion and rest. The air carried the faintest trace of moisture from the water, cooling my skin with a gentle touch. It blended with the floral fragrance drifting from the terraces behind me, forming a subtle harmony of scent that deepened the atmosphere of calm. In that elevated quiet, I sensed the garden as a living whole, a vast organism breathing in measured intervals. Every element participated in this collective respiration: the leaves overhead, the flowing water, the steady light, and my own presence within it. Time here did not assert itself as a sequence of passing moments. It existed as a spacious field in which perception could wander freely. I felt no impulse to hasten my exploration. Each observation unfolded naturally into the next, guided by curiosity, softened by tranquility. Far in the distance, the luminous structures I had glimpsed earlier appeared again, their smooth outlines rising gently above the greenery. They seemed neither imposing nor fragile. They existed with the same quiet assurance as the hills and streams, integrated seamlessly into the landscape. A profound sense of equilibrium settled within me. The journey through time had delivered me into a realm where existence itself felt balanced, where motion and stillness coexisted without conflict. Standing there, breathing the cool and fragrant air, I experienced a calm so expansive that it seemed to dissolve the boundaries between observer and environment. The silent garden was no longer something I merely beheld. I was within it, and it was within me. After a time that could not easily be measured, I resumed my slow descent from the overlook and returned to the gentle pathways. Winding through the garden, my steps felt lighter now, guided by a growing familiarity with the rhythm of this place. The landscape no longer appeared as a distant marvel. It had begun to feel intimate, like a vast and quiet home whose contours revealed themselves gradually. As I walked, the interplay of light and texture deepened. The steady radiance of the sky softened the edges of every surface, creating transitions so gradual that the eye moved effortlessly. Across them, leaves overlapped in translucent layers, their veins illuminated with delicate precision. Each blade of grass contributed to a continuous fabric that extended beneath my feet without interruption. The streams I had seen from above now ran close beside my path. Their silent motion carried reflections of the surrounding greenery, merging color and light into fluid patterns that shifted with gentle consistency. I knelt briefly at the water's edge and touched its surface. It was cool and pure, yielding to my fingers with a smooth clarity that suggested untroubled depth. The ripples I created spread outward in perfect symmetry, dissolving into the calm flow. Watching them vanish, I felt a quiet correspondence within my own awareness, a recognition that movement here never disrupted stillness, it completed it. The air continued to rest upon my skin with balanced softness. No sudden currents disturbed its equilibrium. Even the faint murmuring of leaves overhead maintained a steady cadence, like a distant and continuous breath. As I rose and continued along the path, the luminous structures ahead grew more distinct. Their forms emerged gradually from the surrounding greenery, smooth arches, and gentle curves composed of materials that reflected the light with muted brilliance. They appeared crafted not to dominate the landscape, but to participate in its harmony. Yet before I approached them, I paused once more. A subtle intuition encouraged me to remain within the open garden a little longer, to absorb its quiet completeness before entering the realm of habitation. Standing there, surrounded by the expansive calm, I felt the journey that had brought me here settle fully into awareness. The passage through time, the departure from my familiar world, the arrival in this tranquil future, all of it converged into a single and spacious moment. In that convergence, there was no trace of disorientation, only a deep and steady clarity. The garden did not overwhelm me with strangeness. It welcomed me with serenity. My breathing aligned naturally with the rhythm of the place. Each inhale carried the faint fragrance of flowers and water. Each exhale released the last remnants of tension from the journey. I understood then that this silent garden was more than a setting. It was an introduction, a threshold into a future shaped by balance and tranquility. It had prepared my senses to encounter what lay beyond with calm attention. And as I finally turned toward the distant structures, moving with unhurried steps beneath the luminous sky, I carried with me the quiet assurance that whatever awaited would unfold within the same gentle continuum of time. Chapter 6: Meeting the Eloi. As I moved toward the luminous structures rising gently from the greenery, a new presence entered the landscape, subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the quiet vitality of the garden itself. It appeared as a faint motion at the edge of perception, a soft shifting among the light and shadow. I slowed my steps instinctively. From between the curving forms of the nearest structure emerged a figure, small, graceful, and moving with an effortless fluidity that echoed the rhythm of the environment. For a moment I wondered whether my eyes were deceived by the play of light, yet the figure advanced with calm certainty, and soon it was joined by others. They approached without hesitation, their movements unhurried and harmonious. As they drew nearer, their features resolved into clarity. They were human in form, yet delicately proportioned, their bodies slender and their expressions serene. Their garments were composed of light fabrics that draped softly around them, reflecting the ambient glow with gentle iridescence. Colors shifted subtly across the folds, pale golds, soft greens, and muted blues, blending with the tones of the garden. Their faces carried an openness that was both childlike and composed. Large eyes regarded me with quiet curiosity, free of fear or suspicion. When they spoke, their voices rose in tones that resembled musical murmurs rather than articulated language. The sound did not strike me as foreign. It felt immediately soothing, a cadence shaped by softness rather than urgency. Though I could not understand their words, I sensed an absence of hostility. Their expressions conveyed welcome more clearly than any speech. One of them stepped forward, a figure slightly smaller than the rest, with features illuminated by a gentle smile. The gesture was simple, an extended hand, palm open. It carried no demand. It was an offering of connection. I responded by inclining my head and extending my own hand with deliberate calm. Our fingers met lightly. The contact was warm and unexpectedly reassuring. In that moment, I felt a subtle exchange of presence, a recognition that transcended language. Around us, the others gathered in a loose circle. Their attention rested upon me without pressure. They observed with the same quiet curiosity that I felt toward them. There was no sense of being examined, only a shared awareness unfolding in mutual stillness. The air seemed to deepen with a new dimension of life. The silent garden now held voices, soft, melodic sounds that blended seamlessly with the murmur of leaves and the distant flow of water. The environment did not lose its tranquility. It expanded to include these gentle expressions of companionship, I noticed the delicate precision of their movements. Each gesture flowed into the next without abruptness. Even their breathing appeared aligned with the calm rhythm of the landscape. Standing among them, I experienced a profound sense of peaceful encounter. The future had revealed not emptiness, but presence, a community shaped by harmony rather than tension. And in that quiet circle of luminous figures, beneath the steady light of an untroubled sky, I felt the first true awareness of meeting another humanity, one softened by time and bathed in serenity. The small circle that formed around me did not feel enclosing. It felt open, like a gentle current into which I had stepped. The Eloi, for so I would later come to think of them, regarded me with expressions of quiet delight, their eyes bright with an innocence untouched by suspicion. The one who had first reached toward me remained closest. Their hand rested lightly against mine, not gripping, not restraining, but maintaining a delicate point of connection. Through that contact, I sensed a calm warmth, a presence that communicated reassurance more clearly than any spoken language could. They spoke again among themselves in soft and melodic tones. The sounds flowed in patterns that resembled music more than speech, rising and falling in gentle arcs that mirrored the curves of the surrounding landscape. Though I could not decipher meaning, I felt the emotional texture of their exchange, curiosity, welcome, and a simple joy in shared presence. One by one, they began to gesture toward the luminous structure behind them. Their movements were graceful invitations rather than commands. They stepped lightly along a path that curved upward, toward the building, glancing back at me with encouraging smiles. I followed with unhurried steps. As we moved together, I became aware of the subtle coordination within their group. They did not crowd or compete for position. Each figure flowed into the collective motion with effortless balance. Their feet touched the ground softly, leaving no visible trace upon the grass. The structure ahead revealed itself in greater detail. Its surface appeared composed of a smooth and translucent material that caught the light in soft gradients. Arches opened into spacious interiors where shadows rested in gentle layers. The architecture possessed no sharp angles, every line curved with quiet intention. When we reached the threshold, a faint coolness greeted us. The interior air carried the same balanced softness as the garden, yet it felt subtly sheltered, a calm pocket within the broader tranquility of the landscape. The Eloi moved inside with fluid ease. Their voices echoed softly within the open space, creating a delicate resonance that filled the structure without overwhelming it. The sound reminded me of distant chimes stirred by a gentle breeze. They guided me toward a broad platform where objects lay arranged in careful simplicity. These objects, smooth vessels, woven fabrics, and forms whose purpose I could not immediately discern, reflected the same aesthetic of harmony that defined the architecture. One of the Eloi lifted a small vessel and offered it to me. Inside rested a clear liquid that shimmered faintly in the steady light. I accepted it with a nod of gratitude. The vessel felt cool and smooth against my palms. When I tasted the liquid, a gentle freshness spread through me. It carried a subtle sweetness that dissolved quickly, leaving a sensation of pure clarity. The Eloi watched with quiet satisfaction, their expressions brightening at my response. A soft laughter, light and melodic, passed among them. It was not directed at me. It was an expression of shared delight, a spontaneous affirmation of connection. Standing within that luminous interior, surrounded by these serene figures, I felt the boundaries of unfamiliarity dissolving. The future world into which I had arrived did not confront me with alien distance. It welcomed me with simplicity and grace. The Eloi's presence transformed the garden's tranquility into companionship. Their gentle voices blended with the steady rhythm of my breathing, creating a calm harmony that resonated throughout the space. And in that harmony, I sensed the beginning of a deeper understanding, a quiet recognition that this meeting marked not only an encounter with another people, but an immersion into a way of existence shaped entirely by peace. The interior of the structure revealed itself gradually, not as a series of separate rooms, but as a continuous and flowing space. Light entered from above through wide openings that softened its brightness. allowing it to descend in gentle veils that illuminated every surface with even calm. The Eloi moved through this space with natural familiarity, their steps tracing paths worn smooth by quiet repetition. I followed them deeper inside, becoming aware of how sound behaved within the structure. Voices did not echo sharply. They expanded and dissolved in soft waves, blending with the ambient hush of the air. Even my own footsteps seemed absorbed into the environment, leaving behind only the faintest suggestion of motion. The Eloi gathered around a low arrangement of cushions woven from fibers that shimmered faintly in the light. They gestured for me to sit among them. The invitation carried no pressure. It was offered with the same gentle openness that had characterized every gesture since our meeting. When I settled onto the cushion, I felt its surface conform softly to my weight. The material was cool and resilient, supporting the body without resistance. Around me, the Eloi seated themselves in relaxed postures, forming a loose circle that mirrored the one we had shared in the garden. Their faces remained attentive and serene. Some studied my features with quiet fascination. Others exchanged soft murmurs that rose and fell like distant melodies. I sensed no attempt to categorize or judge. Their curiosity was free of tension, an expression of simple interest in the presence of something new. One of them extended a hand toward my clothing. Pausing just before contact as if to request permission, I inclined my head slightly, and the fingertips brushed the fabric with delicate care. A gentle ripple of laughter followed, not mocking, but delighted by the unfamiliar texture. The small exchange dissolved the last trace of distance between us. The circle relaxed further. Smiles spread easily from one face to another. Their voices intertwined in soft conversation that surrounded me like a warm current. As I listened to their melodic speech, I became aware of an underlying rhythm that connected it to the environment. The cadence of their voices echoed the murmur of leaves outside, and the silent flow of water I had observed in the garden. It was as though their language had evolved in harmony with the landscape itself. A profound calm settled over me. The journey through time, the uncertainty of arrival, and the strangeness of this future world receded into a background of quiet acceptance. In their presence, I felt an ease that required no effort to maintain. The Eloi began to share small gestures of hospitality. A woven cloth was placed lightly across my shoulders. Another vessel of clear liquid was offered and received. Each act unfolded with unhurried grace, reinforcing the sense that time here flowed in generous intervals. I studied their expressions more closely. Their features carried an unguarded openness rarely encountered in my own era. Eyes met mine without hesitation, reflecting a depth of trust that felt instinctive rather than learned. Within that shared stillness, I sensed a subtle transformation within myself. My awareness aligned more completely with the rhythm of their world. Thoughts slowed. Perception widened. The boundaries between observer and participant softened. And seated among the Eloi in that luminous interior, surrounded by voices as gentle as music, I felt the quiet certainty that I had entered not merely a new place in time, but a different mode of being, one shaped by harmony, simplicity, and an unbroken continuity of peace. Time within the luminous structure unfolded with the same gentle continuity that defined the garden outside. I could not say how long I remained seated among the Eloi. Minutes did not announce themselves. They dissolved into a calm sequence of shared presence. The circle gradually loosened as some of them rose and moved about the interior with quiet purpose. Their actions were simple yet expressive, adjusting woven fabrics, arranging vessels, tracing soft patterns along the smooth surfaces of the walls. Each movement appeared guided by an instinctive sense of balance. I observed how effortlessly they transitioned between stillness and motion. There was no abruptness in their gestures. Every action emerged from rest and returned to it with seamless grace. Watching them, I felt my own body adopting a similar rhythm, breathing slowly, moving only when movement felt natural. The one who had first greeted me returned to my side and seated themselves close. their presence warm and unintrusive. They regarded me with a gentle smile and spoke a series of soft syllables, whose tone conveyed reassurance. Though I could not grasp their meaning, I understood the intention. I was welcome here. A quiet gratitude rose within me. It was not gratitude for any specific act, but for the atmosphere of acceptance that surrounded me. In their company, I felt neither isolated nor overwhelmed. I felt integrated into a shared calm. Beyond the open arches of the structure, the garden continued its silent respiration. Light filtered inward in steady currents, illuminating the Eloi's faces with a soft radiance. Their features appeared almost translucent in that glow, as though shaped by the same luminous substance as their environment. Gradually, the group's soft conversation diminished. One by one, they settled into relaxed postures, their voices fading into a tranquil hush. The interior space returned to near silence, punctuated only by the faint murmur of leaves outside and the gentle cadence of breathing. I closed my eyes briefly and allowed that silence to envelop me. It carried no emptiness. It was filled with the presence of others, a collective stillness that felt deeply sustaining. When I opened my eyes again, the Eloi remained around me, their expressions calm and luminous. In that shared quiet, I sensed the completion of our first meeting. No formal gesture marked its end. There was only a mutual understanding that a connection had been established, simple, wordless, and profound. The future into which I had traveled had revealed its inhabitants not as distant curiosities, but as companions in a tranquil continuum of existence. Their serenity did not erase individuality, it harmonized it. As I rose slowly to my feet, the Eloi regarded me with the same gentle attention that had greeted my rival. Some smiled, others inclined their heads slightly. The one beside me touched my hand once more with light reassurance. Stepping toward the open archway, I felt the garden's calm extend inward to meet me. The encounter I had experienced did not recede into memory. It remained alive within my awareness, shaping my perception of this world with quiet clarity. And as I emerged again into the luminous landscape, carrying with me the warmth of that first meeting, I understood that my exploration of the future had entered a new and deeply human dimension, one defined not by distance or novelty, but by the serene presence of another people. Chapter 7: A Strange Civilization. When I stepped once more into the open air, the presence of the Eloi remained with me like a gentle echo. Their voices, their movements, and the quiet warmth of their welcome lingered in my awareness, shaping the way I regarded the landscape before me. The garden no longer appeared empty. It felt inhabited, not in the sense of bustling activity, but in the sense of quiet belonging. Figures moved at a distance among the terraces and streams, their forms gliding through the light with the same effortless grace I had witnessed inside the structure. I began to walk again, this time guided by a growing curiosity about the wider pattern of their existence. The paths curved naturally through the terrain, connecting open spaces to clusters of luminous buildings that rose gently from the greenery. Each structure shared the same flowing architecture, arches without angles, surfaces without harsh interruption. As I approached one of these clusters, I noticed how seamlessly the built environment blended with the natural contours of the land. There were no visible barriers separating habitation from garden. The two existed in continuous dialogue, each enhancing the other's calm. The Eloi moved among these spaces with unself-conscious ease. Some reclined upon the grass in small groups, exchanging soft conversation. Others wandered alone, pausing occasionally to observe a flower or to trace their fingers through the flowing water of a stream. I sensed no urgency in their actions. No sign of labor or obligation imposed itself upon the scene. Their lives appeared shaped by an uninterrupted continuity of leisure, a state that did not manifest as idleness, but as a serene engagement with the present. The absence of tools or instruments struck me gradually. I saw no implements of work, no structures dedicated to industry or defense. The civilization before me seemed to have relinquished the visible markers of effort. This realization did not produce alarm. It entered my awareness with the same calm as everything else in this future world. Yet it stirred a quiet inquiry within me. What conditions had allowed such a society to emerge? What transformations of time and circumstance had softened the edges of necessity? As I continued to observe, I became aware of the Eloi's interactions with one another. Their gestures were gentle and expressive, their voices rising in melodic patterns that conveyed emotion more than information. Laughter flowed easily among them, light and unburdened. They acknowledged my presence without hesitation. Some approached briefly, offering smiles or small gestures of greeting before returning to their companions. Their acceptance felt instinctive, as though difference itself carried no weight in their perception. The light overhead remained constant, bathing the scene in an even radiance that erased the sharp contrasts of shadow. Within that illumination, the civilization revealed itself as a tapestry of quiet harmony, a network of relationships woven without tension. Walking among them, I felt both participant and observer. I moved through their world with respectful curiosity, attentive to the subtle rhythms that shaped their existence. And in that attentive wandering, beneath a sky of unwavering light and among structures that curved like extensions of the earth itself, I began to sense the outlines of a civilization profoundly altered by time, a society whose strangeness lay not in spectacle, but in the serene absence of conflict. As I wandered deeper among the Eloi, the texture of their civilization revealed itself not through grand structures or complex systems, but through the quiet repetition of simple moments. Groups formed and dissolved with gentle fluidity. Individuals drifted from one gathering to another without urgency, guided by instinct rather than schedule. I paused near a broad open terrace where several Eloi reclined upon the grass. They appeared engaged in a shared contemplation of the sky. Their faces were turned upward, their expressions calm and luminous. No one spoke. The silence they shared did not suggest emptiness. It conveyed a collective ease, a comfort in simply existing together. Watching them, I felt a subtle shift in my own awareness. The impulse to interpret or analyze softened. Their civilization did not present itself as a puzzle demanding immediate explanation. It unfolded as an atmosphere to be inhabited. The architecture surrounding the terrace echoed this atmosphere. Wide arches opened seamlessly into one another, creating spaces that invited movement without directing it. Light flowed freely through these openings, illuminating smooth surfaces that reflected a gentle warmth. I traced my fingers along one of these surfaces as I passed. The material felt cool and faintly textured, neither stone nor metal in any familiar sense. It possessed a quiet resilience, as though designed to endure without imposing itself upon the senses. Beyond the terrace, I observed a cluster of Eloi engaged in what appeared to be a form of play. They moved in slow and graceful patterns, circling one another with soft laughter. Their gestures were expressive yet uncompetitive. The activity carried no trace of rivalry. It was an exploration of motion for its own sake. This absence of conflict permeated every interaction I witnessed. There were no raised voices, no hurried exchanges. Communication unfolded in tones that resembled music more than command. Even their laughter retained a softness that harmonized with the surrounding calm. As I continued to observe, a quiet question rose within me. What had become of struggle in this future world? The civilization before me seemed to have transcended the visible signs of effort. Yet the memory of my own era, shaped by labor, ambition, and tension, lingered in contrast. The Eloi's existence did not appear diminished by the absence of these forces. It appeared refined. Their attention rested fully within the present moment, unburdened by anticipation or regret. I sensed that time itself had altered its character within their society. It flowed without pressure. Moments did not compete for significance. Each interval carried its own quiet completeness. Standing at the edge of the terrace, surrounded by luminous forms and gentle voices, I felt a profound stillness settle within me. The strangeness of this civilization no longer felt distant. It resonated with a deep human longing, the desire for harmony unbroken by urgency. And in that resonance, as I moved among the Eloi beneath the steady light of an untroubled sky, I began to understand that their world represented not an absence of complexity, but a transformation of it into serenity. The more time I spent moving quietly among the Eloi, the more I began to notice the subtle patterns that governed their collective life. These patterns did not resemble the rigid structures of organization I had known in my own era. They were fluid, responsive, and shaped by an instinctive harmony that seemed to rise naturally from shared temperament. Small groups formed around points of gentle interest, a flowering tree heavy with pale blossoms, a shallow pool reflecting the luminous sky, a smooth rise in the land offering a wide view of the garden. Around each of these places the Eloi gathered with soft voices and relaxed gestures, their presence transforming ordinary features of the landscape into centers of quiet meaning. I joined one such gathering near a stream where the water curved gently. Around a bed of smooth stones, several Eloi sat at the edge, their fingers trailing through the current. The motion created delicate ripples that shimmered briefly before dissolving into stillness. They regarded these ripples with serene attention, as though observing a phenomenon of deep significance. Watching them, I felt my own perception align with theirs. The simple interplay of water and light became absorbing. Each ripple carried a quiet elegance, a reminder that motion itself could be contemplative. The Eloi exchanged soft murmurs as they watched. Their voices blended with the faint sound of water, forming a continuous and soothing cadence. No single voice dominated. The conversation flowed like the stream itself, gentle, inclusive, and unforced. I sensed that their civilization was sustained by this shared attentiveness. They did not impose meaning upon their environment. They discovered it through patient observation. Every gesture suggested an intimacy with the present moment that rendered elaborate systems unnecessary. As I rose and continued along the stream's path, I noticed how the architecture adapted seamlessly to the terrain. Bridges arched lightly over the water, their surfaces smooth beneath my steps. These structures did not interrupt the natural flow, they extended it, guiding movement with quiet grace. The Eloi crossed these bridges with the same unhurried ease that characterized all their actions. Some paused midway to gaze into the water below, others continued without hesitation, their footsteps soft and rhythmic. A profound sense of continuity permeated the scene. There were no abrupt transitions between spaces, no boundaries sharply dividing one area from another. The civilization unfolded as a continuous landscape of habitation and nature intertwined. This continuity affected my perception of time. I no longer felt the subtle pressure of progression that had accompanied me in my own era. Moments expanded gently, inviting attention without demanding it. Standing upon one of the bridges, watching the Eloi move through their tranquil world, I felt a quiet recognition that their society represented a different resolution of human possibility. Struggle had not vanished. It had transformed into balance. And within that balance, beneath a sky that seemed to hold light in steady suspension, I experienced a calm so complete that it approached reverence. A reverence for the quiet miracle of a civilization shaped by peace. As the gentle hours passed within that tranquil society, my awareness of the Eloi's civilization deepened into a quiet understanding that could not be expressed through simple observation alone. Their world was not organized around ambition or accumulation. It revolved around presence, a sustained attentiveness to the unfolding moment. I followed a gradual path that rose toward a wide elevation overlooking much of the landscape. I had traversed. From this vantage, the full harmony of their civilization revealed itself. The luminous structures appeared scattered like soft constellations across the garden, each integrated seamlessly into the natural contours of the terrain. The Eloi moved among these forms in steady patterns, that resembled the slow circulation of air. No single destination commanded their motion. They drifted in gentle arcs, forming and dissolving gatherings with fluid grace. The absence of urgency did not produce stagnation. It produced balance. Every action, a shared glance, a quiet laugh, a hand extended in greeting, carried a completeness that required no extension beyond itself. Standing there, I felt the subtle influence of their rhythm entering my own body. My breathing aligned with the steady cadence of the landscape. Thoughts that once pressed forward with restless momentum now unfolded in calm succession. I realized that this civilization had not eliminated complexity. It had absorbed complexity into a deeper simplicity. Their environment provided for their needs without visible strain. In return, they inhabited it with a serenity that preserved its equilibrium. The light overhead remained unwavering. It bathed the entire scene in a gentle radiance that softened every edge. Within that illumination, the Eloi's figures appeared almost translucent, as though shaped by the same luminous substance as their surroundings. A small group approached the elevation where I stood. They joined me without ceremony, their presence warm and unintrusive. Together we regarded the landscape in shared silence. No words were necessary. The view itself communicated a quiet truth. This future world existed in a state of sustained harmony between habitation and nature, between individual presence and collective rhythm. In that shared stillness, I felt the strangeness of their civilization resolve into familiarity. It did not alienate me. It resonated with a deep and ancient human longing, the desire to exist without division between effort and rest. As the Eloi beside me released a soft murmur of appreciation for the view, I sensed that my journey through time had entered a phase of profound immersion. I was no longer merely observing a distant future. I was participating in its calm continuum. The elevation beneath my feet, the luminous structures below, the gentle movement of figures across the garden, all of it converged into a single and expansive moment of clarity. And within that clarity, beneath a sky suspended in steady light, I understood that this strange civilization represented not an end of human evolution, but a transformation into quiet equilibrium, a future shaped by serenity rather than struggle. Chapter 8, Weena. As I descended from the elevation and returned to the gentle pathways of the garden, my attention was drawn to a subtle disturbance in the otherwise seamless calm. It was not a sound that broke the silence, but a slight irregularity in motion, a ripple within the steady flow of the Eloi. Near the edge of a narrow stream, a small figure stood apart from the others. The water curved sharply at that point, forming a deeper channel where the surface darkened into quiet depth. The figure leaned forward, peering into the current with an intensity that contrasted softly with the surrounding serenity. I approached with measured steps, careful not to startle them. As I drew nearer, I saw that the figure was one of the Eloi, smaller in stature than most, their features delicate and luminous in the steady light. They turned at the faint sound of my movement. Their eyes met mine with a mixture of curiosity and something gentler, a tentative trust. In that instant, their foot slipped upon the smooth grass at the water's edge. The motion was small, almost graceful, yet it carried them forward into the stream. The water accepted the figure without violence, but the depth at that point proved greater than expected. They surfaced briefly, their hands breaking the surface in a silent gesture of surprise. Without hesitation, I stepped into the current. The water was cool and clear around my legs, its smooth flow offering little resistance. I reached toward the struggling figure and felt their hands meet mine. The contact was light yet urgent. With a steady motion, I guided them toward the shallower edge and lifted them gently onto the grass. They lay there for a moment, breathing softly, their expression shifting from surprise to quiet relief. I knelt beside them, allowing the stillness to return. The stream resumed its silent passage, the ripples smoothing into calm as though nothing unusual had occurred. The small Eloi regarded me with wide and luminous eyes. A faint smile touched their lips, tentative at first, then warm. They extended a hand toward me, their fingers resting lightly against my wrist in a gesture of gratitude that required no words. Around us, the garden remained unchanged. The light continued its steady illumination. Leaves murmured softly overhead, yet within this tranquil setting a new connection had formed, intimate and immediate. The rescued figure rose slowly and stood beside me. Their presence carried a gentle closeness that felt distinct from the easy companionship of the others. There was a quiet recognition in their gaze, a sense that our brief encounter had established a bond beyond casual meeting. They spoke a soft sequence of syllables and touched their chest lightly, then gestured toward me with a questioning tilt of the head. Though I could not understand their language, the intention was clear, an exchange of identity. I repeated the gesture, offering my own name in a calm voice. The sound seemed to interest them deeply. They echoed it with delicate precision, shaping the unfamiliar syllables into their melodic cadence. Then they spoke again, touching their chest once more. The word they offered was gentle and luminous, Weena. The name settled into my awareness with quiet clarity. It carried the softness of the world around us, a sound shaped by serenity. Standing together at the edge of the silent stream, with the garden breathing calmly in every direction, I felt the significance of that moment deepen. The vast future I had entered was no longer an abstract landscape populated by distant figures. It now held a single and vivid presence, and in the gentle gaze of Weena, beneath a sky suspended in steady light, the future revealed its most human dimension. Weena remained close beside me as the quiet rhythm of the garden resumed its gentle continuity. The brief disturbance at the stream's edge dissolved into memory, absorbed by the steady calm that defined this world. Yet the presence of the small Eloi at my side carried a new warmth, a delicate thread of companionship woven into the landscape. She walked with light and careful steps, her movements carrying a soft attentiveness that differed subtly from the effortless drifting I had observed in the others. From time to time she glanced upward at me, her expression open and luminous. Each glance felt like a reaffirmation of the connection we had established. We followed the stream as it curved through the garden. The water reflected the steady sky in pale and shifting patterns. Weena paused occasionally to kneel at the edge and touch the surface with her fingertips. The ripples she created expanded outward in slow circles, and she watched them with quiet fascination. I joined her in this small ritual. Together we observed the delicate geometry of motion dissolving into stillness. In that shared attention, words were unnecessary. The simple act of watching carried its own gentle dialogue. When Weena rose, she reached for my hand without hesitation. Her fingers closed lightly around mine, not as a gesture of dependence, but as an expression of trust. The contact felt natural and unforced. I sensed no self-consciousness in her movement. It emerged from an instinctive ease. Hand in hand, we continued along the path. The garden unfolded around us in luminous calm. Flowers opened in quiet abundance, their colors softened by the even light. The air carried a faint fragrance that blended with the cool freshness of the stream. Weena spoke intermittently in her melodic language, pointing toward distant features of the landscape. Though I could not grasp the meaning of her words, her tone conveyed simple delight. Each sound she uttered seemed shaped by the serenity of her world. At one point she led me toward a cluster of blossoms growing in a sheltered hollow. Kneeling, she selected a single flower and held it carefully between her fingers. Its petals were pale and translucent. Catching the light with delicate brilliance, she placed the flower in my hand with a small and earnest smile. The gesture carried a quiet significance. It was an offering of beauty, uncomplicated by ceremony. I inclined my head in gratitude, and her smile deepened, reflecting a shared understanding that transcended language. As we resumed our walk, the flower resting lightly in my palm, I felt a gentle expansion of awareness. The future landscape no longer appeared as a distant panorama to be surveyed. It had become an intimate environment inhabited through relationship. Weena's presence anchored my exploration in a profoundly human dimension. Through her, the tranquil civilization of the Eloi revealed itself not merely as an abstract harmony, but as a living network of connections shaped by trust and simplicity. And moving beside her through the silent garden, beneath the steady radiance of an untroubled sky, I sensed that my journey through time had entered a deeper phase, one defined by companionship as much as discovery. Our path gradually left the immediate presence of the stream and entered a wide meadow, where the grass rose in soft waves around us. The open space carried a quiet expansiveness that invited slower movement. Weena's hand remained in mine, her steps matching my pace with effortless harmony. In the distance, small groups of Eloi reclined upon the meadow, their figures scattered like gentle accents across the luminous green. Some lay on their backs, gazing upward into the steady sky. Others sat in relaxed circles, exchanging soft conversation that drifted faintly through the air. Weena guided me toward a gentle rise in the meadow where the grass grew especially soft. She released my hand and settled onto the ground with graceful ease, patting the space beside her in a silent invitation. I joined her, lowering myself into the cool and yielding surface. From this vantage, the landscape extended in a wide and tranquil arc. The luminous structures appeared softened by distance, their curved forms blending seamlessly into the garden's contours. The air rested upon us with balanced warmth, carrying the faint scent of flowers and fresh grass. Weena lay back and turned her face toward the sky. Her expression carried a serene contentment that seemed inseparable from the environment itself. After a moment, she glanced toward me and smiled, as though sharing a quiet secret of existence, that this simple act of resting within the open world was complete in itself. I followed her gaze upward. The sky stretched without interruption, its pale blue depth holding a steady and gentle radiance. No clouds crossed its expanse. The light descended evenly, bathing the meadow in calm illumination. Beside me, Weena began to hum softly, a sound so delicate that it hovered at the threshold of silence. The melody rose and fell in slow and fluid patterns, echoing the rhythm of the landscape. It did not seek attention. It merged with the ambient hush, enriching it with subtle resonance. Listening to her humming, I felt a profound stillness settle within me. The journey through time, the strangeness of arrival, and the unfolding exploration of this future world receded into a background of quiet acceptance. What remained was the immediate presence of companionship and place. Weena's voice continued its gentle cadence. From time to time she paused, allowing the silence to return, and then resumed with a variation so slight that it felt like a continuation of the same breath. The meadow around us participated in this shared calm. The grass shifted faintly beneath a movement of air too soft to be called wind. The distant voices of the Eloi blended into a harmonious murmur that never disturbed the serenity. Lying there beside Weena, I sensed the boundaries of time dissolving into spacious awareness. Moments did not accumulate. They expanded gently, each one complete. And within that expansion, as her quiet melody flowed through the luminous air, I understood that the future had revealed to me not only a civilization transformed, but a deeper capacity for presence, a way of inhabiting existence shaped by trust, simplicity, and shared peace. We remained upon the meadow for a span of time that seemed to dissolve into the gentle rhythm of the landscape. Weena's soft humming gradually faded into silence, not as an ending, but as a natural return to stillness. Her breathing settled into a calm cadence beside me, and I became aware of how perfectly our presence aligned with the quiet expansiveness around us. After a while, she rose lightly to her feet and extended her hand once more. The gesture was simple and warm. I accepted it, and together we resumed our slow wandering through the meadow. The grass brushed softly against our legs as we moved. Each step carried a tactile clarity, a reminder of the immediate world beneath our feet. Weena occasionally paused to touch a flower or to follow the flight of a small, luminous insect. Drifting through the air, her attention rested fully within each fleeting moment. Watching her, I sensed that her awareness did not fragment between past and future. It remained anchored in the present with an ease that felt instinctive. Through her presence, the future world revealed a mode of being untouched by urgency. We approached a low grove where slender trees formed a delicate canopy overhead. The light filtering through their leaves created shifting patterns upon the ground, soft mosaics of brightness and shade. Within this sheltered space, the air felt cooler, infused with a faint earthy fragrance. Weena guided me beneath the canopy and settled at the base of one of the trees. I joined her, leaning back against the smooth trunk. The bark was warm and gently textured beneath my hands. From this quiet refuge, we observed the garden unfolding beyond the grove. The Eloi moved at a distance in their steady and graceful patterns. Their voices drifted faintly through the air, merging with the subtle murmur of leaves overhead. Weena turned toward me and regarded me with a gentle and searching expression. There was no demand in her gaze, only a quiet recognition of shared presence. She rested her head lightly against my shoulder, her posture relaxed and trusting. In that intimate stillness, I felt a profound sense of connection. The vastness of time that had carried me to this moment receded into the background. What remained was the simple reality of companionship, a bond formed not through language or history, but through mutual presence. The grove held us in its calm embrace. Light and shadow shifted slowly across the ground. The air moved with delicate softness. My breathing aligned with the quiet rhythm of Weena's beside me. And within that shared silence, sheltered beneath the slender trees and surrounded by the tranquil beauty of the garden, I understood that my journey through time had led me into an encounter of extraordinary simplicity, the meeting of two beings within a world shaped by peace. The future stretched vast and luminous beyond us, yet in that moment it felt gathered into a single point of clarity, the gentle presence of Weena at my side, and the serene continuity of existence unfolding around us. Chapter 9: The Ruins. When Weena and I emerged from the quiet shelter of the grove, my attention was drawn toward a distant structure that rose apart from the luminous dwellings of the Eloi. Its outline possessed a different character, broader, heavier, and marked by a subtle gravity that distinguished it from the flowing architecture surrounding us. From afar it appeared ancient, its surfaces softened by time and weather. Yet even in its stillness it carried a quiet presence that invited approach. Weena followed my gaze and grew momentarily still. Her fingers tightened lightly around my hand. Not in fear, but in a cautious awareness, we began to walk toward the structure together. As we advanced, the garden's gentle curves gradually yielded to a terrain shaped by age. The grass thinned, giving way to smooth expanses of pale stone. Fragments of masonry lay half-buried among low growth, their edges worn into rounded forms by countless unseen seasons. The air around the ruins held a different quality, cooler, touched by a faint echo of stillness deeper than that of the open garden. Sound seemed to soften further here, as though absorbed by the silent mass of the structure. Weena moved closer to my side. Her earlier ease gave way to a quiet attentiveness. She glanced frequently toward the ruin, her luminous eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and restraint. The structure itself resolved into clarity as we approached. It rose in broad terraces and broken arches, its surfaces etched with subtle patterns of erosion. Moss and delicate vines traced its contours, weaving threads of living green into the pale stone. No sharp edges remained. Time had rounded every surface, transforming what might once have been imposing into something contemplative. The ruin did not dominate the landscape. It rested within it like a memory preserved in stone. We paused at the threshold of a wide opening that led into shadow. The interior appeared vast and dim, its depths receding beyond the reach of immediate sight. A cool breath of air flowed outward, carrying the faint scent of mineral earth. I felt a quiet pull toward that darkness, not of danger, but of history. The ruin seemed to contain within its silent chambers the accumulated weight of time itself. Weena hesitated. Her grip upon my hand remained gentle yet firm. She looked into the shadowed entrance and then back at me, her expression searching. I sensed in her gaze a subtle reluctance, an instinctive distance from the interior. Kneeling briefly, I met her eyes and offered a calm reassurance through my posture and tone. Though words could not bridge our languages, the intention was clear. We would enter slowly. Together, with a small and tentative nod, Weena allowed herself to be guided forward. Crossing the threshold, we stepped into the cool hush of the ruin. The light from outside filtered inward in soft gradients, illuminating vast interior spaces where pillars rose like silent sentinels. Shadows pooled gently between them, creating a landscape of quiet contrast. Our footsteps echoed faintly upon the stone floor, the first pronounced sound since our arrival. The echo did not disturb the silence, it enriched it, revealing the scale of the chamber. Standing within that ancient space, with Weena's hand resting lightly in mine and the luminous garden framed behind us, I felt the presence of a deeper history unfolding. The tranquil future I had entered contained within it traces of another world, a world whose remnants now whispered through the stillness of these ruins. And in that whisper, as cool air moved softly through the vast interior, I sensed that my exploration was approaching a new and more profound dimension, one shaped not only by serenity, but by memory. Inside the ruin, the air carried a deep and settled quiet unlike any I had encountered in the open garden. It was a silence layered with time, a stillness shaped not merely by absence of sound, but by the accumulation of countless forgotten moments. We moved slowly across the broad stone floor. Our footsteps produced soft echoes that rose and faded among the pillars. Tracing the vast dimensions of the chamber, each echo returned diminished, as though absorbed by the patient mass of the structure itself. The light entering from the distant opening formed long and gentle shafts that drifted through suspended particles of dust. These motes floated with unhurried grace, their motion visible only when they crossed the illuminated air. Watching them, I felt a subtle alignment with the ruins, rhythm, a tempo measured not in seconds, but in ages. Weena remained close beside me. Her earlier hesitation softened into a quiet attentiveness. She observed the interior with wide and luminous eyes, her gaze moving from pillar to arch with cautious curiosity. I sensed that this space held little familiarity for her. The Eloi's world seemed oriented toward open light and flowing forms. The enclosed vastness of the ruin carried a weight that contrasted gently with their usual environment. We approached one of the towering pillars and paused. Its surface was cool beneath my fingertips, textured with faint irregularities worn smooth by time. Traces of intricate carving remained visible, patterns so softened by erosion that they resembled shadows of their original precision. These carvings suggested a civilization that had once expressed itself through deliberate and enduring forms. The ruin was not merely a remnant of architecture. It was a fragment of intention preserved in stone. Weena reached out tentatively and mirrored my gesture, her fingers brushing the pillar's surface. She withdrew them slowly, her expression thoughtful. A soft murmur escaped her lips, a sound shaped by quiet wonder rather than fear. Beyond the pillars, the chamber extended into a series of interconnected halls. Each space opened into the next with gradual transitions, forming a labyrinth of silent continuity. The farther we moved from the entrance, the dimmer the light became, yet it never vanished entirely. Faint illumination filtered through unseen apertures above, creating a subdued glow that revealed outlines without dispelling shadow. The temperature dropped slightly as we advanced. The air felt cool and still, carrying a faint mineral scent that spoke of deep earth and ancient stone. My breathing echoed softly in the hush, mingling with Weena's gentle cadence. In that interior quiet, I became acutely aware of the ruin's presence as a vessel of memory. It held within its vast spaces the suggestion of voices long vanished, of movements and purposes erased by time, yet the atmosphere was not mournful. It was contemplative, a calm acknowledgement of endurance. We paused at the threshold of another chamber where the ceiling rose into a high and shadowed vault. The scale of the space expanded suddenly, and our footsteps seemed to diminish in response. Weena tightened her hold on my hand slightly, her gaze lifting toward the unseen heights. Standing there together, framed by pillars and softened light, I felt the tranquil future and the silent past converge. The ruin did not contradict the serenity of the Eloi's world. It deepened it, revealing the continuity of existence across immeasurable spans. And within that convergence, as cool air moved gently through the vast interior and dust motes drifted in patient suspension, I sensed that this ancient structure contained the first true hint of the deeper story hidden beneath the garden's calm surface. We moved deeper into the vaulted chamber, and with each careful step, the outside world seemed to recede further behind us. The luminous garden remained visible, only as a distant rectangle of softened light framed by the entrance. Within the ruin, shadow and illumination intertwined in quiet equilibrium. The ceiling arched high above, its contours dissolving into darkness that felt less like absence and more like depth. The air held a still coolness that wrapped gently round the skin. Every sound we made, the faint brush of fabric, the soft placement of a foot, expanded briefly and then faded into the vast hush. Weena's presence at my side remained steady. Her breathing was calm, though I sensed a heightened attentiveness in the way her gaze moved across the chamber. She regarded the towering architecture with an expression that combined curiosity and instinctive caution. Along the walls, I began to notice remnants of objects arranged in shallow recesses, fragments of forms whose purposes had long been obscured by time. Some resembled vessels carved from the same pale stone as the structure itself. Others were abstract shapes worn into smooth anonymity. Dust rested upon these surfaces in delicate layers. It softened their outlines and unified them into a continuous tapestry of muted color. When my fingers traced the edge of one fragment, the dust stirred lightly and drifted downward in slow and silent spirals. The motion of these particles held an unexpected fascination. They descended with unhurried grace, echoing the patient rhythm that seemed to govern everything within the ruin. Watching them, I felt my own awareness slow to match their pace. Weena observed this with quiet interest. She extended her hand and imitated the gesture, her fingertips brushing another surface. The dust responded in the same gentle cascade. A faint smile touched her lips, a small recognition of shared discovery. We continued along the perimeter of the chamber, our path guided by instinct rather than plan. The architecture revealed itself in gradual variations, corridors opening into smaller rooms, alcoves curving inward like sheltered pockets of stillness. Each space carried its own subtle atmosphere. Some felt open and expansive, inviting the eye to wander. Others enclosed us in intimate quiet, where even the faintest sound seemed amplified by proximity. In one such alcove we paused. The walls curved smoothly round us, and a narrow aperture above allowed a slender beam of light to descend. It illuminated the center of the space with focused clarity, creating a small island of brightness amid the surrounding shadow. Within that circle of light rested a single object, a smooth and rounded stone placed with deliberate precision. Its surface reflected the beam softly, glowing with a subdued radiance. Weena stepped forward and knelt beside it. Her posture conveyed reverence rather than curiosity. She regarded the object in silence, her expression calm and attentive. I joined her and studied the stone. It bore no markings, no visible signs of function. Yet its placement within the alcove suggested intention. It felt like a focal point, a quiet center around which the ruin's memory gathered. In that intimate space, beneath the slender beam of light and surrounded by the gentle hush of ancient walls, I felt the weight of time settle into clarity. The ruin was not merely a remnant of the past. It was a repository of meaning preserved in stillness. And as Weena and I knelt together in silent observation, I sensed that the tranquil surface of the future world concealed layers of history, waiting to be uncovered, layers that would shape my understanding of this civilization in ways I had only begun to imagine. We remained within the quiet alcove for a time that felt suspended outside ordinary measure. The narrow beam of light continued its steady descent, illuminating the smooth stone with unwavering clarity. Round us, the curved walls held a silence so complete that even our breathing seemed to merge with it. At last Weena rose gently and looked toward the darker passage beyond the alcove. Her expression carried a soft readiness, not eagerness, but acceptance of continued exploration. I inclined my head, and together we stepped back into the broader chamber. The ruin's interior unfolded once more in vast and measured proportions, yet now it felt subtly altered. The stillness we had encountered in the alcove lingered within us, shaping our perception of the surrounding space. We moved toward a corridor that sloped gradually upward. As we followed it, the air grew lighter and warmer. A faint glow appeared ahead, the distant promise of open daylight. Our footsteps echoed softly along the incline, tracing a gentle rhythm that accompanied our ascent. When we emerged once more into the garden, the luminous landscape greeted us with quiet continuity. The steady sky stretched above, unchanged. The grass swayed faintly beneath a breath of air. Distant figures of the Eloi moved in their graceful patterns, their voices drifting softly through the open space. Weena paused at the threshold and turned back toward the ruin. Her gaze rested upon its ancient contours with a calm and thoughtful expression. There was no fear in her eyes, only a quiet recognition of the structure's presence within her world. I followed her gaze. From the outside, the ruin appeared once again as a softened monument shaped by time. Its surfaces caught the light gently, blending into the surrounding greenery as though it had always belonged there. Standing beside Weena in the open air, I felt the convergence of two dimensions of the future, the serene immediacy of the garden and the contemplative depth of the ruin. Together they formed a single and continuous landscape, a world where tranquility and memory coexisted without conflict. Weena reached for my hand once more, her touch light and reassuring. With that simple gesture she guided me away from the ruin and back into the flowing rhythm of the garden. As we walked, the echo of our exploration remained alive within my awareness. The ancient chambers we had traversed did not recede into obscurity. They lingered as a quiet undercurrent beneath the garden's calm surface, a reminder that this peaceful civilization rested upon foundations shaped by immeasurable time. And moving forward beside Weena beneath the steady radiance of the sky, I sensed that my understanding of this future world had deepened irrevocably. Its serenity was not an absence of history. It was a harmony achieved through it. Chapter 10: Signs of Unease. As Weena and I moved once more through the open garden, I became gradually aware of a subtle alteration in the atmosphere. Nothing visible had changed in any dramatic sense. The light remained steady. The Eloi continued their gentle wandering, yet beneath the surface calm there stirred a faint tension, an almost imperceptible dissonance that brushed against my awareness. It revealed itself first in small absences. Where earlier I had heard a soft and continuous murmur of voices drifting through the air, there were now intervals of unexpected quiet. Groups of Eloi that had reclined openly upon the grass were fewer in number. Those we passed glanced briefly toward the horizon with expressions that flickered between serenity and something more guarded. Weena's hand tightened slightly in mine. Her gaze followed the direction of these glances. At the far edge of the garden, where the terrain descended toward darker vegetation and irregular stone formations, a region of shadow gathered beneath the steady light. It was not a shadow cast by cloud or structure. It was a density of growth, a thickening of forms that seemed to absorb illumination rather than reflect it. A faint current of cool air flowed from that direction. The sensation was delicate yet distinct. It carried with it a subtle chill that contrasted with the balanced warmth of the garden. I felt the small hairs along my arms respond to it with instinctive alertness. Weena slowed her steps. Her luminous eyes remained fixed upon the distant shadows. A soft sound escaped her lips, quieter than her usual melodic speech, shaped by a tone I had not yet heard from her. It was not fear in its full expression. It was recognition. Around us, other Eloi altered their paths almost unconsciously. Their wandering arcs curved gently away from the shadowed region. Conversations softened. Laughter faded into quieter tones. The garden's harmony did not shatter. It shifted. Standing there amid the softened voices and the faint breath of cool air, I sensed that the tranquil surface of this world concealed an undercurrent I had only begun to perceive. The ruin we had explored now felt less isolated in memory. It seemed connected to the subtle tension spreading through the open space. Weena turned toward me and held my gaze. Her expression carried a quiet urgency, a wordless appeal shaped by trust. She did not pull me away. She simply remained still, waiting. I looked once more toward the darkened edge of the landscape. The vegetation there moved faintly, though no wind stirred the garden around us. The motion was slight, a suggestion rather than a certainty, yet it held my attention with quiet insistence. In that moment, beneath the unwavering sky, and within a garden that still breathed with gentle beauty, I felt the first true emergence of unease. It did not arrive as panic. It entered as awareness, a widening of perception that acknowledged the presence of something hidden. And as Weena's fingers rested lightly in mine, and the distant shadows held their silent vigil, I understood that my exploration of this future world was approaching a threshold where serenity and mystery would begin to intertwine. We did not immediately retreat from the shadowed edge of the garden. Instead, Weena and I stood suspended in a quiet interval of observation. The air between us and the darker vegetation felt subtly altered, as though the space itself carried a muted tension that could be sensed but not yet defined. The Eloi nearby gathered in small and closer circles. Their voices, once drifting freely through the open air, now remained low and intimate. I observed how their eyes returned again, and again to the distant boundary where light seemed to thin. Weena's fingers traced a faint and unconscious pattern against my hand. The motion was delicate, almost rhythmic. It carried a quiet reassurance, yet beneath it I felt a pulse of alertness shared between us. A sound reached us then, so faint that at first I mistook it for a variation in the murmur of leaves. It emerged from the shadowed region as a low and irregular vibration. Not a voice, not the movement of wind. Something softer and more deliberate. The Eloi reacted not with sudden alarm, but with a collective stillness. Conversation ceased. Faces turned in unified attention toward the sound. Even the garden itself seemed to hold its breath. The vibration did not repeat immediately. It faded into silence, leaving behind a lingering impression rather than a clear memory. Yet its presence altered the atmosphere irrevocably. Weena stepped closer to me. Her luminous eyes searched the darkness with an intensity I had not seen before. In that gaze I sensed an inherited knowledge, a familiarity with the unseen source of the sound that lay beyond conscious articulation. I followed her line of sight. The vegetation at the edge of the garden stirred again, this time with a subtle and synchronized motion. Branches shifted inward, as though responding to an internal disturbance. The shadows between them deepened. A cool breath of air flowed outward once more, carrying with it a faint metallic scent that contrasted sharply with the floral softness of the garden. The sensation brushed against my senses with quiet insistence. The Eloi began to move, not in panic, but in gentle and coordinated withdrawal. Their steps curved away from the shadowed boundary in smooth arcs. No one ran, yet the collective intention to create distance was unmistakable. Weena tugged lightly at my hand, her gesture calm but purposeful. She guided me along the same gradual retreat, her posture composed yet attentive. As we moved, I felt the unease within me sharpen into focused awareness. The garden behind us resumed its gentle rhythm. Voices returned in hushed tones. Movement flowed once more through the open spaces. Yet beneath this restored calm lingered the memory of the sound, a quiet reminder of forces concealed within the darker reaches of this world. Walking beside Weena beneath the steady radiance of the sky, I understood that the future I had entered was not defined solely by harmony. It contained within it a hidden dimension, one that had begun to reveal itself through subtle signs and whispered vibrations. And in the space between serenity and shadow, as the garden breathed softly round us and the distant boundary held its silent mystery, I sensed that our journey was approaching an encounter that would deepen my understanding of this civilization beyond anything I had yet imagined. As we continued our gentle retreat from the shadowed edge of the garden, the atmosphere did not fully return to its earlier ease. The Eloi resumed their quiet movements, yet a subtle attentiveness lingered within their gestures. It was as though an invisible thread connected every figure to the distant darkness, drawing occasional glances and soft pauses in conversation. Weena guided me toward a wide terrace where several Eloi had gathered. They sat close together in relaxed formations, their bodies angled inward. The intimacy of their arrangement suggested a shared effort to restore calm through proximity. We joined them without ceremony. Weena settled at my side and rested lightly against my arm. The contact carried a quiet reassurance, a mutual affirmation of safety within the circle. For a time we sat in collective silence. The terrace overlooked a broad expanse of garden bathed in steady light. From this vantage the shadowed boundary appeared distant, softened by the intervening landscape, yet its presence remained perceptible, a muted contrast to the luminous openness around us. Gradually the Eloi began to speak in low and melodic tones, their voices intertwined gently, forming a soothing cadence that seemed designed to ease the lingering tension. I did not understand their words, but I felt their intention, a shared reaffirmation of harmony. Weena's breathing aligned with this rhythm, her posture relaxed, and the faint tightness in her hands softened. Watching her, I sensed how deeply the collective mood influenced individual awareness. The Eloi did not confront unease with denial. They dissolved it through quiet communion. A breeze moved lightly across the terrace, carrying with it the familiar fragrance of flowers and fresh grass. The metallic chill that had flowed from the shadows earlier was absent. In its place returned the balanced warmth of the garden. Yet even as serenity reestablished itself, my perception had changed. I could no longer experience the landscape as wholly untroubled. Beneath its calm surface, I sensed the quiet coexistence of another reality, one that revealed itself only in subtle intervals. The Eloi's gentle voices continued to weave their melodic patterns. Their presence created a field of shared stillness that gradually enveloped me. Within that stillness, the earlier vibration from the shadows receded into distant memory, though it did not vanish entirely. Weena turned her luminous gaze toward me and smiled, a small and earnest expression that carried both trust and resilience. In her eyes I saw not ignorance of the hidden dimension we had glimpsed, but an acceptance shaped by long familiarity. Standing at the edge of this tranquil terrace, surrounded by figures who embodied serenity even in the presence of unease, I felt my understanding of this world deepen. The garden's harmony was not fragile. It was sustained through quiet awareness of what lay beyond it. And in that awareness, as voices blended softly beneath the steady sky and Weena's warmth rested lightly against my side, I sensed that the threshold we had approached would soon invite us further into the shadowed regions where the concealed history of this future civilization awaited discovery. The circle upon the terrace gradually loosened as the Eloi returned to their gentle wandering. Their voices rose once more into soft conversation, and the garden resumed its flowing rhythm. Yet for me, the restoration of calm did not erase the subtle shift that had taken place. it settled instead into a new layer of awareness, a quiet attentiveness that accompanied every movement. Weena and I remained seated for a moment longer. Her posture was relaxed, but I sensed in her a lingering sensitivity to the distant boundary. From time to time, her gaze drifted toward the shadowed region, not with alarm, but with the measured caution of familiarity. At last she rose and extended her hand. I accepted it, and together we descended from the terrace into the open pathways. The grass beneath our feet felt cool and reassuring. Around us, the Eloi moved with renewed ease, their gestures regaining the fluid grace that defined their world. As we walked, I became aware of how the garden itself responded to the return of harmony. The faint murmur of voices blended seamlessly with the soft movement of air. Flowers swayed gently, their colors luminous beneath the steady sky. The earlier tension receded into a subtle undercurrent rather than a dominant presence. Weena guided me toward a shallow rise overlooking a broad stretch of landscape. From this vantage, the shadowed boundary appeared distant once more, softened by intervening light and vegetation. It remained visible, but its immediate influence had diminished. Standing there, hand in hand, we observed the garden in shared silence. The Eloi dispersed across the open spaces like quiet constellations, their presence weaving a tapestry of gentle motion. In that stillness, I felt the dual nature of this future world settle into clarity. Serenity and unease were not opposing forces locked in conflict. They coexisted within a delicate equilibrium. The garden's peace did not deny the existence of shadow. It encompassed it. Weena turned toward me and offered a soft smile. Her expression carried a quiet resilience, an assurance that harmony could persist even in the presence of hidden depths. I returned her smile, sensing that our bond had strengthened through the shared encounter. The air moved lightly around us, warm and balanced. The distant boundary held its silent vigil, no longer an immediate threat, but a reminder of the unseen dimensions shaping this civilization. And as we stood together beneath the unwavering sky, with the garden breathing calmly in every direction, I understood that the signs of unease we had witnessed were not interruptions of tranquility. They were invitations, subtle openings into the deeper story of this world. Within that understanding, as Weena's hand rested lightly in mine, and the luminous landscape unfolded in quiet continuity, I felt a steady resolve forming. The journey ahead would lead us toward those shadowed regions, and through that passage, the hidden architecture of this future civilization would reveal itself. Chapter 11: The Night Exploration. As the steady light of the garden began to soften, a gradual transformation unfolded across the landscape. The sky, which had long seemed suspended in unwavering brightness, shifted toward a muted and gentle dusk. Colors deepened, shadows lengthened with quiet deliberation. I had not yet witnessed the full arrival of night in this future world. The Eloi responded to the changing light with subtle and coordinated movement. Their wandering arcs curved inward toward the luminous structures scattered across the garden. Groups formed naturally, their soft voices carrying a tone of quiet anticipation. Weena's hand tightened slightly in mine. Her luminous eyes followed the retreating light with an attentiveness that differed from her earlier serenity. As the shadows thickened along the distant boundary, I sensed a quiet urgency entering her posture. We moved with the others toward one of the nearest structures. The building's open arches glowed faintly from within, offering a gentle refuge against the deepening dusk. The Eloi entered in smooth and unhurried succession, their voices lowering into hushed tones. Inside, the air carried a soft warmth. The interior surfaces reflected a dim and steady radiance that seemed to emanate from the architecture itself. Shadows gathered in gentle layers along the curved walls, yet they did not obscure the space. They created a subdued intimacy. Weena remained close beside me. Her earlier ease did not fully return. She glanced repeatedly toward the open arches, where the garden darkened into a tapestry of indistinct forms. Night descended without abruptness, It flowed into the world like a quiet tide. The sky beyond the arches deepened into a vast and tranquil expanse scattered with faint points of light. The garden's colors softened into muted silhouettes. A profound stillness settled over the structure. The Eloi gathered in small clusters upon the smooth floor. Some reclined with eyes half closed. Others sat upright, their expressions calm yet alert. Conversations faded into whispers and then into silence. From beyond the open arches came a sound. It was the same low and irregular vibration we had heard earlier, but now it carried greater clarity within the night's hush. It moved through the darkness like a distant pulse, subtle yet unmistakable. Weena pressed closer to me. Her fingers tightened around my hand, her breathing shallow but steady. I felt her tension not as panic, but as a deeply ingrained awareness of what night awakened in this world. The sound repeated, echoing faintly across the garden. Between its pulses stretched intervals of profound silence. Within those intervals, the structure held its collective breath. Standing among the Eloi in that dim and luminous refuge, with the night unfolding beyond and the distant vibration threading through the darkness, I felt the threshold of a new phase. In my exploration, the garden's serenity had entered a dialogue with shadow, and the night was its medium. The vibration faded, leaving behind a silence so complete that it seemed to press gently against the senses. Within the structure, no one spoke. The Eloi remained gathered in their quiet clusters, their luminous eyes fixed upon the dark openings that framed the night. The interior light appeared softer now, as though responding to the deepening darkness outside. Its glow traced smooth arcs along the walls and pillars, creating sheltered pockets of illumination surrounded by gentle shadow. Within these pockets, the Eloi sat close together, their presence forming islands of shared warmth. Weena's hand remained firmly in mine. Her body leaned subtly toward me, not in fear alone, but in search of reassurance. I felt her breathing gradually align with my own, our rhythms merging into a steady cadence. Beyond the arches, the garden lay transformed. What had been a landscape of flowing color was now a composition of silhouettes and faint outlines. The steady sky above was vast and dark, punctuated by distant stars that shimmered with quiet clarity. Another sound emerged from the darkness. This time it was closer. The vibration carried a texture that distinguished it from the earlier pulses. It was accompanied by a faint scraping resonance, as though something moved against stone or earth with deliberate care. The sound did not rush. It advanced in measured intervals, each movement separated by moments of attentive stillness. A ripple passed through the gathered Eloi. It was not visible as motion. It was felt as a collective tightening of posture, a subtle contraction that unified the room. Some turned their faces inward, closing their eyes briefly as if to withdraw from the encroaching presence. Weena's fingers trembled lightly. Her gaze remained fixed upon the darkness beyond the arches. In her eyes I saw recognition deepen into certainty. I rose slowly to my feet, guided by an impulse to observe rather than retreat. Weena's grip resisted for a brief moment, then softened. She rose with me, her presence unwavering at my side. Together we stepped toward one of the open arches. The air outside was cooler. It carried a faint metallic scent that threaded through the night like a distant memory. The garden stretched before us in muted stillness, its forms barely distinguishable beneath the starlit sky. Then, at the edge of perception, I saw movement. It was not a shape clearly defined. It was a displacement of darkness, a subtle shifting that interrupted the continuity of shadow. The motion was deliberate and silent, gliding between the deeper recesses of the landscape. Weena drew a sharp and quiet breath. Her hand tightened once more, her entire body poised in attentive stillness. The presence beyond the garden did not advance openly. It remained partially concealed, revealing itself only through the faint suggestion of motion. Yet its existence was undeniable. Standing at the threshold of the structure, with the night unfolding in vast silence and the hidden movement threading through the darkness, I felt the boundary between observation and encounter begin to dissolve. The exploration I had anticipated was no longer distant. It had arrived, and in that suspended moment, with Weena beside me, the Eloi gathered in silent refuge behind us, and the unseen presence stirring at the edge of sight, the night revealed itself as a realm where the tranquil future confronted its concealed depths. The shifting darkness at the edge of the garden did not resolve into a clear form. Instead, it multiplied into faint suggestions of presence, several subtle movements unfolding independently yet, with quiet coordination, they glided between the deeper shadows like currents within a hidden tide. I remained at the threshold, my gaze fixed upon the landscape. Weena stood pressed close beside me, her small hand steady despite the tension I felt coursing through her. Behind us, the gathered Eloi maintained their collective silence. Their presence formed a quiet anchor at my back. The night air carried a low vibration once more. It pulsed gently through the ground beneath my feet, a resonance too deep to be heard fully yet impossible to ignore. With each pulse, the unseen movements in the darkness seemed to pause and then resume, as though responding to an internal rhythm. Gradually, my eyes adjusted to the starlit terrain. The outlines of the garden sharpened into faint clarity. Trees rose as dark silhouettes against the sky. The gentle curves of the pathways appeared as pale threads winding through shadow. Between these shapes, I saw them more distinctly. Figures emerged, not fully illuminated, but defined by their interruption of the night's continuity. They moved with a deliberate and measured precision, their forms low and compact. Their motion carried a fluidity unlike the graceful wandering of the Eloi. It was purposeful, economical, and silent. A chill traced the length of my spine. Weena's breath caught softly. Her gaze followed the figures with unwavering attention. In her expression I read not surprise, but confirmation. This presence belonged to her world in a way I was only beginning to comprehend. One of the shadowed figures approached the edge of the open garden and paused. Its outline sharpened briefly against a patch of starlight. I glimpsed a pale surface that reflected the faint illumination, a fleeting suggestion of shape, before it withdrew once more into darkness. The Eloi behind us stirred faintly. A collective murmur passed through them, a sound so soft it barely disturbed the air. It carried the tone of shared recognition and restrained apprehension. The figures did not advance openly. They traced the perimeter of the garden with patient persistence, their movements synchronized by an unseen logic. At intervals they halted entirely, merging with the surrounding shadow until they became indistinguishable from it. Standing there, suspended between the luminous refuge of the structure and the concealed activity beyond, I felt the full weight of the night's revelation. The tranquil civilization I had encountered was not solitary. It existed in quiet proximity to another presence, one that inhabited the darkness with equal familiarity. Weena's fingers tightened around mine. Her body leaned subtly backward, an instinctive impulse to retreat. Yet she did not pull away. She remained beside me, her trust unbroken. In that fragile equilibrium, with hidden figures circling the garden, the Eloi gathered in silent vigilance, and the vast sky arching above, I sensed that the boundary between observer and participant had irrevocably dissolved. The night had opened a passage into the concealed architecture of this future world, and as the shadowed figures continued their measured circuit beneath the distant stars, I understood that our exploration would soon lead us beyond the safety of the illuminated refuge, and into the depths where these presences originated. For a long moment, the silent exchange between light and shadow continued without escalation. The hidden figures traced their patient paths along the perimeter of the garden, never crossing fully into the illuminated space. Their restraint was as striking as their presence. Gradually, the pulses in the ground softened. The low vibration diminished until it faded entirely into the vast quiet of the night. One by one, the shadowed movements slowed. The figures paused, merged with the darkness, and then, almost imperceptibly, withdrew, the garden exhaled. It was not a sound, but a collective easing. Behind me, the Eloi's rigid stillness softened. A faint murmur returned to the interior of the structure, tentative at first and then gently sustained. The tension that had held every posture in suspension began to dissolve. Weena's grip loosened, her breathing steadied. She remained close, but the sharp alertness in her body gave way to a fragile calm. Together we stood at the threshold and watched as the darkness settled into undisturbed continuity. The night reclaimed its earlier tranquility. Stars shimmered faintly above the garden. The silhouettes of trees resumed their quiet stillness. No trace of the hidden figures remained visible, yet the memory of their passage lingered in the air like a subtle afterimage. I turned slightly toward the interior of the structure. The Eloi had begun to recline once more upon the smooth floor. Some closed their eyes, others spoke in soft tones that wove a gentle tapestry of reassurance. Their voices did not deny what had occurred. They enfolded it within the rhythm of their shared presence. Weena looked up at me. Her luminous eyes held a depth of understanding that transcended fear. She seemed to accept the night's visitation as part of the world's quiet order, an element neither fully welcomed nor entirely resisted. After a moment, she guided me back from the arch. We returned to the circle of gathered Eloi and settled among them. The interior warmth embraced us with subdued gentleness. As I sat there in the dim and luminous refuge, listening to the soft cadence of voices and the steady rhythm of breathing around me, I felt the night's revelation settle into clarity. The hidden figures were not an anomaly. They were an integral presence woven into the fabric of this future civilization. The garden's serenity did not exist in isolation. It was sustained in delicate balance with the shadowed realm beyond. And in that understanding, as Weena rested quietly at my side and the Eloi's voices flowed in calm continuity, I sensed that the path ahead would lead us deeper into this hidden architecture. The night had opened a doorway, and through it lay the subterranean dimension of the world I had entered. Chapter 12. The Morlocks. The night passed in intervals of quiet wakefulness. Though the Eloi gradually surrendered to rest around me, my own awareness remained suspended between calm and vigilance. The memory of the shadowed figures lingered like a faint imprint upon the senses. When the first suggestion of dawn softened the darkness beyond the arches, the structure stirred gently. The Eloi rose in unhurried succession, their movements carrying a muted relief. The return of light restored the garden's luminous clarity, dissolving the night's concealment into open visibility. Weena's expression brightened as the sky regained its pale radiance. Yet beneath her renewed ease, I sense a quiet residue of the night's encounter, an awareness that did not vanish with daylight. Guided by an impulse that had formed during the long hours of reflection, I turned my gaze toward the distant boundary where the shadowed figures had moved. In the morning light the region appeared less forbidding. Dense vegetation framed irregular outcrops of stone that rose like ancient sentinels. Among these formations I noticed an opening I had not fully registered before. It lay partially concealed by hanging vines and low growth, a dark aperture. Descending into the earth, its edges were worn smooth, suggesting prolonged use. The air flowing from it carried a faint coolness that contrasted with the garden's warmth. Weena saw it at the same moment. Her body grew still. The brightness in her eyes dimmed into attentive caution. She did not attempt to pull me away. Instead, she regarded the opening with a quiet recognition that confirmed my intuition. This was a threshold into the hidden domain we had glimpsed during the night. I approached slowly, aware of Weena's presence at my side. The ground beneath our feet shifted from soft grass to compacted earth. The sounds of the garden softened behind us, replaced by the faint echo of our steps near the opening. Standing at its edge, I looked down into the aperture. A narrow shaft descended into shadow, its interior lined with smooth stone. Faint ridges along the walls suggested a path worn by repeated passage. From below rose a muted vibration, the same low resonance that had threaded through the night. In daylight it seemed less ominous, yet no less mysterious. Weena's hand tightened around mine. Her breathing grew shallow, though her gaze remained fixed upon the descent. In her expression, I saw the convergence of fear and trust, a willingness to accompany me despite the instinct to withdraw. The garden behind us continued its gentle rhythm. The Eloi moved in distant patterns of light and color, their voices drifting faintly through the air. Yet here, at the threshold of the shaft, another atmosphere prevailed, one shaped by depth and concealment. I knelt and touched the stone at the opening's edge. It was cool and faintly damp beneath my fingers. The sensation carried a tactile clarity that anchored the moment in undeniable reality. Rising slowly, I met Weena's gaze and offered a calm reassurance through posture and tone. She hesitated only, briefly before inclining her head in quiet assent. Together we stepped toward the descent, and in that measured approach, with the luminous garden receding behind us and the cool breath of the earth rising to meet us, I felt the boundary between surface serenity and subterranean mystery dissolve into a single and inevitable path forward. The first steps into the shaft altered the very texture of the world around us. Light narrowed into a pale circle above, already distant, while the air grew cooler with each careful movement downward. The stone beneath our feet was smooth from long use, its surface faintly damp and carrying a muted sheen. We descended slowly. The sounds of the garden faded with surprising speed. Within a few measured steps they dissolved entirely, replaced by the quiet resonance of our own breathing and the soft echo of footfalls. Against stone, the shaft held a silence that felt dense and tangible, as though shaped by the accumulation of hidden years. Weena remained close, her hand firmly entwined with mine. I felt the subtle tremor in her fingers, not a convulsion of panic, but a steady undercurrent of apprehension. Her trust manifested not as fearlessness, but as the decision to continue despite fear. The walls of the shaft curved gently inward, guiding our descent in a slow spiral. Faint grooves traced their surface in parallel lines, worn by countless unseen passages. When my fingertips brushed these ridges, I sensed the quiet testimony of repetition, the imprint of a civilization that had moved through this darkness long before my arrival. From below came a faint glow. At first it appeared as a suggestion rather than a source, a subtle light diffusing upward through the shadow. As we descended further, the glow resolved into a dim and steady illumination emanating from unseen recesses. The shaft opened gradually into a broader chamber. We stepped onto a wide platform where the ceiling arched overhead in muted darkness. The air here carried a metallic scent mingled with a faint warmth that contrasted with the cool descent. The glow we had seen originated from narrow channels embedded in the walls, slender lines of pale light that traced the architecture in quiet continuity. The chamber stretched outward in multiple directions, its pathways branching into deeper corridors. Shadows pooled in their depths, yet remembered light clung faintly to their edges, and within that subdued illumination, I saw movement. Figures occupied the chamber, pale shapes gliding through the dimness with fluid precision. Their forms were slender and elongated, their motions economical and deliberate. They moved along the walls and across the platforms with an ease born of intimate familiarity. The Morlocks. Though the name had not yet formed consciously in my mind, the recognition arrived with undeniable clarity. These were the hidden inhabitants whose presence had threaded through the night above. One of the figures paused and turned toward us. Its pale surface caught the faint light, revealing features both human and altered, eyes wide and reflective, limbs proportioned for movement within confined spaces. It regarded us in silent stillness, its posture neither overtly hostile nor welcoming. Weena's grip tightened sharply, her breath caught in a soft and restrained gasp. I felt her instinct to retreat surge through the contact of her hand. Yet the figure did not advance. It observed. Round us, other shapes slowed their motion, Attention converged upon our presence with quiet intensity. The chamber held its collective breath. Standing there at the threshold of the subterranean realm, with Weena trembling beside me, and the pale figure suspended in watchful silence, I felt the full weight of encounter settle into the moment. The hidden architecture of this world had opened itself at last. And in the dim glow of the underground chamber, as the Morlocks regarded us with luminous and unreadable eyes, I understood that the serene surface of the future concealed a parallel civilization shaped by darkness, adaptation, and endurance. The stillness that followed our arrival did not break into sudden action. Instead, it stretched into a suspended interval where observation flowed in both directions. The Morlock who had turned toward us remained motionless, its wide eyes reflecting the dim channels of light with an unblinking intensity. Around the chamber, the other figures resumed movement, but more slowly now. Their paths curved in cautious arcs that maintained a deliberate distance from us. They did not scatter, they adapted. I became aware of the intricate choreography of their motions. Each Morlock navigated the space with an economy of effort that spoke of long familiarity. Their limbs carried them across narrow ledges and smooth platforms with effortless precision. They climbed the walls with quiet fluidity, their pale forms gliding along vertical surfaces as naturally as across the floor. The chamber itself revealed deeper complexity as my eyes adjusted to the subdued glow. Structures extended upward and outward in layered tiers. Narrow bridges connected elevated platforms. Channels of faint light traced the architecture like veins, illuminating pathways without dispelling shadow. A low hum permeated the air, the source of the vibration we had sensed above. It emanated from unseen mechanisms embedded within the walls. The sound was steady and continuous, a quiet pulse that resonated through the stone beneath our feet. Weena pressed closer to my side. Her body remained taut with apprehension, yet she did not avert her gaze. She watched the Morlocks with a mixture of fear and recognition that carried the weight of inherited memory. One of the figures approached cautiously, descending from an upper ledge with deliberate slowness. It halted several paces away and regarded us with unwavering attention. Its features resolved more clearly in the dim light, skin pale and smooth, eyes large and reflective, movements precise and controlled. The Morlock tilted its head slightly, as though assessing an unfamiliar presence. Its posture conveyed curiosity untempered by overt aggression. Yet beneath that curiosity, I sensed an alert readiness, a capacity for swift action held in reserve. The chamber's hum deepened momentarily. The channels of light flickered with faint variation. Shadows shifted in subtle response. Weena's fingers tightened again. I felt the tremor in her grip travel through my arm. Her breathing remained shallow but steady. She stood her ground beside me, sustained by trust even as fear coursed through her. In that dim and layered space, surrounded by pale figures moving in silent coordination and sustained by the steady pulse of hidden mechanisms, I perceived the subterranean civilization as a living system shaped by adaptation to darkness. Every motion, every structure, every vibration spoke of endurance refined through time. The Morlock before us extended one slender hand toward the light channel nearest it. Its fingers brushed the glowing surface with practiced ease. The illumination brightened slightly, casting a faint halo round its pale form. For an instant our eyes met in that intensified glow. There was intelligence in its gaze, not alien, but deeply focused. It regarded me as a phenomenon to be understood rather than a threat to be repelled. Standing there with Weena beside me, and the Morlocks circling in quiet vigilance, I felt the boundary between fear and comprehension begin to shift. The hidden inhabitants of this world were not mere shadows. They were participants in a parallel existence sustained beneath the serene garden above. And as the hum of the chamber settled into steady resonance, and the pale figures continued their measured dance through dim light, I sensed that this first encounter marked the beginning of a deeper, descent into understanding, a passage into the concealed foundations of the future. The Morlock before us lowered its hand from the glowing channel and remained still, its gaze steady and unbroken. Round the chamber, the quiet choreography resumed its measured flow. The figures no longer circled with heightened caution. They incorporated our presence into the rhythm of their movements. The hum beneath our feet settled into a constant and reassuring pulse. It filled the space with a subtle vibration that seemed to sustain the architecture itself. The channels of light glowed evenly, tracing the contours of platforms and bridges with subdued clarity. I became aware that the initial tension of encounter was dissolving into a fragile equilibrium. The Morlocks did not advance. They did not retreat. They coexisted with us in a shared field of attentive stillness. Weena's breathing gradually steadied. The tremor in her hand softened, though her grip remained firm. She watched the nearest figure with cautious fascination, her luminous eyes reflecting the pale glow of the chamber. The Morlock tilted its head once more and emitted a faint sound, a soft clicking resonance that blended seamlessly with the ambient hum. The sound was neither hostile nor inviting. It was an articulation of presence, a quiet acknowledgement of awareness. Other figures responded with subtle variations of the same tone. The chamber filled with a delicate pattern of clicks and pulses, a language shaped by vibration rather than volume. It wove through the air like an intricate tapestry, connecting the inhabitants in silent communication. Standing within that network of sound, I sensed the depth of their collective intelligence. The subterranean civilization was not chaotic or primitive. It was organized around principles attuned to darkness and resonance. Every gesture, every tone contributed to a system of shared perception. The Morlock nearest us stepped back slightly, creating a clear path toward one of the branching corridors. Its posture suggested neither command nor compulsion. It simply opened a possibility. I looked at Weena. Her expression held a complex interplay of fear and resolve. She understood, as I did, that the path ahead led deeper into the hidden realm. After a brief hesitation, she inclined her head with quiet acceptance. Together we took a cautious step forward. The Morlocks parted with fluid coordination, their pale forms gliding aside to accommodate our passage. The corridor beyond stretched into dim continuity, its walls traced by faint lines of light. The hum deepened subtly as we approached, guiding us inward like a steady current. At the threshold of that deeper descent, I paused and glanced back toward the shaft that led to the garden above. Its pale circle of daylight shimmered faintly in the distance, a reminder of the serene world we had left behind. Then I turned once more toward the corridor, with Weena's hand warm in mine and the Morlocks moving silently around us. I felt the full convergence of surface and depth settle into clarity. The future was not divided into separate realms of light and shadow. It was a single and continuous landscape sustained by delicate balance. And as we stepped into the dim corridor beneath the steady pulse of hidden mechanisms, I understood that our journey had entered the heart of that balance, a place where the concealed architecture of this civilization would unfold in its fullest complexity. Chapter 13: The Descent. The corridor accepted us with a quiet finality, as though we had crossed an invisible boundary that separated observation from immersion. Behind us, the faint circle of daylight receded into a distant memory. Ahead, the passage stretched forward, in dim and unwavering continuity. The walls curved gently inward, their surfaces smooth and faintly luminous. Lines of pale light traced the architecture with restrained precision, illuminating the path without dispelling the surrounding shadow. The hum beneath our feet deepened into a steady resonance that seemed to pulse in harmony with our movement. Weena's hand remained firmly entwined with mine. Her steps were careful and measured, guided by instinct as much as by sight. I felt her awareness extend into the darkness ahead, alert to every subtle variation in sound and vibration. The Morlocks moved alongside us with fluid coordination, Some glided ahead, their pale forms dissolving and reappearing within the dim light. Others followed at a respectful distance, maintaining a silent perimeter that enclosed our passage without constraint. The air grew warmer as we advanced. A faint metallic scent mingled with the steady hum, suggesting the presence of unseen mechanisms operating deep within the structure. From time to time, a soft current of air flowed along the corridor, carrying whispers of distant chambers. Our footsteps echoed faintly, absorbed almost immediately by the dense quiet. The sound of breathing, mine and Weena's, merged with the ambient vibration, forming a subtle rhythm that accompanied our descent. Gradually, the corridor began to slope downward. The incline was gentle but unmistakable. With each step, the sense of depth intensified. The architecture expanded in scale, the ceiling rising higher above us while the walls receded into layered shadow. We passed openings that revealed glimpses of adjacent spaces, vast chambers, where Morlocks moved in intricate patterns among structures whose purposes I could not yet discern. The glow of embedded light traced these spaces in subdued arcs, hinting at a subterranean network of extraordinary complexity. Weena glanced toward these openings with wide and attentive eyes. Her expression carried a mixture of apprehension and fascination. She did not resist the descent. She absorbed it. The Morlocks' clicking tones echoed softly through the passage, weaving a quiet language that flowed ahead of us like a guide. Their communication was continuous yet unobtrusive, shaping the atmosphere without disturbing its calm. As we moved deeper into the earth, the sensation of separation from the garden above settled into clarity. The luminous serenity of the surface world felt distant, preserved now as a memory suspended beyond reach. In its place emerged a new equilibrium, one defined by depth, resonance, and concealed architecture. And within that equilibrium, as the corridor carried us steadily downward beneath the steady pulse of hidden mechanisms, I felt the full weight of descent settle into my awareness. We were no longer visitors at the threshold of the subterranean realm. We were entering its heart. The downward slope gradually steepened, and with it the sensation of entering a deeper stratum of the subterranean world intensified. The air thickened with warmth, carrying a faint vibration that resonated through the bones as much as through the ears. The corridor widened into a sweeping curve. The lines of pale light embedded in the walls brightened subtly, revealing intricate textures in the stone, patterns etched by long ages of use and refinement. These surfaces bore the quiet signature of a civilization that had shaped its environment with patient precision. Weena's grip tightened momentarily as the incline shifted beneath our feet. She adjusted with quiet resilience, her posture steady despite the unfamiliar terrain. I felt her trust manifest not as ease, but as a deliberate willingness to continue. The Morlocks ahead slowed their pace, allowing us to observe the unfolding architecture. A vast chamber opened to our right, its interior alive with measured activity. Platforms rose in layered tiers connected by slender bridges. Pale figures moved across them in silent coordination, tending to structures that emitted faint pulses of light. From within that chamber emanated the source of the hum we had followed. It was not a single sound, but a complex harmony of vibrations, a network of tones interwoven into a continuous resonance. The effect was both mechanical and organic, as though the entire subterranean realm breathed in steady rhythm. We paused at the threshold. The Morlocks did not urge us forward. They allowed us to witness the scene in quiet contemplation. Their clicking tones softened into near silence, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. Weena gazed into the chamber with wide and reflective eyes. The fear that had once dominated her expression gave way to a profound attentiveness. She was seeing, perhaps for the first time, with conscious clarity, the infrastructure that sustained the hidden world beneath her own. The platforms glowed faintly with embedded light. Along their surfaces flowed currents of motion, Morlocks transporting objects, adjusting mechanisms, maintaining the intricate balance of their environment. Every movement contributed to the steady pulse that filled the air. I sensed that we were witnessing the heart of a subterranean system designed for endurance. The architecture was not chaotic or improvised. It was deliberate, layered, and sustained by collective effort refined through generations. The warmth of the chamber enveloped us. It carried a subtle energy that contrasted with the cool serenity of the garden above. Here, beneath the surface, life unfolded in a different register, one shaped by adaptation to darkness and the demands of hidden continuity. Weena's breathing aligned with the chamber's rhythm. Her earlier tremor subsided into focused stillness. She stood beside me not as a passive observer, but as a participant in the unfolding revelation. The Morlock nearest us turned its luminous eyes toward the chamber and then back to us. Its posture conveyed a quiet invitation to understand, to witness, to descend further into the architecture of this world. Standing at the edge of that vast and humming space, with Weena's hand warm in mine and the pale figures moving in intricate harmony, I felt the descent transform from a journey into a recognition. The future was not divided into separate realms of light and shadow. It was sustained by their interdependence, and as the chamber's resonance flowed through the air in steady waves, I understood that our path would carry us deeper still, toward the central mechanisms where the balance between surface serenity and subterranean endurance was forged. We stepped slowly away from the chamber's threshold and continued along the descending corridor. The vast hum remained behind us, yet it did not fade. It followed like a distant heartbeat, echoing through the architecture and threading itself into every surface we touched. The passage narrowed again, curving inward with deliberate intimacy. The light embedded in the walls softened, becoming more diffuse. Shadows gathered in gentle folds along the ceiling, creating the sensation of moving through layers of quiet depth. Weena's breathing remained steady. I felt a subtle transformation in her presence. The earlier tension that had defined her posture was giving way to something quieter, not comfort, but adaptation. She was learning the rhythm of this realm as we moved within it. The Morlocks adjusted their formation to glide it ahead, their pale forms guiding the path with fluid certainty. Others followed at measured intervals, maintaining a silent escort. Their clicking tones resumed in soft and intermittent patterns, a language carried through, vibration rather than sound. The corridor opened unexpectedly into a vertical shaft encircled by a spiral walkway. The structure descended far beyond the reach of immediate sight, its depths illuminated by faint rings of light that receded into darkness like distant constellations. Warm air rose from below in a steady current. It carried with it a richer metallic scent and a deeper resonance, a layered vibration that seemed to pulse through the spiral architecture itself. We paused at the edge of the walkway. The scale of the descent before us altered my perception of distance. The spiral path traced a continuous arc downward, each step merging seamlessly into the next. The effect was hypnotic, inviting movement while emphasizing the magnitude of depth. Weena leaned slightly toward the railing, her luminous eyes reflecting the descending rings of light. There was fear in her gaze, but also a quiet fascination. She understood that this shaft led toward the core of the subterranean world. The Morlocks began their descent without hesitation. Their movements were fluid and precise, their pale forms gliding along the spiral with effortless grace. They did not look back. Their confidence shaped the atmosphere, transforming the vast drop into a navigable path. I met Weena's gaze and inclined my head in silent reassurance. Her fingers tightened once more around mine, then steadied. Together we stepped onto the spiral walkway. The descent unfolded in a measured rhythm. Each step carried us deeper into the layered architecture of the earth. The rings of light passed above and below us in quiet succession, marking our progress through strata of concealed space. The hum intensified gradually. It was no longer distant. It surrounded us, vibrating through the stone beneath our feet and the air around our bodies. The sensation was not overwhelming. It was immersive, a continuous field of resonance that defined the environment. As we moved downward, glimpses of adjacent chambers appeared through openings in the shaft's walls. Each space revealed variations of the same intricate system, platforms suspended in layered tiers, Morlocks tending to glowing structures, currents of motion synchronized with the underlying pulse. Weena remained close, her presence unwavering despite the magnitude of the descent. I felt her trust anchor us both within the spiraling depth. And as the rings of light continued their silent procession, and the hum enveloped us in steady waves, I sensed that we were approaching a threshold beyond which the concealed mechanisms of this world would reveal themselves in their fullest complexity. The descent was no longer a passage into shadow, it was an approach toward understanding. The spiral seemed endless, yet at last the rhythm of our descent began to change. The rings of light grew closer together. The hum deepened into a resonance that filled not only the air, but the space within my chest. Each step felt synchronized with the pulse of the subterranean world. Ahead, the Morlocks slowed. The spiral opened gradually into a vast circular platform suspended at the heart of the shaft. Its surface was smooth and faintly luminous, etched with patterns that radiated outward in concentric arcs. At the platform's center rose a structure unlike any we had yet seen. It was a column of interwoven forms, metallic and organic in appearance. Rising toward the unseen ceiling above, lines of light coursed through it in steady currents, converging and diverging with intricate precision. The hum emanated from this structure with unmistakable clarity. We stepped onto the platform. Warm air flowed upward around us, carrying the scent of heated metal and mineral earth. The Morlocks gathered at the perimeter, their pale forms arranged in silent attendance. Their clicking tones subsided into reverent quiet. Weena stood motionless beside me, her gaze fixed upon the central column. The luminous patterns reflected in her eyes, tracing shifting constellations across their surface. Fear no longer dominated her expression. In its place rested a profound attentiveness. The column pulsed with steady life. Its light moved in rhythmic waves, flowing along pathways embedded within its surface. Each pulse resonated through the platform beneath our feet, aligning with the hum that sustained the entire subterranean realm. I sensed that we were standing at the nexus of the system we had followed, the core mechanism that balanced the hidden civilization below with the serene world above. Every vibration, every channel of light, converged here. The Morlock nearest reminded me of the one who first observed us, extended a slender hand toward the column. Its fingers hovered just above the glowing surface. The light brightened in response, flaring softly before returning to equilibrium. The gesture was deliberate and precise, an act of interaction with the central architecture. A ripple of resonance spread outward from the column. The hum shifted subtly in tone, deepening into a richer harmony. The platform vibrated with renewed intensity, yet the sensation remained controlled and steady. Weena's hand tightened around mine. She felt it, to the living pulse of the structure, the heartbeat of the hidden world. In that moment of heightened resonance, clarity settled over my awareness. The future civilization was not divided into isolated domains. It was sustained by a continuous exchange between surface and depth. The Eloi's luminous serenity and the Morlocks' subterranean endurance were bound together by this central mechanism. Standing at the heart of that exchange, with the column's light flowing in steady currents and the Morlocks gathered in silent vigilance, I understood that our descent had reached its culmination. We had arrived at the point where balance was forged and maintained. The hum enveloped us in a field of quiet power. The air shimmered faintly with warmth. The column's light traced its intricate pathways without interruption. And as Weena stood beside me, her presence steady within the resonance, I felt the concealed architecture of this world reveal itself not as a mystery to be feared, but as a system to be comprehended, a testament to adaptation, interdependence, and the enduring equilibrium of a distant future. Chapter 14. The Loss of the Machine. The resonance of the central column lingered within me, long after its rhythm had settled into equilibrium. Standing upon the circular platform, surrounded by the silent presence of the Morlocks and the steady pulse of hidden energy, I felt suspended in a moment of profound revelation. Yet, beneath that revelation stirred a sudden and piercing thought. My machine. The realization did not arrive gradually, it struck with abrupt clarity. In the long descent into the subterranean realm, I had allowed my awareness to drift entirely into the architecture of this hidden world. The time machine, the fragile instrument of my passage, remained above, unattended in the garden. A cold sensation spread through my chest, sharper than any unease I had yet experienced. I turned instinctively toward the spiral walkway, my gaze tracing the long ascent toward the distant circle of light far above. The path seemed immeasurably longer than it had during our descent. The distance between myself and the surface expanded in my perception, stretching into a silent chasm of vulnerability. Weena sensed the shift in my posture immediately. Her hand tightened around mine, and her luminous eyes searched my face with sudden concern. Though she could not know the source of my alarm, she felt its urgency. I knelt briefly to meet her gaze and attempted to shape reassurance through calm expression. Yet the tension within me resisted concealment. The machine was more than an object. It was my only means of return, the fragile bridge between this distant future and my own time. Around us, the Morlocks remained attentive. Their wide eyes reflected the subtle change in my demeanor. One of them emitted a soft clicking tone that rippled through the gathered figures. The chamber responded with a faint modulation of its hum, as though acknowledging the disturbance. The central column pulsed steadily, indifferent to my sudden anxiety. Its light flowed in uninterrupted currents, sustaining the balance of the subterranean world. But my thoughts had already ascended. I imagined the garden above in vivid clarity, the luminous structures, the flowing grass, the open sky, and within that serene landscape stood the machine, exposed, unguarded, vulnerable to forces I was only beginning to comprehend. A sense of precariousness settled over me. The delicate equilibrium I had admired now revealed another dimension, the possibility of irrevocable loss. Weena's fingers pressed gently into my palm, grounding me in the present moment. Her presence carried a quiet insistence. Remain, observe, understand. Yet the pull of the surface was undeniable. I rose slowly, my gaze still fixed upon the distant spiral. The Morlocks shifted subtly, their pale forms adjusting to my movement. They did not obstruct the path, they observed, standing at the heart of the subterranean mechanism, with the hum enveloping us and the columns, light tracing its intricate patterns. I felt the tension between discovery and preservation converge. The future had opened itself in extraordinary depth, yet my connection to my own time hung suspended above, fragile as a thread. And in that suspended moment, as Weena's hand anchored me within the resonance, and the spiral ascent beckoned in silent urgency, I understood that the next movement of my journey would carry the weight of consequence. The urgency within me crystallized into decision. I could not remain beneath the earth while uncertainty hovered over the fate of my machine. The delicate bridge connecting me to my own era demanded immediate return. Discovery, however profound, could not eclipse the necessity of preservation. I turned fully toward the spiral ascent. Weena's hand resisted for a brief and fragile instant. Her luminous eyes widened, reflecting both confusion and apprehension. She sensed the abruptness of my resolve. The subterranean chamber that had drawn us into its quiet revelation now became, in her perception, a place I was choosing to abandon. I knelt once more and held her hands gently, meeting her gaze with deliberate calm. Through posture and expression I conveyed intention. We must return above. Her breathing quickened, but she did not withdraw. After a suspended moment, she inclined her head in reluctant acceptance. we stepped toward the spiral. The Morlocks parted without obstruction. Their pale forms flowed aside with silent coordination, creating a clear passage. Yet their attention followed us with unwavering intensity. Soft clicking tones rippled through the chamber, not as protest, but as acknowledgement. The hum of the central column deepened subtly as we reached the first arc of the ascent. Its resonance seemed to press gently against my back, a reminder of the concealed architecture I was leaving behind. We climbed. Each step upward carried a heightened awareness of distance. The rings of light that had guided our descent now marked our return with measured clarity. The air cooled gradually. The metallic warmth receded, replaced by a faint breath of the surface world filtering downward. Weena moved beside me with quiet determination. Her earlier hesitation gave way to focused motion. She matched my pace, her presence a steady anchor within the spiraling ascent. The Morlocks did not follow closely. They remained below, their pale figures receding into layered shadow. Yet I felt their gaze persist, a silent thread, connecting the depths to our upward movement. As we climbed, my thoughts surged ahead of my body. I imagined the garden above once more, the luminous calm, the open sky, the fragile silhouette of the machine. Each rotation of the spiral intensified the tension within me. What if it were gone? The question pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. The possibility of loss expanded into a tangible weight. Without the machine, my passage through time would become a one-way journey, an exile sealed by accident or design. The circle of daylight above widened with gradual promise. Its pale glow spread across the upper arcs of the shaft, illuminating the final stretch of our ascent. Weena's grip tightened as we approached the threshold, her breathing aligned with mine, quickened yet controlled. Together we stepped from the spiral onto the familiar stone at the shaft's mouth. Cool morning air rushed to meet us. The garden unfolded in luminous clarity. Unchanged in its serene beauty, flowers swayed gently. The Eloi moved in distant patterns of quiet grace, and at the center of the open space where I had left it, my gaze locked upon the spot. For a suspended instant, perception faltered. The image refused to resolve. The absence struck with silent force. The machine was not there. A hollow stillness opened within me. Weena followed my gaze, her luminous eyes widened. Reflecting the empty space with sudden understanding, she turned back toward me, her expression filled with a quiet sorrow that required no language. The delicate bridge to my own time had vanished. Standing in the radiant calm of the garden, with the shaft behind us and the hidden world below receding into silence, I felt the full weight of loss settle into irreversible clarity. The future had closed around me. For a moment I could not move. The empty space where the machine had stood seemed to expand outward, eclipsing the garden's gentle beauty. My mind refused to accept what my eyes presented with merciless clarity. The grass lay undisturbed, the air luminous and calm, yet the one object that anchored me to my own time had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. A sharp and silent disorientation passed through me. I stepped forward instinctively, my gaze searching the ground for any trace, an imprint, a disturbance, a sign that the machine had been moved. Rather than erased, the grass yielded softly beneath my feet, offering no answer. Weena followed close beside me. Her presence was gentle and unwavering. She studied my face with deep concern, her luminous eyes reflecting the turmoil she sensed within me. Though she could not grasp the full meaning of the loss, she understood its gravity. I turned slowly in a widening circle, scanning the surrounding landscape. The Eloi moved in their distant arcs, unaware of the rupture that had opened in my perception. Their serene gestures continued unchanged, a quiet contrast to the storm gathering within me. Then a realization emerged with cold precision. The Morlocks, the memory of their subterranean domain, surged into clarity. The intricate architecture, the central column, the silent intelligence in their luminous eyes. The connection formed with unsettling inevitability. If the machine had been taken, it was not by chance. It had been claimed. Weena's fingers tightened around my hand as the thought settled into my expression. She followed my gaze toward the shaft's concealed entrance at the garden's edge. A faint tremor passed through her posture. She understood the direction of my suspicion. The garden's serenity now carried a fragile edge. Every shadow held new significance. Every movement seemed charged with hidden intent. I knelt and placed my hand upon the ground where the machine had stood. The earth was cool and firm. No visible mark betrayed the passage of heavy metal across its surface. The absence itself was the only evidence. A profound vulnerability opened within me. Without the machine, I was bound irrevocably to this distant future. The realization did not arrive as panic. It settled as a deep and resonant certainty. Weena crouched beside me. Her small hand rested lightly upon my arm, offering a quiet gesture of solace. In her touch, I felt a fragile thread of connection, a reminder that even in loss, I was not entirely alone. I rose slowly, my gaze returning to the shaft's hidden entrance. The path downward no longer represented mere exploration. It had become necessity. The Morlocks held the key to my return. Standing there in the luminous calm of the garden, with Weena's presence steady at my side and the empty space echoing with irreversible absence, I felt resolve crystallize within me. The descent we had undertaken as observers would now be repeated as seekers. And as the gentle wind moved through the flowers and the distant voices of the Eloi drifted softly across the open air, I understood that the future had presented its first true trial. To recover what had been taken, I must enter the hidden world not as a visitor, but as one who demanded passage through its depths. Resolve settled within me with a quiet and unyielding weight. The initial shock of loss gave way to a clarity sharper than fear. The empty space before me was no longer an abyss of despair. It was a point of direction. The shaft at the garden's edge waited in silent concealment. I turned toward it fully. The luminous calm of the garden seemed to recede into a distant plane of perception. Colors softened, sounds dulled. My awareness narrowed to a single and steady intention: to descend again and reclaim what had been taken. Weena remained close, her presence unwavering despite the gravity of the moment. She did not attempt to dissuade me. Her luminous eyes held a quiet understanding that transcended language. She knew, in the instinctive way of her world, that a boundary had been crossed. Together we moved toward the concealed entrance. The grass whispered softly beneath our steps. The air retained its gentle warmth, yet every sensation now carried an undercurrent of tension. The garden's serenity no longer felt absolute. It existed in fragile equilibrium with the hidden forces below. At the edge of the shaft I paused and looked once more across the open landscape. The Eloi wandered in their distant patterns, their voices drifting faintly through the luminous air. They were untouched by the urgency that defined my perception. Their world continued in serene continuity. Recourse lay not among them, but beneath. Weena squeezed my hand lightly. Her breathing was steady. Though her gaze lingered on the dark opening with unmistakable apprehension, she did not withdraw. She stepped forward with me. We descended. The cool breath of the earth rose to meet us. The spiral path accepted our return with quiet familiarity. The rings of light traced our downward movement in silent succession. Each step carried the echo of purpose. The hum grew stronger as we approached the subterranean realm. It no longer sounded like distant resonance. It pulsed with immediate presence, a reminder that we were entering a domain governed by forces both intricate and deliberate. The Morlocks awaited. I felt no hesitation now. Fear had transformed into focused determination. The hidden architecture that had once invited cautious exploration now demanded confrontation. Weena's hand remained warm in mine, anchoring me within the descent. Her trust was a fragile and luminous thread binding us together as we moved deeper into shadow. The circle of daylight above receded until it vanished entirely. Only the dim glow of embedded light remained, guiding us toward the chamber where pale figures moved in silent coordination. As the subterranean world opened once more before us, with its layered platforms, its steady hum, and its watchful inhabitants, I understood that this return marked the beginning of a new phase in my journey. No longer an observer, a seeker, standing at the threshold of the hidden civilization, with lost sharpened into purpose. I stepped forward into the dim and resonant depths, prepared to confront the unseen forces that held my only bridge to time. Chapter 15: Fire and Chaos. The subterranean chamber received us with the same steady resonance we had left behind, yet the atmosphere had changed. The Morlocks' movements were no longer measured in quiet equilibrium. A subtle acceleration threaded through their choreography. Pale figures crossed the platforms with heightened urgency, their clicking tones weaving into a denser and more complex pattern. The hum of the central column pulsed with sharper intensity. They knew. Our return was not unexpected. It was anticipated. We stepped from the spiral onto the circular platform. The warmth of the air pressed against my skin, carrying a metallic sharpness that hinted at rising energy within the system. The central columns. Light flared briefly, its currents of illumination racing along interwoven channels. Weena tightened her grip on my hand. Her luminous eyes darted across the chamber, tracking the accelerated motion of the Morlocks. Fear flickered within her expression, yet she did not retreat. I scanned the surrounding platforms with focused urgency. There at the far edge of the chamber, partially obscured by a cluster of pale figures, stood a silhouette unmistakably familiar. Metallic contours caught the dim light. The angular geometry of my machine rose above the surrounding architecture like an artifact out of place. A surge of recognition cut through the hum. They had taken it, and they were guarding it. The Morlocks nearest the machine formed a shifting perimeter, their bodies aligned in silent coordination. Their luminous eyes reflected the column's flaring light as they turned toward us in unified awareness. The clicking tones intensified. The chamber's resonance deepened into a layered vibration that pressed against the senses. The air trembled with contained force. Weena pressed close to my side. I felt her breath quicken, her body poised between flight and steadfastness. Her presence anchored me even as the tension mounted. The central column pulsed again, brighter, faster. From its surface erupted a cascade of light that raced outward along embedded channels. The glow spread across the chamber in widening arcs, illuminating every platform with stark clarity. Shadows retreated abruptly, revealing the full density of Morlock presence. And then the heat rose. It surged from the column in a wave of palpable intensity. The air thickened, shimmering with thermal distortion. The hum transformed into a roaring resonance that reverberated through bone and stone alike. The Morlocks reacted in instantaneous coordination. Their formation around the machine tightened. Others moved with swift precision along elevated bridges, their pale forms cutting through the glare. A spark leapt from the column's surface, a filament of raw energy that snapped into the air and vanished. Another followed, the chamber filled with the sharp scent of heated metal. Fire was awakening within the heart of the subterranean world. Weena gasped softly. Her hand clutched mine with desperate urgency. I felt the heat pressing against us, the air alive with volatile force. The machine stood across the chamber, separated by a widening gulf of chaos, standing at the edge of the platform with the column blazing, and the Morlocks arrayed in silent defense. I understood that recovery would not be a matter of quiet negotiation. The balance of the hidden world was fracturing, and within the rising storm of light and heat, my path toward the machine would carry us directly through the heart of unfolding chaos. The first true burst of flame did not erupt as an explosion. It unfolded as a tearing of light. A fissure of brilliance opened along the central column, and from it spilled a ribbon of fire that arched upward and vanished into the vaulted darkness. The heat struck us in a sudden wave. The air recoiled and surged, carrying with it a roar that drowned the steady hum we had followed since our descent. The Morlocks scattered and converged in the same instant. Some retreated along the upper bridges, their pale bodies flashing through the glare. Others tightened their formation around the machine, their movements no longer fluid, but sharp with urgency. The chamber trembled. Weena cried out softly and pressed against me. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, shielding her as best I could from the blast of heat. The platform beneath our feet vibrated with mounting instability. Fine particles of dust drifted from the ceiling, glittering in the firelight. Another surge erupted from the column. This time the flame struck a nearby structure, igniting its surface in a burst of incandescent sparks. The light spread rapidly along embedded channels, transforming the chamber into a shifting landscape of fire and shadow. The Morlocks' clicking tones rose into a rapid and piercing chorus. It was no longer quiet communication, it was alarm. Through the blaze, I kept my eyes fixed on the silhouette of the machine. Its metallic frame reflected the flames in sharp, fractured glints. The figures guarding it moved in agitated coordination, their pale forms illuminated with stark clarity. Between us and the machine stretched a field of chaos. A section of the platform buckled with a grinding sound. A bridge above collapsed in a cascade of sparks, sending fragments raining downward. The air filled with the acrid scent of burning material. Heat pressed against my skin with relentless force. We could not remain where we stood. I drew Weena closer and moved toward the nearest path that led around the perimeter of the chamber. The Morlocks nearest us recoiled at our approach, their luminous eyes flashing in the firelight. They did not attack. Their attention was divided between us and the escalating catastrophe at the column's core. We advanced in bursts, pausing whenever a surge of flame cut across our path. The chamber's architecture, once serene in its intricate balance, now revealed its fragility. Structures warped under the assault of heat. Light channels flared and dimmed in erratic pulses. Weena stumbled as the platform shuddered violently. I caught her before she fell, feeling the tremor travel through her body. Her face was pale in the glare, her eyes wide with terror, yet she clung to me with unwavering trust. Another eruption split the air. Fire spiraled outward from the column in a widening arc. The Morlocks scattered again, their formation around the machine fracturing under the force of the blast. For a fleeting instant, the path ahead cleared. I saw it with sudden and piercing clarity, a narrow corridor of open space, leading directly toward the machine. The opportunity would vanish as quickly as it had appeared. I tightened my grip on Weena's hand and met her gaze. Fear flickered there, but beneath it burned a fragile determination. She nodded once, a silent affirmation. Together we ran, through the storm of heat and falling sparks. We crossed the unstable platform toward the gleaming silhouette. That represented my only passage home. The roar of fire filled my ears. The chamber blurred into a whirl of light and motion. And in that desperate flight through chaos, with the machine drawing nearer and the subterranean world collapsing into flame behind us, I felt the full convergence of fear and purpose sharpen into a single, driving force. We would reach it, or be consumed in the attempt. The distance to the machine collapsed into a sequence of burning instants. Each stride carried us through waves of heat that distorted the air into trembling curtains. Sparks drifted like incandescent snow, stinging against exposed skin. Beneath our feet, the platform shuddered with violent irregularity, as though the entire subterranean structure were struggling to contain the force unleashed at its core. The Morlocks guarding the machine turned as one. For a suspended moment, we met their luminous gaze across the narrowing gap. Their pale faces were etched in firelight, their expressions unreadable yet charged with fierce intensity. The clicking chorus that had filled the chamber faltered into abrupt silence. Then motion returned in a single explosive surge. They advanced. Not in scattered panic, but in unified defense. Their bodies moved with swift and angular precision, forming a living barrier between us and the metallic frame behind them. Their slender limbs flashed through the glare, their pale skin reflecting the flames in blinding arcs. I pulled Weena close and veered toward a fractured segment of the platform, where the Morlocks formation thinned. The ground dipped sharply beneath us. Cracked by the earlier shock, a narrow ridge remained intact, suspended above a chasm glowing with reflected fire. We crossed it, in breathless silence. The heat rising from below struck with suffocating force. Weena's fingers tightened convulsively around mine. I felt her hesitation, the instinctive recoil from the abyss, and guided her forward with urgent steadiness. Behind us, the Morlocks converged again. Their clicking tones returned, sharper and more frantic. The sound pierced the roar of flame like shards of glass. A sudden eruption from the central column sent a wave of incandescent light. Crashing across the chamber, the blast hurled several Morlocks from their footing. Their pale forms tumbled into shadow. Swallowed by the glare, the barrier fractured. I seized the moment. We surged forward through the opening, weaving between disoriented figures and collapsing debris. The machine loomed ahead in stark silhouette, its metallic surfaces gleaming with reflected fire. It stood anchored to the platform by intricate supports that shimmered in the heat. Another tremor rippled through the ground. The supports groaned with metallic strain. The chamber's architecture screamed in protest as structures warped and split. Weena stumbled again, this time falling to one knee. I dropped beside her instantly, shielding her from a cascade of sparks that rained from above. Her breath came in ragged bursts, her eyes wide with terror and trust intertwined. I lifted her to her feet. Only a few strides remained. The Morlocks regrouped with astonishing speed. From the periphery of my vision, I saw them closing in once more, their pale forms cutting through smoke and flame. Their defense of the machine was relentless, driven by an instinct deeper than fear. But the chamber itself was turning against them. A final surge from the column erupted in a blinding torrent of fire. The blast tore through the space between us and our pursuers, erecting a wall of incandescent chaos. The Morlocks recoiled, their advance halted by the searing wave. The path to the machine stood open. I felt Weena's hand in mine, small, trembling, unyielding. Together we crossed the last stretch of burning ground and reached the metallic frame. That represented escape, hope, and unimaginable risk. The machine's surface radiated heat, humming with dormant potential. Behind us, the subterranean world roared in collapse, and as my fingers closed around the machine's structure with desperate certainty, I understood that the moment of decision had arrived, a threshold where survival and sacrifice converged in a single, irreversible act. The machine burned beneath my hands with stored heat, its metallic frame vibrating faintly as if awakened by the violence surrounding it. The roar of the chamber pressed in from all sides, fire, collapsing structures, and the sharp chorus of Morlock cries merging into a single overwhelming sound. For one suspended instant, the world narrowed to a choice. I turned to Weena. Her small face was illuminated by the storm of fire, her luminous eyes reflecting fear, trust, and something deeper, an unspoken question. She clung to my arm with desperate strength, her body trembling against the heat and thunder. The seat of the machine could not carry us both safely through the violent currents of time. I knew this with sudden and merciless clarity. The device had been built for a single traveler, its delicate mechanisms strained even under ordinary passage. To overload it now, in the midst of chaos, would risk annihilation. The realization struck like a blade. Behind us, the wall of fire faltered. Through the thinning glare, I saw the Morlocks advancing once more, their pale forms relentless despite the inferno. The chamber groaned with catastrophic strain. The platform beneath the machine shuddered violently. There was no time for hesitation. I lifted Weena into my arms and held her with fierce urgency. Her fingers curled into the fabric of my clothing. She looked into my face with wide and searching eyes, as though memorizing the lines of it in that final instant. "I will return," I whispered, though she could not understand the words. The promise was not for her alone. It was for myself. I carried her to the edge of a sheltered recess in the platform, where fragments of the collapsing structure formed a fragile barrier against the flames. The air there was cooler, the fire momentarily diverted by the shifting currents. I set her gently behind that shield. She reached for me at once, a soft cry escaping her lips. Her hand brushed mine. Clinging with desperate insistence, the contact burned itself into my awareness. A living thread I felt. Even as I pulled away, the Morlocks were nearly upon us. I turned and leapt onto the machine. The seat received me with a jolt of metallic resonance. My hands flew to the controls with instinctive precision. The levers responded beneath my grip, trembling with dormant power. Through the haze of smoke and fire, I saw Weena's small figure crouched behind the fractured barrier, her luminous eyes fixed upon me. Around her, the chamber dissolved into roaring chaos. The Morlocks surged forward in a final desperate wave. I pulled the lever. The world convulsed. Flame and shadow shattered into streaks of impossible light. The chamber dissolved into a torrent of motion. The roar of collapse elongated into a single unbroken note that stretched beyond the limits of sound. For a fleeting instant, suspended between departure and oblivion, I saw Weena's face framed by fire and falling sparks, her hand outstretched toward a future she would never follow. Then time seized me. The subterranean inferno vanished, replaced by the vertiginous rush of temporal flight. Structures blurred into luminous currents. The future recoiled beneath the accelerating machine, collapsing into a cascade of shifting eras. And as the burning chamber receded into memory, and motion carried me beyond the reach of that lost world, I felt the weight of separation settle into my chest, a silent and enduring echo of the small hand that had slipped from mine at the threshold of escape. Chapter 16, Escape. Time did not flow, it shattered. The instant the lever locked into place, the burning chamber dissolved into a storm of fractured light. The roar of collapsing stone elongated into a continuous ribbon of sound that stretched beyond recognition. Fire became color. Color became motion. The machine surged forward along the invisible axis of time. The subterranean world vanished beneath me in a single convulsive blink. In its place rose a torrent of shifting landscapes, the garden above flashing through cycles of decay and renewal, structures rising and eroding in silent succession. The sky itself seemed to pulse as days collapsed into seconds. I clung to the frame of the machine as the acceleration intensified. Wind, or the illusion of wind, tore past me in silent currents. The air shimmered with temporal distortion, bending light into fluid arcs that streamed across my vision. Yet amid that vertiginous rush, one image remained fixed within me. Weena. Her outstretched hand, her luminous eyes framed by fire, the fragile barrier behind which I had left her. The memory did not blur with motion, it sharpened, etched into my awareness with unbearable clarity. The machine vibrated violently, its mechanism straining under the abrupt and desperate leap through time. The controls trembled beneath my fingers. I adjusted them with instinctive precision, seeking equilibrium within the torrent. The future unfolded in rapid succession. The garden faded. The architecture of the Eloi dissolved into skeletal remnants. Structures crumbled into dust. Vegetation surged and retreated in vast and silent waves. The sun traced impossible arcs across the sky as centuries streamed past in luminous ribbons. The violence of my escape echoed through the machine's frame. Each tremor carried the memory of the chamber's collapse, the fire, the roar, the moment of irreversible separation. I felt suspended between motion and grief, propelled forward by forces I could neither halt nor fully comprehend. Gradually, the acceleration stabilized. The torrent of eras slowed into discernible progression. Landscapes lingered long enough to register as more than flashes. The sky darkened subtly. its color shifting toward unfamiliar hues. The air cooled, carrying a strange and distant stillness. I eased my grip on the controls and allowed the machine to settle into a measured glide through time. The frantic urgency of escape receded into a heavy and resonant silence. Behind me lay a world consumed by fire and loss. Ahead stretched an uncharted future unfolding in quiet inevitability. And within that suspended interval, drifting between eras with the memory of Weena's touch still burning in my hands, I felt the full weight of solitude descend. Escape had been achieved, but it carried with it an emptiness that no motion through time could outrun. The motion through time softened from violence into flow. The machine no longer convulsed beneath me. It glided along the invisible current with a steady hum that replaced the earlier chaos. The landscapes below unfolded in slow and solemn transformation. Continents shifted their outlines. Forests rose and fell like tides. The sky dimmed by imperceptible degrees, its brilliance tempered by an ancient and gathering weariness. I watched without speaking, though there was no one to hear. The memory of the chamber's fire lingered like an afterimage burned into my vision. Even as eras streamed past in tranquil succession, I could still feel the heat against my skin and the small weight of Weena in my arms. The contrast between that inferno and the vast calm of temporal flight deepened the silence around me. The air grew thinner, cooler. A pale haze spread across the horizon. The sun, once a fierce and commanding presence, appeared larger and strangely subdued. Its light diffused through an atmosphere transformed by immeasurable ages. Civilizations flickered and vanished beneath my descent. Structures rose in geometric precision, only to erode into dust. The marks of intelligent life thinned and disappeared. The world simplified, color drained into muted tones of stone and water. I felt the machine respond to my subtle adjustments, easing into a slower passage. The flow of time stretched into discernible intervals. Each moment lingered long enough to be absorbed. A quiet procession of endings. Solitude settled with renewed gravity. In the absence of voices and movement, my thoughts returned unbidden to the point of departure. I saw again the spiral chamber collapsing into flame, the Morlocks advancing through the glare, and Weena's luminous gaze fixed upon me as the lever fell. The promise I had whispered, "I will return," echoed within the hollow space of memory. It was a vow suspended beyond fulfillment, carried forward by a traveler severed from the world that had inspired it. Below, the earth entered a phase of austere stillness. Vegetation retreated into sparse and wind-carved forms. The seas darkened. The sky deepened into a color I could not name. A vast and quiet canopy stretched over a world approaching exhaustion. The machine drifted through this, fading epic like a solitary witness. I felt no fear in that moment, only a profound and aching awareness of distance, not merely from my own time, but from every human presence that had once defined the world. The future extended before me as an immense and silent expanse, untroubled by memory. And within that silence, the echo of a single connection endured. Weena's touch remained vivid against my hand, a fragile warmth preserved amid the cold sweep of ages. It tethered me to a moment of shared existence that no acceleration could erase. As the machine carried me onward through the quiet dissolution of eras, I understood that escape was not an end. It was a passage into deeper isolation, a journey through time, shaped not by discovery alone, but by the enduring imprint of what had been left behind. The farther I traveled, the quieter the world became. The earth below shed its remaining signs of turbulence and settled into a vast and austere simplicity. The oceans receded from their former boundaries, leaving dark and irregular basins that glimmered faintly beneath the dimming sun. The continents appeared worn smooth, their mountains softened into gentle undulations by the patient erosion of uncounted millennia. The sky hung low and heavy above this ancient landscape, its color deepened toward a muted crimson, as though the sun's waning strength stained the atmosphere with the final hues of exhaustion. I slowed the machine further. The sensation of motion dwindled until time itself seemed to breathe in slow and measured intervals. Each passing moment expanded, filled with the weight of ages. I hovered above a world approaching its quiet conclusion, suspended between observation and participation. A wind stirred across the barren plains below, lifting fine dust into delicate spirals. The movement was subtle, almost reverent. No voices accompanied it. No structures broke the horizon. Life, if it remained at all, hid beyond my perception. In that immense stillness, the solitude I carried deepened into something more profound. I felt detached not only from my origin, but from the entire continuum of human endeavor. The cities, the voices, the restless ambitions that had once defined existence were reduced to memory. Time had swept them away with indifferent precision, yet memory resisted erasure. Weena's image surfaced again, not as a sharp wound this time, but as a gentle and persistent presence. I recalled the softness of her hand, the quiet courage in her gaze, the fragile trust that had bridged our worlds against the backdrop of a dying Earth. That fleeting connection assumed an unexpected magnitude. It was proof that meaning did not reside in duration. It resided in encounter. The machine hummed softly beneath me, its steady vibration the only sound that answered my thoughts. I realized that I had become a solitary thread, carried through the fabric of time, bearing witness to the unfolding and the fading of worlds. Below, the light shifted once more. The sun sagged closer to the horizon, its disk swollen and dim. Shadows lengthened across the barren terrain, merging into vast fields of dusk. The air seemed to thicken with a quiet finality. I felt no impulse to flee this moment. Instead, I allowed the machine to drift within it, absorbing the gravity of a world nearing rest. The stillness did not frighten me. It invited contemplation. And within that contemplation, I understood that escape had delivered me not merely from danger, but into perspective. The frantic urgency of survival had given way to a vantage point from which the arc of existence could be seen in its entirety, fragile, luminous, and finite. As the fading sun cast its last subdued light across the silent earth, I remained suspended above it, carrying within me the echo of a small and luminous bond that had once bridged the gulf between strangers. In that echo lay the enduring measure of my journey. The dying sun hovered at the edge of the horizon like a fading ember. Its light no longer commanded the sky. It seeped outward in fragile bands of crimson and ash, touching the barren earth. With a final and hesitant warmth, the world beneath me seemed to exhale in slow and immeasurable surrender. I allowed the machine to descend slightly, hovering closer to the silent surface. The air, thin and ancient, carried no scent of growth or decay. It was the breath of a planet that had endured beyond the memory of life. The ground stretched outward in endless plains of worn stone. No movement disturbed its stillness. Even the wind had quieted. The atmosphere hung suspended, as though reluctant to disturb the final equilibrium of this exhausted age. In that profound silence, the hum of the machine became an intrusion, a solitary note of persistence against the vast calm. I felt its vibration travel through my body, a reminder that I alone remained in motion while the world approached rest. I closed my eyes for a moment. Behind my eyelids unfolded the journey in reverse, the burning chamber, the spiral descent, the luminous garden, and Weena's outstretched hand. The memory no longer burned with raw pain. It glowed with a steady and enduring warmth. Loss had not erased connection. It had defined it. I opened my eyes to the fading horizon. The sun dipped lower, its rim dissolving into the Earth's curvature. Darkness rose gently to meet it, not as an enemy but as a final companion. I understood then that escape was never meant to be permanent flight. It was passage, a movement through which meaning revealed itself in contrast to impermanence. Every era I had crossed, every world I had witnessed, existed within the same fragile arc. And within that arc, a single shared moment could resonate beyond time. The machine hovered in quiet readiness beneath me, Its controls waited for the next command, to continue forward into the unknown, or to seek a return toward familiar ages. The choice rested in my hands. For a long and suspended instant, I did not move. I watched the last light fade from the sky and felt the solitude around me settle into calm acceptance. I was a traveler suspended between beginnings and endings, carrying within me the memory of connection as both burden and gift. When at last I reached for the lever, it was not with desperation, but with deliberate clarity. The journey would continue, and as the machine responded with a soft and steady hum, lifting me once more into the flowing current of time, I carried forward the quiet certainty that even in the vastness of eras, the smallest bonds of shared existence could outlast the fading of worlds. Chapter 17, Understanding the Species. The motion of the machine resumed with measured intention. I guided it away from the terminal hush of the dying Earth and back into the flowing continuum of eras. The barren plains dissolved beneath me, replaced by a cascade of returning landscapes. The sun brightened incrementally. The sky regained depth and color. The world reversed its slow surrender and reassembled itself in stages of fragile vitality. As I traveled, my thoughts turned not to destination, but to comprehension. The Eloi and the Morlocks, the twin branches of humanity I had encountered, no longer appeared as isolated curiosities. They emerged in my mind as the inevitable expressions of a long and silent divergence. The subterranean fire, the serene garden, the delicate balance between surface and depth, all were threads of a single evolutionary tapestry. I slowed the machine within a transitional epoch where the Earth still bore traces of both vitality, and where forests spread across the land in muted greens, structures, weathered but standing, hinted at civilizations long faded. The air shimmered with the residue of countless generations. Hovering above this intermediate age, I contemplated the forces that had shaped the future I had witnessed. Comfort and labor, light and darkness, leisure and endurance, in the distant past of my own era, these forces had already begun their quiet negotiation. The division between those who dwelled in ease and those who sustained that ease through unseen effort had etched itself into the foundations of society. Over a measurable time, that division had crystallized into biology. The Eloi embodied the culmination of unchallenged comfort, fragile, luminous, and detached from the mechanisms that sustained their existence. The Morlocks represented the inheritance of labor, resilient, adaptive, and bound to the hidden architecture of survival. Neither species was monstrous in isolation. Each was the mirror of a human tendency extended beyond balance. The memory of the subterranean chamber returned with new clarity. The fire that had erupted at its core was not merely catastrophe. It was the visible fracture of a system stretched to its limits, a reminder that equilibrium, once broken, demanded transformation. Weena's face surfaced again within my thoughts. She was not an abstraction of evolutionary theory. She was a living presence shaped by that distant divergence. Her trust, her fear, her fragile courage embodied the human thread that persisted beneath adaptation. I realized that understanding the species was inseparable from understanding loss. The separation I had endured was not solely personal. It echoed the broader separation that had unfolded across ages, the gradual distancing of humanity from its own integrated nature. The Eloi and the Morlocks were not strangers to one another. They were estranged halves of a shared origin. The machine hummed softly beneath me as I drifted through the layered epochs. The world below unfolded in quiet testimony to cycles of creation and dissolution. Each era carried the imprint of choices made long before my arrival, and within that unfolding continuum, I felt a sharpened awareness of responsibility. To witness was not enough. To understand demanded reflection, a willingness to trace the threads of consequence back through time and forward into possibility. As the landscapes shifted beneath me and the sky brightened toward a familiar hue, I carried with me the emerging clarity that the future I had seen was neither inevitable nor distant. It was the extended shadow of tendencies already present within the human condition. And in that recognition, suspended between eras with the memory of Weena's luminous gaze still guiding my thoughts, I began to grasp the deeper architecture of my journey, a passage not only through time, but through the layered anatomy of humanity itself. I allowed the machine to hover within that reflective interval, suspended above an age neither ancient nor familiar. The earth below carried the quiet dignity of transition. Rivers traced patient lines across the terrain. Forests breathed in slow and rhythmic motion. The remnants of forgotten cities lay softened by time, their outlines absorbed into the landscape like memories fading into dream. In that suspended vantage, the division between the Eloi and the Morlocks expanded within my thoughts into a broader meditation on human adaptation, evolution. I realized, is not guided by intention, it follows pressure. Where challenge diminishes, complexity yields to ease. Where necessity intensifies, resilience sharpens into form. The Eloi and the Morlocks were not accidents. They were responses, shaped by the long negotiation between comfort and survival. The garden above and the chamber below were architectural expressions of that negotiation. One preserved beauty and leisure, the other sustained function and endurance. Together they formed a system that had achieved stability at the cost of unity. I felt again the resonance of the subterranean hum, the pulse that had filled the hidden world with steady life. It was the heartbeat of labor rendered invisible to those who benefited from it. The Eloi's luminous serenity depended upon forces they neither perceived nor understood. In my own era, the seeds of such separation already existed. The conveniences of modern life rested upon networks of unseen effort. Distance obscured connection. Comfort disguised dependency. The future I had witnessed was the flowering of that obscurity. Weena's image returned with quiet insistence. She was not merely a symbol of fragility. Within her lived a subtle intelligence, an awareness shaped by her environment, responsive to beauty and danger alike. Her trust in me had bridged a gulf that evolution itself had carved. That bridge was not biological, it was human. I understood then that the essence of humanity did not reside in physical form alone. It emerged in the capacity for recognition, the ability to see oneself reflected in another across boundaries of difference. The Morlocks, too, possessed that capacity. In their luminous gaze I had glimpsed curiosity, intention, and a collective will to preserve their world. They were not monsters born of darkness. They were custodians of a system that sustained both species. The tragedy lay not in their existence, but in the silence that separated them from the Eloi. Hovering above the layered earth, I felt the contours of that silence press against my awareness. It was the silence of disconnection, a fracture that widened over ages until mutual recognition faded into myth. The memory of the burning chamber gained new dimension. The fire that had erupted at its core was more than mechanical failure. It was the visible rupture of a long-sustained tension. Systems built upon separation carry within them the seeds of collapse. The machine beneath me vibrated softly, anchoring my reflection in the present moment. I realized that my journey through time was also a journey through consequence, a traversal of the extended results of choices embedded in the human condition. As the sun drifted across the sky of that transitional age and shadows lengthened with quiet grace, I felt a deepening clarity settle within me. Understanding the species meant understanding continuity. The Eloi and the Morlocks were not endpoints. They were phases within an ongoing narrative shaped by balance and imbalance alike. Their existence illuminated the fragile architecture upon which all civilizations rest. And within that illumination, I carried forward the enduring echo of a small and luminous connection, a reminder that even amid divergence, the thread of shared humanity could still be recognized. As I remained suspended above that quiet age, a deeper layer of understanding began to unfold, one that reached beyond biology and structure into the realm of perception itself. The Eloi and the Morlocks had not merely diverged in body, They had diverged in experience. Experience shapes awareness. Awareness shapes reality. The Eloi inhabited a world of surface immediacy, light, beauty, and effortless continuity. Their senses were tuned to harmony. Danger existed only as distant memory. In such an environment, vigilance softened. Curiosity turned inward toward sensation rather than outward toward survival. The Morlocks, by contrast, lived within a matrix of constraint. Darkness sharpened their perception. Necessity refined their coordination. Their awareness extended through vibration and structure. Attuned to the hidden rhythms that sustained their domain, each species perceived only a fraction of the total system. This realization struck me with quiet force. Humanity had not fractured solely because of labor or comfort. It had fractured because perception itself had narrowed. Each branch of the species inhabited a partial reality, mistaking it for completeness. In my own era, the seeds of such narrowing were already visible. Specialization divided knowledge into isolated domains. Individuals moved within carefully bounded spheres of experience. The illusion of total understanding masked an expanding landscape of unseen dependencies. The future I had witnessed was the culmination of that narrowing, a world where mutual blindness had hardened into evolutionary separation. Weena's presence lingered at the center of my reflection. Her ability to trust across difference represented a countercurrent to that narrowing. She had recognized in me not a threat, but a possibility of connection. That recognition transcended environment. It belonged to a deeper, human faculty. The Morlocks, too, had demonstrated forms of recognition, collective coordination, shared intention, and the preservation of complex systems. Their intelligence was not absent. It was oriented differently, shaped by the demands of their realm. I began to see the two species not as opposites, but as complementary expressions of a divided whole. Light required structure, structure required light. The tragedy lay in the absence of dialogue between them, a silence that allowed misunderstanding to calcify into inevitability. Hovering above the layered earth, I felt the weight of that silence echo within my own journey. I had moved between their worlds as a fleeting bridge, a witness to their separation and their interdependence. My presence had illuminated, if only momentarily, the possibility of connection. The burning chamber returned to my thoughts once more. The fire had not chosen sides. It had consumed indiscriminately, revealing the fragility of a system sustained without mutual awareness. Collapse was not an act of malice. It was the natural consequence of imbalance carried too far. The machine beneath me hummed with steady patience, a reminder that motion itself was a form of inquiry. To travel through time was to traverse the extended anatomy of consequence, to see how perception shaped destiny. As the sun drifted lower over the transitional landscape and the air shimmered with quiet continuity, I felt a profound humility settle within me. Understanding the species was not an act of judgment. It was an invitation to recognize complexity, to see humanity not as a fixed entity, but as an evolving dialogue between forces that must remain in conversation. And within that recognition, the memory of Weena's luminous gaze endured as a gentle and guiding light, a testament to the enduring capacity for connection even within worlds shaped by separation. The longer I contemplated the divided descendants of humanity, the more I sensed that their story was not confined to the future alone. It was a mirror extended backward across time, reflecting the perennial tension within every human age. Division begins subtly. It arises in habits of thought, in structures of convenience, in the quiet acceptance of separation as natural over generations. Such habits crystallize into systems over ages. Systems shape bodies and minds alike. The Eloi and the Morlocks were the visible culmination of that slow crystallization. Humanity rendered into two distinct languages of existence. One spoke in the grammar of light and ease, the other in the syntax of endurance and maintenance. Yet beneath those languages lay a shared origin that neither branch could entirely erase. I thought again of the moment when Weena had reached for my hand in the burning chamber. That gesture contained no knowledge of history or evolution. It was immediate and unmediated, a pure articulation of need and trust. In that instant, the gulf of ages collapsed into a single human exchange. Such exchanges are the atoms of continuity. They persist even when civilizations fracture, even when environments transform beyond recognition. They are the subtle threads that bind disparate forms into a single lineage. The Morlocks, too, possess their own language of continuity. Their collective movements, their synchronized vigilance around the machine, revealed a deep and shared intelligence. They acted not as isolated individuals, but as a coordinated organism shaped by mutual dependence. I began to understand that humanity's essence did not reside in any single configuration of traits. It resided in relation, the dynamic interplay between individuals and systems, between perception and necessity. When relation falters, fragmentation follows. The future I had witnessed was not a moral fable imposed by fate. It was an extended experiment in imbalance. It demonstrated how easily relation could erode when awareness narrowed and dialogue ceased. Hovering above the quiet earth, I felt the implications of that experiment reverberate through my own era. The divisions one had observed in embryonic form, between labor and leisure, visibility and obscurity, comfort and constraint, were not distant curiosities. They were active forces shaping the trajectory of humanity. Understanding the species required acknowledging that trajectory without despair. For within the same continuum that produced division lay the capacity for recognition and renewal. The brief bridge I had formed with Weena was evidence of that capacity. It showed that even across evolutionary chasms, connection could arise spontaneously, guided by the enduring architecture of empathy. The machine beneath me vibrated with quiet steadiness, its presence a testament to human ingenuity, another expression of relation, of the desire to traverse boundaries and extend perception. As the transitional landscape drifted slowly beneath the fading sun, I felt my reflections settle into a calm and coherent insight. Humanity is not defined by its endpoints, it is defined by its movement, the ceaseless negotiation between forces that seek balance. The Eloi and the Morlocks were chapters within that movement, not its conclusion. And within that ongoing narrative, the smallest acts of recognition carried disproportionate weight. They were seeds from which new continuities could grow. With that understanding, I reached for the controls once more. The machine responded with a gentle hum, ready to carry me onward through the layered anatomy of time. I did not know what eras awaited beyond this reflective interval, but I carried forward a renewed awareness that every future is shaped by the relations we sustain or neglect, and that within the vast sweep of ages, the simple act of reaching for another's hand may echo farther than any monument of stone. Chapter 18, Reflections on Humanity. The machine slipped once more into motion, and with it my reflections widened from the particular to the universal. I no longer saw the Eloi and the Morlocks merely as distant descendants. They had become lenses through which the entire arc of humanity could be examined. Through them I perceived not a single future, but a spectrum of possibilities embedded within the human condition. Humanity, I realized, is defined less by destination than by tension. It exists in the space between opposing impulses, creation and preservation, curiosity and caution, individuality and interdependence. These tensions are not flaws to be eradicated. They are the engines of transformation. Without them, movement would cease. As the landscapes below shifted through successive eras, I saw evidence of those tensions etched into the earth itself. Cities rose where ambition converged with necessity. They fell when equilibrium faltered. Forests reclaimed stone. Rivers rewrote boundaries. Each cycle mirrored the rhythms of human endeavor. Expansion followed by contraction. Invention followed by adaptation. The future I had witnessed was not an anomaly. It was an extension of these rhythms carried to an extreme. It revealed what happens when one impulse overwhelms its counterpart, when comfort eclipses resilience, or when survival consumes beauty. In that imbalance lay both warning and instruction. I felt the memory of Weena surface again, not as grief alone, but as illumination. Her fragile presence embodied the paradox at the heart of humanity, vulnerability intertwined with meaning. It is precisely because existence is delicate that connection acquires depth. The Morlocks, in their hidden endurance, expressed another facet of that paradox. Their strength was inseparable from their confinement. They preserved continuity at the cost of isolation. Each species carried a fragment of a larger truth. To reflect on humanity was to assemble those fragments without reducing them to simple judgments. The machine hummed steadily beneath me as I drifted through a sequence of eras, where human traces flickered in and out of visibility. I sensed that my journey had become less a search for spectacle and more an inquiry into essence. What persisted across all transformations was not any single structure or trait, but a pattern of striving, a continual reaching toward balance. That reaching was neither linear nor assured. It unfolded through missteps as often as through insight, yet within its irregular motion lay the resilience of the species. Humanity endured because it could adapt not only its environment, but its understanding. And in that capacity for reflection, the ability to examine itself across time, I recognized a quiet and profound strength. It was the same faculty that allowed me, suspended between eras, to perceive the future not as fate, but as dialogue. As the sky brightened and dimmed in gradual succession above the flowing earth, I carried forward the sense that my observations were part of that dialogue. To witness was to participate. To reflect was to extend the conversation beyond the limits of any single age. And within that extended conversation, the echo of a small and luminous bond continued to guide my thoughts, a reminder that humanity's vast narrative is ultimately composed of intimate encounters, each one a point of convergence where meaning crystallizes. As the machine carried me onward, my reflections deepened into a quieter and more intimate register. The grand arcs of civilization receded momentarily, and in their place emerged the subtle textures of individual existence, the countless lives that collectively compose humanity's vast narrative. Each era I passed contained multitudes of unseen stories. Beneath the rise and fall of cities lay moments of tenderness, conflict, discovery, and loss. These moments rarely inscribe themselves upon monuments or chronicles, yet they are the true substance of history. Humanity is sustained, not by its structures alone, but by the interior landscapes of its people. I imagined the innumerable hands that had shaped the worlds unfolding beneath me, hands that built, nurtured, destroyed, and healed. Each gesture carried intention. Each intention contributed to the evolving architecture of collective life. The Eloi and the Morlocks, viewed from this perspective, were not abstractions of social theory. They were communities of individuals, each bearing private experiences that exceeded any external classification. Within their divided forms lived the same currents of emotion that had animated humanity from its earliest beginnings. Weena's presence crystallized that realization, her fear in the burning chamber, her trust in the moments before separation. These were not symbolic gestures. They were lived experiences, immediate and unfiltered. Through her, the distant future acquired emotional immediacy. It ceased to be a speculative landscape and became a realm inhabited by feeling. I understood then that to reflect on humanity without acknowledging its emotional dimension would be to observe only half the picture. Emotion is not a distraction from reason. It is a mode of perception. It reveals values, priorities, and connections that rational analysis alone cannot fully capture. The bonds that shape societies, love, loyalty, empathy, arise from this emotional substrate. As I drifted through eras where civilizations shimmered and faded, I sensed that the durability of any human system depended upon its capacity to honor that substrate. When structures sever themselves from the emotional lives they serve, they become brittle. When the why remain attuned to it, they retain flexibility and resilience. The machine's steady hum grounded these reflections in the present moment. I felt the paradox of my position with renewed clarity. I was both participant and observer, carried through time, yet bound to the same emotional currents that animated those I witnessed. Solitude sharpened my awareness of connection. In the absence of companions, the memory of shared experience grew luminous. Weena's small hand in mine became a focal point through which the entire spectrum of human relation refracted. Through that memory I grasped a quiet truth. Humanity's future is shaped as much by the quality of its relationships as by the magnitude of its achievements. Technologies may transform environments, but relationships transform meaning. As the landscapes below continued their silent procession, I carried forward a deepened appreciation for the intricate weave of individual lives that constitutes the species. Each life is a node of relation, a point where experience converges and radiates outward. To reflect on humanity, therefore, is to recognize the dignity of those countless nodes, to see in each one the potential for connection that echoes across time. And within that recognition, the vast sweep of history resolves into something intimate and immediate, a tapestry woven from moments of encounter, each one capable of shaping the trajectory of worlds. From that recognition of individual lives, my thoughts widened again, not upward toward abstraction, but outward toward time itself as the medium in which humanity unfolds. Time is not merely a sequence of moments, it is the field in which meaning accumulates. As the machine carried me through successive ages, I began to perceive time less as a river flowing past, and more as an intricate fabric woven from intention and consequence. Every human action left an imprint upon that fabric. Some impressions faded quickly, others deepened into patterns that shaped entire epochs. The future I had witnessed was one such pattern, a tapestry extended from threads spun long before my birth. The division that produced the Eloi and the Morlocks did not arise suddenly. It emerged from countless incremental choices, each one small in isolation yet immense in aggregate. This realization carried both gravity and quiet hope. If time is woven from action, then the fabric remains open to alteration. No single moment determines the whole. Humanity's trajectory is not a fixed line, but a field of branching possibilities, continuously redefined by the relations it sustains. I watched as eras blossomed and dissolved beneath me. In some ages, cities gleamed with harmonious design. In others, landscapes bore the scars of imbalance. Yet even in the most austere epochs, life persisted in subtle forms, adapting with patient intelligence. Persistence itself emerged as a central theme of my reflections. Humanity endures not because it avoids error, but because it can learn. Each collapse carries the seeds of reconfiguration. Each loss invites reconsideration. The burning chamber I had escaped was not only an ending, it was an inflection point, a moment when the hidden tensions of a system surfaced and demanded transformation. Weena's memory returned once more, now intertwined with this broader understanding. Her existence was a testament to persistence across unimaginable spans of time. Through her, the human lineage continued to express curiosity, vulnerability, and the capacity for trust. These qualities are not incidental. They are evolutionary strengths, mechanisms through which the species negotiates uncertainty. Curiosity drives exploration. Vulnerability invites cooperation. Trust enables collective action. Together they form the quiet architecture of survival. The machine hummed steadily as I contemplated the interplay between fragility and endurance. I realized that humanity's greatest resilience lies not in its capacity to dominate environments, but in its ability to relate, to form networks of meaning that extend beyond individual lifetimes. Time amplifies those networks. It carries their echoes forward, allowing moments of connection to influence futures unseen by their originators. As the sky shifted through subtle gradients above the flowing earth, I felt my journey resolve into a meditation on continuity. The traveler in time is not separate from the species he observes. He is one of its threads, carried forward by the same currents that shape all human experience. To witness the arc of humanity is to recognize oneself within it. And in that recognition, reflection becomes responsibility, an invitation to participate consciously in the weaving of the future fabric. In the end, my reflections settled into a quiet and encompassing stillness. The machine continued its measured passage through time, yet my thoughts no longer strained toward distant conclusions. They rested instead in a simple awareness. Humanity is neither a problem to be solved nor a destination to be reached. It is a process, a living conversation between generations, environments, and inner worlds. From the height of temporal distance, the apparent chaos of history resolved into a subtle coherence. Every triumph and every failure contributed to the evolving grammar of the species. Progress was not a straight ascent, nor decline a final verdict. Both were movements within a larger rhythm of adaptation. The Eloi and the Morlocks remained within that rhythm, not as warnings alone, but as expressions of humanity's capacity to explore extremes. Their existence illuminated the necessity of balance, yet it also testified to the extraordinary plasticity of human life. Few species could diverge so radically and still carry recognizable traces of a shared origin. I felt a deep respect for that plasticity. It revealed a truth that extended beyond any single future. Humanity's strength lies in its openness to transformation. To exist as human is to inhabit a state of perpetual becoming. Identity is not fixed. It unfolds through relation, reflection, and response to circumstance. Within that unfolding, moments of connection assume a luminous significance. Weena's presence, brief yet indelible, remained the axis around which my reflections turned. Through her, I had encountered the future not as abstraction, but as lived reality. Her trust had bridged epochs, her loss had etched meaning into my journey. She represented the intimate scale at which humanity is always experienced. No matter how vast the sweep of history, it is ultimately felt in encounters between individuals, in gestures of recognition that affirm shared existence. These encounters are the quiet engines of continuity. They carry forward the emotional and ethical threads that bind generations. As the eras flowed beneath me and the sky above settled into a familiar calm, I sensed my reflections reaching a natural conclusion. I did not possess answers sufficient to encompass humanity's full complexity. What I carried, instead, was a renewed sensitivity to its depth. To reflect on humanity is not to master it. It is to remain attentive to its tensions, its vulnerabilities, and its enduring capacities for connection and renewal. The machine hummed softly, awaiting direction. I rested my hands upon its controls with a gentle steadiness. Ahead lay further journeys, further landscapes of time yet unseen. Behind me stretched the echo of worlds that had shaped my understanding. Between those horizons, I carried a simple and abiding insight. Humanity endures because it continues to seek relation with its environment, with its future, and with itself. In that seeking lies both its fragility and its promise. And as I guided the machine onward into the flowing continuum, I felt the quiet assurance that whatever forms the species might assume, the impulse toward connection would remain its most persistent and defining trait. Chapter 19. The Ending Sun. I guided the machine forward once more, leaving behind the reflective calm of intermediate ages and committing to a deeper passage into the remote future. The transformation was gradual at first. The sky above dimmed in tones so subtle they might have escaped notice in any ordinary moment. The sun, once vibrant and commanding, expanded into a swollen and reddened sphere. Its light lost the sharp clarity of youth and spread instead in diffuse and weary radiance across the earth. Below, the world simplified. Vegetation thinned into scattered and wine-shaped forms clinging to the margins of survival. Oceans withdrew into dark basins. The continents appeared smoothed by immeasurable erosion. Their features softened into quiet undulations that spoke of an ancient and patient wearing away. I slowed the machine and hovered above this austere landscape. The air shimmered with a fragile stillness. Movement was sparse and deliberate. A faint wind traced delicate patterns across the plains, lifting dust into slow spirals that dissolved almost as soon as they formed. No structures interrupted the horizon. Humanity's monuments had long since yielded to time's impartial hand. The sun hung low and immense, filling the sky with a muted crimson glow. Its light carried neither warmth nor urgency. It illuminated without sustaining, casting the world in the subdued hues of an ending chapter. In that quiet extremity, I felt the scale of time settle upon my awareness with renewed intensity. This was not merely the future of humanity, it was the future of the Earth itself, a stage upon which the species, if it persisted at all, would do so in forms scarcely imaginable. The familiar rhythms of life had given way to a slower and more fragile cadence. Yet even here, in the shadow of cosmic decline, the world was not empty. At the edge of a distant plain, I perceived subtle motion, faint shapes gliding close to the ground. Their forms adapted to the sparse environment. They moved with patient economy, embodying a life attuned to scarcity and endurance. I watched them in silence, recognizing in their movement the same fundamental impulse that had animated every epoch I had traversed, the will to persist. The machine hummed softly beneath me, its steady vibration contrasting with the immense quiet of the landscape. I felt suspended between two immensities, the intimate presence of the device that carried me and the vast indifference of the cosmos unfolding around it. The ending sun cast its subdued light across the ancient earth, and within that light I sensed a paradoxical beauty. Decline did not erase meaning. It revealed another dimension of it, a solemn clarity in which existence appeared stripped to its essentials. And as I hovered above that distant world, witnessing the Earth's slow approach toward rest, I felt my journey extend beyond human reflection into a meditation on impermanence itself. I allowed the machine to descend a little further, closing the distance between myself and that austere and ancient surface. The air thickened with a faint metallic chill. It carried none of the familiar fragrances of life, no trace of flowering growth or fertile soil. Instead, it bore the neutral scent of stone long exposed to cosmic weather. The atmosphere itself seemed tired, stretched thin by epochs beyond counting. The shapes I had glimpsed in the distance moved with deliberate slowness across the plain. As I drew nearer, their forms resolved into low and resilient organisms clinging to the margins of possibility. Their movements were economical, guided by instincts refined through relentless scarcity. They neither fled nor acknowledged the presence of the hovering machine. Their existence unfolded within a scale of perception untouched by my intrusion. They were expressions of adaptation. At its most elemental, life reduced to its essential grammar of survival. The ground beneath them was a tapestry of muted color. Fine cracks traced intricate patterns across its surface, testifying to cycles of heat and cold that had etched themselves into the planet's skin. Here and there, shallow pools of dark water reflected the swollen sun, their surfaces trembling with faint thermal currents. I hovered above one such pool and watched as the ending light fractured across it. The reflection wavered, dissolving the sun into a shifting mosaic of crimson fragments. It was a quiet spectacle, a dialogue between light and matter that required no audience. In that moment, I felt the boundary between observer and landscape soften. The earth before me was not merely a stage upon which life persisted. It was itself a participant in the drama of time, a body shaped by forces both internal and cosmic. Its slow transformation mirrored the trajectories of the species it had sustained. Both were subject to the same universal law: emergence, flourishing, and eventual dissolution. Yet dissolution did not equate to emptiness. The fragile organisms moving across the plain embodied continuity. They were heirs to a lineage stretching back to the earliest stirrings of life. In their quiet persistence, I sense a profound humility, a reminder that existence need not be grand to be meaningful. The machine's hum seemed louder against the vast silence of that world. I felt its presence as a small and improbable artifact suspended within an immense chronology. It carried me through eras, yet it could not escape the larger currents that govern stars and planets alike. Above, the swollen sun drifted imperceptibly lower, its light softened further, bathing the landscape in a muted glow that blurred the boundaries between object and shadow. The world appeared suspended in a perpetual twilight, a threshold between presence and absence. I remained there, hovering in contemplative stillness, absorbing the quiet dignity of a planet approaching its final chapters. There was no drama in its decline, no violent spectacle, only a gradual and solemn yielding to the passage of time. And within that yielding, I sensed a subtle affirmation that existence, even at its most fragile, retains a quiet and intrinsic worth. As I lingered above that ancient plain, a deeper stillness settled over the landscape, a stillness so complete that even the faint movements of the surviving organisms seemed absorbed into it. Time itself felt altered. The passage of moments stretched into long and quiet intervals. The swollen sun hung motionless to perception, its descent too gradual for the senses to measure. Shadows did not crawl. Across the ground, they rested there, as if the world had entered a prolonged breath between transitions. In that suspended atmosphere, my awareness expanded outward. I felt the scale of cosmic time press gently against my thoughts. The earth beneath me was no longer merely a future destination. It was a participant in a far larger narrative, one written in the evolution of stars and the slow cooling of worlds. Its aging surface carried the imprint of celestial rhythms beyond human chronology. The fragile life that persisted upon it was part of that same narrative. These organisms were not anomalies clinging to the margins of extinction. They were the final articulations of a lineage that had endured through unimaginable transformations. In their presence, I sensed a quiet continuity linking the earliest stirrings of life to this remote horizon. The realization carried a profound serenity. Existence did not culminate in dramatic endings. It unfolded in gradual transitions, each phase yielding to the next with patient inevitability. The Earth's approach toward rest was not a catastrophe. It was a completion, a return to equilibrium within the broader architecture of the cosmos. The machine hovered in gentle counterpoint to that serenity. Its steady hum was a reminder of human ingenuity, a fleeting yet remarkable expression of the species' desire to traverse boundaries. Suspended above a world nearing silence, I felt the improbable convergence of two scales, the ephemeral reach of humanity and the enduring sweep of cosmic time. Weena's memory surfaced once more, softened by distance, yet luminous in significance. Her brief life, measured against the immensity before me, might appear inconsequential. Yet in recalling her presence, I felt the opposite truth emerge. Meaning is not diminished by scale. The intimacy of a single connection retains its depth, even when set against the vastness of the universe. It is precisely within that contrast that meaning acquires resonance. The fragile and the immense do not negate one another, they coexist, each illuminating the other's value. As the muted light of the ending sun spread across the ancient earth, I experienced a quiet reconciliation between these dimensions. Humanity's journey, with all its divisions, reflections, and aspiration, belonged within the same continuum that carried stars toward exhaustion and worlds toward rest. And within that continuum, the act of witnessing assumed a gentle significance. To observe was to participate in the unfolding dialogue between transience and endurance. I remained suspended above the plain, absorbing the solemn beauty of a planet completing its arc. There was no urgency in that moment, no impulse to flee or intervene, only a calm and attentive presence, attuned to the subtle harmonies of decline and persistence intertwined. At last I felt the moment arrive when observation must yield to movement. The ancient plain lay before me in unwavering stillness, bathed in the muted glow of the swollen sun. The fragile organisms continued their patient traversal of the ground. Indifferent to my presence, The air held its quiet equilibrium, untouched by urgency. I understood that I was witnessing not an event, but a condition, a sustained state of completion. There was nothing further to uncover here through continued hovering. The lesson of this distant age resided in its atmosphere of solemn acceptance. It spoke not through spectacle, but through the quiet articulation of finality. I rested my hands upon the controls and allowed a final gaze to sweep the horizon. The earth stretched outward in subdued majesty, its features softened by time into a landscape of gentle endurance. The ending sun cast its diffused light across the terrain, revealing textures of stone and shadow that carried the memory of innumerable transformations. In that panorama, I sensed a profound continuity linking every epoch I had traversed. The vibrant worlds of earlier ages, the divided descendants of humanity, the reflective intervals of transition, all were chapters within a single and coherent arc. The arc did not culminate in triumph or catastrophe, it culminated in quiet return. Weena's presence stirred once more within my thoughts, not as loss alone, but as affirmation. Her brief existence had intersected with mine within that arc, creating a point of resonance that extended beyond duration. In remembering her, I felt the enduring thread of human meaning woven into the fabric of cosmic time. The fragile and the immense coexisted without contradiction. I drew a slow breath and engaged the machine. Its hum deepened into purposeful vibration. The ancient plane began to recede, its contours dissolving into motion. The swollen sun blurred into a crimson streak as time resumed its flowing cadence. As the distant future slipped away beneath accelerating eras, I carried with me the quiet insight distilled from that silent world, that endings are not negations, but transformations, transitions within a continuum that embraces both emergence and rest. The machine lifted me once more into the layered currents of time, and the austere beauty of the ending earth faded into luminous memory, yet its lesson remained. In the vast architecture of existence, every phase, from flourishing to decline, contributes to a larger harmony. To witness that harmony is to recognize the dignity inherent in all stages of becoming. And with that recognition settled calmly within me, I guided the machine onward, prepared to encounter whatever further dimensions of time awaited beyond the horizon of the known. Chapter 20: The Shore of the Last Sea. The current of time carried me forward once more, and when I slowed the machine again, the landscape that emerged was both familiar and transformed. Before me stretched the margin of a vast and silent sea. The shoreline curved in a long and gentle arc, its sands darkened by mineral age and cosmic weather. The water beyond lay heavy and unmoving, a dense expanse reflecting the swollen sun in muted bands of crimson and iron gray. No waves broke upon the shore. The sea breathed in slow and nearly imperceptible rhythms, as if conserving the last reserves of planetary motion. I guided the machine downward and hovered above the edge of that ancient water. The air carried a faint saline chill. It brushed against me with a softness devoid of urgency, a final whisper of the dynamic atmospheres that had once animated the earth. The horizon where sea and sky met appeared blurred, their colors merging into a single and subdued gradient. Along the shoreline lay formations of stone sculpted by epochs of erosion. Their surfaces bore intricate patterns, delicate ridges and hollows etched by vanished tides. They stood as quiet monuments to the dialogue between land and water that had persisted for ages. Beyond counting, the sea itself held a profound stillness. Its surface reflected the ending sun with a glass-like clarity that bordered on abstraction. In that reflection, I perceived the layered memory of oceans past, the teeming life, the storms and currents, the restless vitality that had once defined the planet's waters. Now those memories lingered only as resonance. I remained suspended above the shore, absorbing the solemn beauty of this terminal seascape. The absence of motion did not diminish its presence, it intensified it. Every detail, the subtle shimmer of light, the muted textures of sand and stone, emerged with heightened clarity against the encompassing silence. In that clarity, I sensed the earth approaching a final equilibrium between its elements. Land and water, light and shadow, motion and rest converged into a unified and contemplative tableau. The machine hummed softly beneath me, its vibration the lone articulation of human artifice within that ancient scene. I felt its presence as both contrast and continuation, a fragile thread, linking the restless curiosity of my species to the enduring calm of the cosmos. And as I hovered above the shore of the last sea, watching the subdued light drift across its motionless surface, I felt my journey extend once more beyond observation into quiet communion with the planet's final rhythms. I descended closer to the shoreline until the machine hovered just above the darkened sand. The grains beneath me were coarse and heavy, their colors muted into deep shades of charcoal and rust. They bore the weight of immeasurable ages, compressed by cycles of tide and wind long since softened into memory. When a faint current of air stirred them, they shifted with a dry and whispering sound, the quiet language of matter nearing stillness. The sea extended outward in solemn continuity. Its surface was not entirely without motion. Subtle undulations traveled across it in slow and deliberate sequences. As though the water retained a distant recollection of waves, these movements were gentle and restrained, conserving energy within a world approaching exhaustion. I watched as the ending sun cast elongated reflections across the water. The light fractured into muted ribbons that trembled with each subtle swell. In those ribbons I sensed the lingering vitality of a planet that had once pulsed with restless seas and roaring storms. The shoreline itself formed a boundary between two states of being, the solidity of land and the fluid persistence of water. Here, at this terminal edge, that boundary appeared less a division than a convergence. Sand dissolved gradually into submerged stone. Water lapped softly against the earth in gestures that felt almost ceremonial. I felt an unexpected intimacy with that convergence. It mirrored the transitions I had witnessed throughout my journey, the merging of eras, the dissolution of forms, the quiet continuity that underlay apparent endings. The shore of the last sea was not merely a geographical feature. It was an emblem of passage, a threshold where transformation assumed visible shape. The air carried a faint vibration, a resonance born of the sea's slow breathing and the machine's steady hum. Together they formed a delicate harmony that filled the surrounding silence without disturbing it. I allowed the machine to drift parallel to the shoreline. As I moved, the textures of sand and water unfolded in patient variation. Small formations of mineral crust traced intricate patterns. Along the edge, their crystalline surfaces catching the subdued light, they resembled frozen gestures, the final articulations of chemical processes that had sculpted the earth for eons. In observing these details, I felt time compress into a single and continuous presence. The immense span of planetary history converged upon this quiet moment of encounter. Every storm, every tide, every living current that had shaped the sea seemed to echo faintly within its subdued motion, and within that echo I sensed a profound serenity. The sea did not resist its approaching rest. It embraced it with the same patience that had defined its ancient rhythms. Its stillness was not absence, but completion, a final cadence, in a composition that had unfolded across the vast architecture of time. I allowed the machine to settle into a gentle hover and stepped down onto the ancient shore. The sand yielded beneath my weight with a muted firmness, as though it had long since forgotten the imprint of footsteps. My presence felt improbable in that vast and quiet age, a fleeting disturbance upon a surface shaped by epochs beyond human reckoning. The air was cool and thin. Each breath carried a faint mineral tang drawn from the sea and the worn stones around me. Sound traveled differently here. Even the soft contact of my steps seemed absorbed into the atmosphere, leaving only the steady murmur of the water as a constant companion. I walked toward the water's edge. The sea met the shore with restrained and deliberate motion. A shallow ripple advanced, spread across the sand in a thin and glistening sheet, and withdrew again with quiet reluctance. The cycle repeated in slow succession, marking time with a cadence both gentle and inexorable. Kneeling at the boundary, I extended my hand and touched the surface. The water was cold, not with the sharp chill of storm-driven seas, but with the deep and settled coolness of a body approaching equilibrium. It closed around my fingers without resistance. For an instant, I felt connected to the immense history contained within that element, the primordial oceans that had nurtured the first stirrings of life, the restless tides that had shaped continents and climates. Now that history flowed in attenuated form beneath my touch. I lifted my hand and watched droplets fall back into the sea. Each one vanished into the larger whole without trace, a quiet reminder of the indivisibility that underlies apparent separation. Standing once more, I gazed along the horizon. The swollen sun hovered above the water like a fading ember, its reflection trembling in elongated bands across the surface. The sky around it deepened into muted hues of violet and gray, colors that carried the solemn dignity of closure. In that panorama, I felt the convergence of all I had witnessed, the flourishing worlds of earlier ages, the divided descendants of humanity, the reflective intervals of understanding. Each phase of my journey seemed to flow toward this shoreline, gathering into a single and encompassing awareness. The sea before me was not empty, it was full of memory. Within its subdued motion, I sensed the echo of countless lives, ecosystems, and civilizations that had depended upon its vitality. Though their forms had dissolved into time, their influence persisted as resonance, subtle vibrations woven into the planet's final rhythms. I felt no sorrow in that recognition, only a profound respect. The Earth had carried life through an arc of astonishing complexity. Its approach toward rest did not diminish that achievement, it completed it. The shoreline of the last sea was both ending and testament, a quiet affirmation that existence, however transient, leaves enduring traces within the fabric of reality. The machine waited behind me, its steady hum a reminder of my continued passage. Yet for a moment longer, I remained at the water's edge, absorbing the silent dialogue between land and sea, past and present, motion and stillness, and in that dialogue, I felt my own journey settle into harmony with the broader cadence of time. I remained at the water's edge until the distinction between observation and presence began to dissolve. The sea moved in its restrained cadence, and I felt my thoughts align with its rhythm. Each shallow advance and retreat of the tide mirrored the motion of my journey, approach and departure, encounter and release. The pattern was simple, yet it carried the weight of universal recurrence. I turned slowly and looked back toward the machine. It stood upon the darkened sand like a fragment of another reality, an artifact born of urgency and curiosity. Poised within a landscape defined by completion, its metallic surfaces caught the muted light of the ending sun and reflected it in subdued glints. For a moment I perceived the entire arc of my passage compressed into that single image, a human invention resting at the threshold of planetary rest. I walked back to it with unhurried steps. The sand accepted and erased my footprints in the same gesture. Nothing here retained marks for long. The shore itself seemed dedicated to the quiet practice of renewal through forgetting. Before mounting the machine, I cast one final gaze across the sea. The horizon had softened into a seamless union of water and sky. The swollen sun drifted lower, its light diffusing into the atmosphere with gentle inevitability. The world did not resist its transition. It welcomed it with the calm dignity of a cycle reaching fulfillment. In that acceptance, I sensed an echo of my own journey's purpose. I had traveled through extremes of flourishing and division, reflection and solitude. Each stage had revealed a facet of existence shaped by time's patient hand. Here, at the margin of the last sea, those facets converged into a single and lucid insight. All things participate in cycles larger than themselves. Meaning arises not from permanence, but from engagement within those cycles. The Earth's approach toward rest did not negate the richness of its history. It framed that history within a broader continuum where emergence and dissolution coexist. Likewise, the human endeavor, with all its striving and fragility, gained depth through its participation in that continuum. I mounted the machine and rested my hands upon its controls. The hum beneath me resonated softly against the encompassing silence. It was a small and deliberate sound, yet it carried the promise of continued exploration. As I engaged the mechanism and felt time gather once more into motion, the shoreline began to recede. The ancient sea blurred into a tapestry of muted color, its stillness preserved in memory even as it dissolved from sight. I carried forward the quiet wisdom distilled from that encounter, that to witness the full arc of existence is to recognize both its impermanence and its coherence. Every moment, however brief, contributes to the unfolding harmony of the whole. With that recognition steady within me, I guided the machine onward into the flowing continuum, leaving the shore of the last sea behind, yet retaining its calm within my awareness. Chapter 21: The Silence of Earth. Time carried me beyond the last sea. The shoreline dissolved into streaks of muted color, and when I slowed the machine once more, the earth that emerged beneath me was almost unrecognizable in its austerity. The oceans had withdrawn further. Vast expanses of exposed land stretched toward every horizon, their surfaces pale and mineral, etched by the final geometries of erosion. The sky hung low and dim above them, suffused with a fading light that seemed less an illumination than a memory of brightness. I hovered in that immense stillness and felt a new quality settle over the world. It was silence, not the absence of sound alone, but a condition of profound equilibrium. The faint movements that had animated earlier epochs were gone. No wind traced patterns across the ground. No water stirred in hidden basins. The air itself appeared suspended, as though the planet had entered a prolonged pause between breaths. The swollen sun hovered above the horizon, its radiance attenuated into a soft and colorless glow. It no longer commanded the sky, it lingered within it, a fading presence nearing its own transformation. Below, the land bore no visible life. The fragile organisms I had glimpsed near the last sea were absent here. The surface appeared complete in its bareness, a vast and unbroken field of stone shaped by forces that had long since spent their urgency. Fine dust lay undisturbed upon the ground, its patterns preserved with meticulous clarity. I descended slowly, bringing the machine closer to that silent terrain. The air met me with a thin and brittle chill. It carried no scent, no trace of organic presence. Each breath felt like an encounter with the elemental substrate of the planet itself. In that encounter I sensed the earth approaching a final articulation of form, a state in which motion had yielded to structure and structure to quiet persistence. The silence was not empty, it was dense with implication. It spoke of completion. Standing suspended above that motionless world, I felt the full weight of temporal distance settle into my awareness. This was not merely a future epoch. It was a threshold beyond which the familiar categories of life and change receded into abstraction. And within that threshold, I perceived the earth not as a stage for human history, but as an entity completing its own vast trajectory. I lowered the machine until it hovered just above the pale surface and stepped down into that immense quiet. The ground was firm beneath my feet, not the yielding texture of sand, nor the fractured unevenness of broken stone, but a smooth and consolidated plane shaped by the slow compression of ages. It felt ancient in a way that surpassed sensation. It carried the gravity of time itself. When I moved, my footsteps produced almost no sound. The air absorbed vibration as though reluctant to disturb its own equilibrium. Even the soft hum of the machine seemed muted here, reduced to a distant and private murmur. I became acutely aware of my own presence, a transient figure crossing a landscape that had relinquished the need for motion. I walked a short distance from the machine and stopped. The horizon encircled me in uninterrupted continuity. No features rose to break its line. The earth extended outward in gentle undulations that merged seamlessly with the dim sky, Light and matter blended into a subdued spectrum of pale, grays, and faint amber tones. In that seamless expanse, I felt a profound contraction of scale. The distinctions that had once organized perception near and far, foreground and distance, softened into a unified field. The world presented itself not as a collection of objects, but as a single and continuous presence. I stood within that presence and listened. There was nothing to hear in the ordinary sense, yet the silence itself possessed texture. It carried the resonance of all that had preceded it, the vanished storms, the extinct ecosystems, the civilizations that had risen and dissolved within the planet's long narrative. Those histories did not speak through sound. They manifested as a subtle density within the stillness, an awareness that silence can contain memory as fully as any articulated voice. I felt my thoughts slow to match the cadence of the landscape. The urgency that had propelled earlier stages of my journey receded. In its place emerged a contemplative clarity. I was no longer pursuing discovery. I was witnessing culmination. The earth beneath me had entered a phase where change approached asymptote. Its processes continued, but at scales so gradual that they bordered on permanence. In that near immobility, I sensed a form of completion that transcended the human impulse toward progress. Completion did not signify cessation. It signified balance. And as I stood upon that silent plain, surrounded by the distilled essence of a planet's long evolution, I felt my own movement through time assume a quieter purpose, to observe, to understand, and to carry forward the recognition that existence unfolds through cycles that extend far beyond individual horizons. Standing upon that motionless plain, I felt time lose its familiar direction. In earlier ages, time had revealed itself through change, the shifting of landscapes, the rise and fall of structures, the ceaseless interplay of motion and transformation. Here, in the Earth's near-final quiet, change withdrew into depths beyond perception. Time did not appear to advance. It seemed to settle, pooling into a vast and transparent stillness. Within that stillness, my awareness expanded inward, deprived of external movement. Perception turned toward its own foundations. I became acutely conscious of the rhythm of my breathing, of the faint pulse within my body, small and insistent affirmations of life carried into a realm that had relinquished its urgency. The contrast was profound. I was a bearer of motion standing within a world that had nearly resolved itself into rest. My presence introduced a fragile disturbance into an equilibrium, shaped by cosmic patience, yet the disturbance did not feel intrusive. It felt momentary, a brief articulation within a silence vast enough to contain it without resistance. I closed my eyes and allowed the sensation of that silence to permeate my awareness. It was not empty, it was layered. Beneath its surface, I sensed the accumulated resonance of planetary history, the faint echo of oceans that had carved continents, the memory of winds that had sculpted mountains, the imprint of life that had flourished and receded in countless forms. These echoes did not manifest as images. They appeared as a subtle density within the present moment, a quiet affirmation that silence is not the absence of being, but the condensation of it. In that recognition, the boundaries between past and present softened. The earth beneath me was not merely a terminal stage. It was the culmination of a continuous process in which every preceding epoch remained implicitly present. The silence I perceived was woven from the sum of all that had occurred. I opened my eyes. The pale horizon remained unchanged, yet it now appeared suffused with hidden depth. The subdued light carried a clarity that bordered on translucence. The air, though thin and brittle, seemed to vibrate faintly with the persistence of matter itself. I felt a gentle humility settle within me. To witness such culmination was to encounter the limits of human scale. My journey through time, extraordinary as it was, occupied only a fleeting interval within the Earth's vast chronology. Yet within that interval lay the capacity to perceive, to reflect, and to find meaning. Meaning did not diminish in the face of immensity, it intensified. The fragile pulse of my own existence, measured against the planet's enduring silence, revealed a paradoxical richness. Life's brevity endowed it with precision. Each moment acquired weight precisely because it was finite. Standing there, suspended between motion and rest, I understood that the silence of the earth was not a negation of life. It was the context that rendered life luminous. After a time that could not be measured, I turned back toward the machine. My footsteps crossed the pale surface without leaving lasting trace. The ground accepted my passage and returned immediately to its prior stillness. Nothing here. Accumulated marks. The world had entered a state where impressions dissolved as soon as they were made. The machine waited in quiet readiness. Its structure, born of an earlier and restless age, appeared almost delicate against the austere simplicity of the surrounding landscape. I rested my hand upon its frame and felt the faint vibration within, a small and persistent rhythm carrying the memory of human ingenuity. Before mounting it, I allowed myself one final survey of the silent earth. The horizon remained uninterrupted. The swollen sun hovered low. Its light diffused into a gentle pallor that softened every contour. No shadow moved across the ground. The atmosphere held it suspended, equilibrium with unwavering patience. In that panorama, I sensed a profound reconciliation. The journey that had carried me through flourishing civilizations, divided descendants, reflective intervals, and terminal landscapes now converged upon a single and lucid awareness. Existence unfolds as a continuum in which emergence and cessation participate equally. The silence before me was not an ending to be feared. It was a dimension of the same process that had once given rise to complexity and motion. Within it resided a quiet affirmation that all phases of being, growth, transformation, and rest belong to a unified architecture. I felt gratitude arise within that recognition. To witness the earth at such a threshold was to encounter the full arc of its narrative. My own passage through time, brief and improbable, had granted me a perspective that transcended individual epochs. It revealed a harmony underlying apparent contrasts, a coherence binding the restless vitality of life to the serene dignity of completion. I mounted the machine and engaged its mechanism. The hum beneath me deepened, introducing a gentle articulation into the encompassing silence. As time gathered once more into motion, the pale plain began to recede. The silent earth dissolved into flowing streaks of muted light, its stillness preserved within memory even as it vanished from sight. I carried with me the insight distilled from that final landscape, that to exist is to participate in cycles larger than any singular form, and that meaning arises from attentive presence within those cycles. With that understanding settled calmly at the center of my awareness, I guided the machine onward, not in search of spectacle, but in quiet acknowledgement of the vast and continuous harmony through which all moments unfold. Epilogue. The currents of time gathered around me once more, and I directed the machine toward the familiar coordinates of my origin. The silent earth receded into immeasurable distance. Layers of eras unfolded in swift succession, their transitions blending into a continuous stream of motion. Colors intensified, forms regained complexity. The subdued light of the distant future brightened into the vibrant spectrum of a living world. When at last I slowed the machine, the chamber of my departure emerged around me. The air was warm and dense with presence. It carried the subtle textures of human habitation, the mingled sense of polished wood, fabric, and faint traces of combustion. Sound returned with gentle insistence, the distant murmur of voices, the soft resonance of objects settling into place. I stepped down from the machine and felt the floor beneath my feet respond with familiar solidity. The room appeared unchanged in its arrangement, yet my perception of it had altered irrevocably. Every detail, the contours of furniture, the interplay of light and shadow upon the walls, seemed suffused with renewed clarity. The ordinary world revealed itself as a tapestry of intricate relations, each element participating in a dynamic equilibrium I had once taken for granted. I stood motionless for a moment, absorbing the contrast. The silent expanses of the far future lingered within my awareness, their austere serenity forming a quiet counterpoint to the vitality surrounding me. Here, motion resumed its central role. The air vibrated with subtle currents. Objects bore the imprint of recent activity. Life asserted itself through innumerable gestures, both small and profound. In that assertion, I sensed a deepened appreciation. The return was not merely a reversal of trajectory, it was a reintegration. The knowledge carried from distant epochs infused the present with expanded significance. Each sound, each movement, appeared luminous against the memory of planetary silence. I reached out and touched the machine. Once more. Its surface retained the faint warmth of operation. It stood as tangible evidence of the passage I had undertaken, a bridge between scales of time ordinarily separated by incomprehensible distances. Yet in that moment it seemed less an instrument of escape than a catalyst for perception. Through it, the present revealed its richness. I moved toward the window and looked outward. The sky beyond was animated by drifting clouds, their forms shifting in gentle procession. The light of the sun possessed a vitality absent from the distant future. It illuminated the world. With immediacy and promise, I breathed deeply. The air entered my lungs with a fullness that resonated through my entire being. It carried the warmth of life, the subtle fragrances of growth and habitation. In that breath I felt the convergence of journey and return, the vast arc of time distilled into the immediacy of the present moment. I remained by the window and allowed my gaze to wander across the living world outside. Movement was everywhere. Leaves trembled in a passing breeze. Shadows shifted across the ground in fluid patterns. Distant figures crossed the street with purposeful strides, their gestures animated by intentions both visible and unseen. Each motion carried an immediacy that contrasted sharply with the suspended stillness of the far future. Yet I did not experience that contrast as dissonance. It unfolded as harmony. The vitality before me appeared enriched by the memory of silence. Every sound, the faint cadence of footsteps, the soft murmur of conversation, the subtle creak of the building itself, resonated with renewed depth. These were not trivial disturbances of quiet. They were articulations of presence, affirmations of a world actively becoming. I turned back into the room. Familiar objects surrounded me, the arrangement of chairs, the polished surface of the table, the gentle play of light upon the walls. Each element bore the imprint of human intention. They were products of design, of collaboration, of shared understanding accumulated through generations. I moved slowly among them, touching their surfaces with deliberate awareness. The textures beneath my fingers, smooth wood, woven fabric, cool metal, conveyed a tangible history of craft. They spoke of minds engaged in shaping matter, of hands guided by purpose. In these modest artifacts I perceived the condensed expression of humanity's creative impulse. The journey through distant epochs had revealed the fragility of such expressions. Entire civilizations had risen and dissolved within the vast architecture of time. Yet standing within this room, I felt not despair, but affirmation. Fragility did not negate significance, it intensified it. The knowledge that all forms are transient endowed each present configuration with precision and weight. The ordinary world, often obscured by familiarity, now appeared luminous with contingent beauty. Its impermanence was not a deficiency, it was the condition that rendered its moments vivid. I returned to the machine and regarded it in thoughtful silence. It represented the apex of a particular aspiration, the desire to transcend temporal boundaries. Yet the journey it enabled had led me not away from the present, but back into it with expanded awareness. The machine was a circle completed. Through it, I had glimpsed the immense arc of planetary history. Through that glimpse, the immediacy of the present acquired renewed clarity. The extraordinary had served to illuminate the ordinary. I felt a quiet gratitude settle within me. To inhabit this moment, dense with motion, sound, and intention, was to participate in a dynamic continuum whose future I had already witnessed in distant outline. The knowledge did not diminish. The present, it deepened it. infusing each perception with layered significance. And as I stood within that living room, suspended between memory and immediacy, I sensed the return not as an ending to the journey, but as its true beginning, the cultivation of attentive presence within the unfolding now. I seated myself at last and allowed the rhythm of the present to settle around me. The room breathed with quiet activity. Subtle sounds rose and faded, the distant closing of a door, the gentle shifting of air, the almost imperceptible creak of the building adjusting to its own weight. These were the ordinary articulations of inhabited space, yet they now carried a resonance that extended beyond their immediate origin. Each sound affirmed continuity. Life persisted not through grand gestures alone, but through the accumulation of small and steady motions. The far future had revealed a world approaching rest. Here, in contrast, motion flourished in intricate and overlapping patterns. The interplay between these states did not diminish either. It revealed their mutual necessity. I closed my eyes and allowed the present to unfold without intervention. The memory of distant landscapes drifted through my awareness. The silent plains, the final sea, the austere beauty of a planet nearing equilibrium. These images did not intrude upon the room. They coexisted with it, forming a layered perception in which past and present informed one another. Through that layering I sensed a deeper coherence. The journey had not separated me from this moment. It had woven it into a broader continuum. Every perception now appeared suspended within an immense architecture of time, its significance amplified by the knowledge of eventual transformation. Yet this amplification did not produce urgency. It produced calm. To recognize impermanence was not to hasten experience, but to inhabit it fully. The present moment expanded. When approached with attentive awareness, its textures, sound, light, sensation, revealed subtle complexities ordinarily obscured by haste. I opened my eyes. The room appeared luminous in its familiarity. Light filtered through the window and traced delicate geometries across the floor. Dust motes drifted in slow and graceful trajectories, each one a miniature articulation of motion within the air. In observing them, I felt the convergence of scales once more. The immense currents of cosmic time and the delicate movements of suspended particles belonged to the same continuum. Their difference was one of magnitude, not of essence. Both participated in the unfolding harmony that defined existence. I understood then that the return was complete. The journey through distant epochs had culminated not in revelation alone, but in integration. The knowledge carried from the far reaches of time now resided quietly within the present, enriching perception without overwhelming it. And in that integration, I found a renewed sense of orientation, a calm awareness that to live is to move within cycles vast and intricate, yet to experience them always from the singular vantage of the now. I rose slowly and crossed the room once more, feeling the quiet certainty of gravity beneath each step. The machine stood where I had left it, silent now, its hum withdrawn into potential. It no longer dominated the space, it rested within it, an object among objects, extraordinary in origin, yet peacefully integrated into the ordinary environment. I regarded it for a long moment. Through its mechanism, I had traversed distances that defied intuition. I had witnessed the flourishing and attenuation of worlds, the unfolding of time across scales that eclipsed human comprehension. Yet standing before it now, I felt no impulse to depart again. The necessity of return had fulfilled itself. What remained was the task of inhabiting the present with the awareness the journey had bestowed. The machine had expanded the horizon of perception. It had revealed the immense architecture within which every moment unfolds. But it was here, within the immediacy of lived experience, that architecture acquired tangible meaning. I turned away from the device and allowed my attention to settle upon the room. Light continued its gentle passage across surfaces. Sounds rose and dissolved in quiet succession. The air carried the subtle warmth of habitation. Each element participated in a dynamic equilibrium that mirrored, in miniature, the broader harmonies I had glimpsed across time. In that mirroring I sensed completion. The extraordinary and the ordinary were not opposed. They were complementary expressions of a single continuum. To traverse time was to encounter its vast dimensions. To return was to recognize those dimensions reflected within the textures of everyday life. I moved toward the window once more and looked outward. The world beyond continued in its intricate choreography. People moved with intention. Clouds reshaped themselves in silent procession. Light shifted across the landscape with patient consistency. These motions, once taken for granted, now appeared luminous with significance. They were the living articulation of a moment suspended within immeasurable cycles. I felt a quiet gratitude arise, not for spectacle or discovery, but for presence itself. To stand within this unfolding now, aware of its depth and fragility, was to participate consciously in the continuum that binds all epochs. The journey had carried me to the margins of planetary silence and back again. It had revealed endings and continuities intertwined, and in returning, it had illuminated the present. As a site of inexhaustible richness, I allowed that awareness to settle within me like a steady and gentle light. There was nothing further to seek in that instant. The room, the world beyond it, and the vast architecture of time coexisted in quiet harmony. To inhabit that harmony with attentive presence was itself a fulfillment, and so I stood at the threshold between memory and immediacy, carrying forward the calm understanding that every moment, however ordinary it may appear, opens onto the infinite when perceived with clarity. Even as I stood within the calm assurance of return, a subtle echo lingered beneath my thoughts. It was not a sound nor an image, but a quiet resonance, the aftertone of distances traversed and possibilities glimpsed. The journey had concluded in movement, yet its implications continued to unfold within me. Like ripples extending across a still surface, I felt that echo most clearly in moments of pause. When the room settled into silence, when external motion softened and attention turned inward, the memory of distant epochs surfaced with gentle insistence. The silent plains of the far future, the shore of the last sea, the austere dignity of a world approaching rest, these impressions did not fade. They integrated themselves into the fabric of perception. They raised questions that possessed no immediate answers. What is the measure of a civilization within the vast arc of planetary time? How does one reconcile the brevity of individual lives with the endurance of cosmic processes? These inquiries did not demand resolution. They invited contemplation. I moved slowly through the room, aware of that invitation. Each familiar object now carried a dual significance. It belonged to the present moment, yet it also existed within a continuum whose distant outlines I had witnessed. The chair beneath my hand was both a crafted artifact and a transient configuration of matter. The light entering through the window was both immediate illumination and a fragment of stellar energy traveling across space. This layered perception did not fragment experience. It deepened it. The unresolved echo of the journey functioned as a quiet undercurrent, enriching ordinary awareness with expanded context. It reminded me that every perception participates in histories extending beyond its apparent boundaries. I understood that this echo would remain with me. It would accompany my movements through the days ahead, not as a burden, but as a subtle guide. It would temper urgency with perspective, infuse routine with quiet wonder, and sustain a continuous dialogue between the immediate and the immense. In that dialogue, I sensed the enduring gift of the journey, not answers, but an enlarged capacity for attentive presence within unanswered questions. As the hours passed and the ordinary rhythms of life resumed their gentle cadence, I noticed how the echo of the journey threaded itself through even the smallest experiences. A cup resting upon the table caught the light, its curved surface reflecting a miniature world of shifting brightness. In that simple image I perceived a quiet metaphor, the vast contained within the intimate, the infinite suggested by the finite. Such moments rose, without effort, revealing themselves as invitations to contemplation embedded within routine. I sat and allowed my attention to rest upon these details. The texture of the air against my skin, the faint interplay of shadow and illumination, the subtle modulation of distant sounds. Each sensation unfolded with a clarity sharpened by the knowledge of impermanence. Nothing in the room was static, even in apparent stillness. Processes of change continued at scales both visible and concealed. This awareness did not disturb the tranquility of the present. It harmonized with it. The unresolved questions carried by the journey did not demand closure. They existed as open spaces within thought, regions where curiosity could dwell without urgency. In inhabiting those spaces, I felt a gentle expansion of perspective, a recognition that understanding need not culminate in finality to possess value. The memory of distant futures functioned as a quiet compass. It oriented perception toward continuity rather than isolation. Each moment appeared linked to an immense succession of moments extending backward and forward through time. The present was no longer a solitary point. It was a convergence, a meeting place of histories and possibilities. I sensed in that convergence a form of quiet responsibility. To live with awareness of such scale was to engage more deliberately with the textures of experience. Actions acquired resonance when viewed against the broader continuum. Even the smallest gesture participated in patterns whose implications extended beyond immediate perception. Yet this responsibility was not burdensome. It was liberating. It invited a mode of living attentive to nuance, receptive to the interplay between transience and endurance. The unresolved echo of the journey became a source of gentle orientation, guiding attention toward the richness inherent in the unfolding present. And as I remained seated within the calm enclosure of the room, feeling that echo resonate softly beneath my thoughts, I understood that its persistence was itself a form of completion, a continuing dialogue between what had been witnessed and what remained to be lived. As evening gradually gathered beyond the window, the room entered a softer register of light. Shadows lengthened and merged, forming gentle gradients that reshaped familiar contours. The transition unfolded with unhurried grace, a visible reminder that change persists even in the most tranquil settings. I watched the dimming illumination settle across surfaces and felt the echo of the journey respond within me. Twilight possessed a particular affinity with reflection. It was a threshold state, neither day nor night, but a convergence of both. In that convergence, I sensed a parallel to my own condition. Returned from distant futures, yet carrying their resonance into the present, the unresolved questions stirred once more, not as disturbances, but as companions to contemplation. I allowed my thoughts to move without constraint. Images from the journey surfaced in quiet succession. The austere plains of the silent earth, the subdued shimmer of the last sea, the swelling sun suspended above an ancient horizon. These visions did not intrude upon the twilight room. They interwove with it, forming a layered tapestry in which memory and immediacy coexisted. Through this interweaving, I perceived a subtle continuity. The external world and the internal landscape of recollection were not separate domains. They informed one another, each enriching the texture of the other. The twilight outside the window mirrored the transitional space within my awareness, a region where experience expanded beyond linear sequence into reflective depth. In that depth, the unresolved echo revealed another dimension. It was not solely a reminder of distant epochs. It was an invitation to inhabit uncertainty with openness. The future I had witnessed remained incomplete in its implications. Its vast silence did not dictate conclusions. It offered perspective, a horizon against which present choices acquired nuance. I felt gratitude for that horizon. It preserved the vitality of inquiry. It sustained a living relationship between knowledge and wonder. To carry unanswered questions was not a deficiency. It was a condition of continued engagement with the unfolding mystery of existence. As the twilight deepened and the first faint stars emerged, I remained seated in attentive stillness. The echo of the journey resonated softly within me, harmonizing with the quiet transformations of evening. And in that harmony I sensed the enduring presence of the unresolved, not as absence, but as fertile space in which perception could continue to grow. Night settled fully, and with it came a deeper quiet. The room dimmed into gentle obscurity, its forms softened by shadow. Outside the window, the stars multiplied across the darkening sky, their distant light arriving with patient constancy. I regarded them in silence and felt the unresolved echo of the journey align with their presence. Those points of light were no longer abstract. They were tangible participants in the vast architecture I had glimpsed through time. Each star carried its own chronology, cycles of emergence and decline unfolding beyond immediate perception. To observe them was to encounter the living texture of the cosmos within the frame of a single night. I felt a calm recognition rise. The questions that accompanied my return did not seek termination. They belonged to the same continuum as the stars themselves, enduring, evolving, inviting sustained attention. Rather than final resolution, their persistence affirmed the openness of existence. Within that openness, I sensed a quiet equilibrium. The echo of distant futures no longer appeared as an external resonance. It had integrated into the cadence of ordinary awareness. It informed perception without dominating it, functioning as a subtle lens through which the present acquired expanded depth. I breathed slowly and allowed my gaze to rest upon the night sky. The boundary between interior and exterior softened. The room, the world beyond it, and the immeasurable distances overhead participated in a single and continuous field of experience. In that field, the unresolved questions found their proper place, not as obstacles to understanding, but as sources of ongoing vitality. They sustained wonder. And wonder, I realized, was itself a form of orientation. It guided attention toward the richness inherent in every scale of being, from the intimate textures of daily life to the immense trajectories of cosmic time. As I remained there, suspended between the quiet enclosure of the room and the luminous expanse beyond, the echo of the journey settled into a steady and gentle presence. It no longer demanded articulation. It simply accompanied awareness, a reminder that understanding unfolds through continuous engagement rather than final arrival. The night deepened, and with it came a sense of calm completion. Not the completion of answers, but the completion of integration. The recognition that to live with unanswered questions is to inhabit a dynamic equilibrium, where curiosity and acceptance coexist. And within that equilibrium, I felt prepared to carry the journey forward into the ordinary succession of days, attentive to the subtle interplay between what is known and what remains open. The night around me settled into a depth that invited stillness. I stepped away from the window and allowed the quiet of the room to gather gently round my senses. The air felt softer now, carrying the calm weight of late hours. Outside, the distant stars continued their silent procession, but within the room a different rhythm prevailed, slower, more intimate, attuned to the cadence of rest. I seated myself and closed my eyes. Breath moved in a steady and unforced pattern. Each inhalation entered with cool clarity. Each exhalation departed with a subtle warmth. I followed that rhythm. Without attempting to alter it, it unfolded naturally, like the tide of a calm and patient sea. The memory of the journey did not recede. It softened. Distant landscapes, once vivid in their detail, dissolved into gentle impressions. Textures of silence, horizons of fading light, the quiet dignity of worlds completing their arcs. These impressions drifted through awareness without urgency. They resembled clouds passing across a tranquil sky. I allowed them to pass. Beneath their movement lay a deeper stillness, a foundation that had accompanied every stage of the journey. It was present in the silent earth and in the living room alike, a continuous and unbroken field of calm. With each breath, I felt my awareness settle more fully into that field. The boundaries of the body softened, sensation expanded and diffused, muscles released their subtle tensions. The mind, relieved of its need to pursue or resolve, entered a state of receptive quiet. In that quiet, the echo of time assumed a gentle and reassuring tone. It no longer spoke of distances traversed. It affirmed the sufficiency of the present moment, the simple completeness of being here, breathing, suspended within the unfolding night. And as I rested within that affirmation, I sensed the threshold of sleep approach with unhurried grace. I let my attention rest fully upon the rhythm of breathing, in and out. Each cycle arrived complete in itself. There was nothing to add to it, nothing to remove. The breath required no effort. It carried the quiet intelligence of the body, sustaining life without command. As I followed that gentle motion, the edges of thought began to soften. Ideas that had once moved with clarity and direction now drifted more slowly. They no longer formed sharp sequences. They dissolved into impressions, faint shapes of memory and sensation that floated lightly across. Awareness. The journey through time, once vast and intricate, condensed into a simple feeling of continuity. A sense of having traveled far and returned. That return did not end in arrival. It opened into rest. I imagined the body settling more deeply into its support. The weight of limbs released downward. Shoulders eased. The small and persistent tensions carried through the day loosened their hold and faded. With each exhalation, I felt a quiet invitation to descend further into calm. Not a descent into darkness, but into softness. The room around me receded from focus. Sounds became distant and gentle. Even the awareness of listening grew light. The world continued its motion, but it no longer required my participation. I could simply rest within it. The echo of distant epics, the silent plains, the fading seas, the vast architecture of time, now appeared as a protective horizon. It surrounded the present moment with spaciousness. Within that spaciousness, there was no urgency, only permission. Permission to pause. Permission to release. Permission to enter the natural rhythm of sleep. And as I accepted that permission, awareness drifted like a leaf upon still water, carried without resistance toward deeper quiet. The breath continued its quiet rhythm, and I followed it as one might follow a distant and steady light. There was nothing to achieve now, nothing to solve. The questions that had accompanied the journey rested peacefully at the edges of awareness. They no longer asked for attention. They floated gently like stars reflected on calm water, present, but undemanding. With each slow exhalation, I felt the mind widen. Thoughts no longer moved in lines. They spread into soft fields of sensation. Images appeared and faded without attachment. A horizon of gentle darkness opened behind closed eyes, not empty, but welcoming. Within that darkness there was space for the body to settle, space for awareness to loosen its hold, space to drift. I imagined the vast arc of time I had traveled, not as a sequence of events, but as a great and quiet ocean. Its surface was smooth and undisturbed. I rested upon it without sinking, supported by its calm immensity. There was no need to move across it. It carried me effortlessly. The room, the world, and the distant cosmos blended into a single and continuous softness. Boundaries faded. The distinction between inside and outside grew gentle and transparent. Only the rhythm of breathing remained clear, in and out, a tide that required nothing, a motion that continued even as awareness grew lighter. And as that lightness deepened, I felt the threshold of sleep draw nearer, not as a boundary to cross, but as a natural extension of the quiet already present. The rhythm of breathing became softer still, in and out. Each breath now felt like a gentle wave receding into distance. Awareness followed it without effort, drifting in its wake. The body rested completely, supported by gravity and by the quiet trust that nothing more was required. There was nowhere to go, nothing to hold. The vast journey through time, the distant futures, the silent earth, the final sea, now rested like a calm horizon at the edge of perception. It no longer appeared as movement or memory. It existed as spaciousness, a wide and protective quiet. Within that quiet, the mind loosened its final attachments to wakefulness. Thoughts thinned into faint impressions. Sensations softened into warmth. Even the awareness of breathing began to dissolve into an effortless flow. Sleep approached not as an interruption, but as a continuation, a natural deepening of the calm already present. I allowed myself to sink into that deepening without resistance. The boundaries of the body faded into comfort. The room, the night, and the distant stars merged into a single and gentle darkness that held everything without weight. There was only rest, only the steady and reassuring cadence of existence continuing on its own. And within that cadence, awareness released its final tension and drifted quietly into sleep, carried by the same vast and patient rhythm that moves worlds through time.